lift the veil on the power struggles behind the scenes of the werewolf clan. The rise and fall of a female warrior, how will her story overturn the fate of the entire pack? As love teeters on the brink of taboo, what storm will Ivy and the future Alpha King's forbidden kiss unleash? Prologue Nightmare. Ivy. I turned towards the voices that called my name, almost not making it out due to the sheer amount of snarling and growling happening around me. I see a woman pinned by a ravaging wolf, and as I make my way to her, I'm knocked to the ground with such force, I hear my arm snap. I groan as the pain hits me. My arm is clearly broken, and I'm unable to shift for some reason. I hear her sickening scream and I raise my head just as the wolf embeds its teeth into her neck and shoulder. No, I roar and scramble to my feet, but I'm surrounded by at least 10 wolves, preventing me from getting to the woman. My eyes dart around as they encompass me, circling slightly. Shit, they're going to all attack me at once. Just as I come to that realization, they strike. I dodge the first few, but I yell out as one of them clamps down on my leg, ripping out a good chunk of flesh. I try to stay standing, but it's useless as more wolves barrel into me, not allowing me to regain my stance. They claw me in every direction, and I can't anticipate the attacks anymore as I fall to my knees with a hard thud. Claws at my back. Claws at my arms. Claws at my legs. There's no escape. I can't save them. I can't even save myself. One wolfless. Ivy's POV. I jolt awake and sit up, trying to calm my racing heart. Placing my hand on my forehead, I wipe away the sweat that has gathered there from the experience of my nightmare. I shouldn't call it a nightmare, as it's not something my mind has made up. It happened. It was a real experience. They died, and it was your fault. You were supposed to protect them. That was your job. You failed. My mind batters me with these thoughts every waking moment. Sometimes I can shake them, but most times I can't. But part of it is true. I was supposed to protect them, and I did fail. I swing my feet over and inhale sharply as my feet touch the cold floor of my room. I stretch, reaching my hands above my head and rotating my neck, hearing the ever-so-familiar crack as it releases the tension. I look down and see the familiar shine of silver around my wrists, and I sigh. It's been 6 years since that day, and only mere weeks after the incident, these shackles were put on me as punishment. I'm bound with silver, which has over time locked away my wolf side, including the consciousness of my wolf cells. It's been ages since I could hear her in my mind, and I've missed the company of her every single second. We worked so hard to be what we were, and now we've been reduced to nothing because I failed to protect the Alpha and Luna. The Alpha and Luna of my pack, Red Moon. The Alpha and Luna that accepted me when I was abandoned as a little girl on their packlands. The only family I'd known. I walk slowly over to the bathroom door and push it open, taking care not to be loud to wake up my roommates in the house. My only 2 friends who care about me now, Kane and Genevieve. Kane is one of the pack's trainers and trained me back when I was working towards being a wolven warrior, and Genevieve is one of the pack healers who has tended to many injuries, but most recently mostly mine. They've stuck by me through everything I've experienced since that horrible day, and have made it clear that they're not abandoning me anytime soon, so I guess that's good. As I run the shower, I let my mind wander again to how my life was before this. I always regret it, but it was happier times. I grew up here after I was left on the edge of the packlands when I was around 5 years old. The Luna had discovered me, bruised and dirty, and immediately brought me to the Alpha Mansion to get me cleaned up. She told the Alpha that she was going to take care of me, and that was that. They also had a son, Cole, who was a couple years older than me at the age of 7. So I went from being a lonely little girl to having a family, and an Alpha family at that. They never officially adopted me, but I was welcomed into their family and the pack without question. They loved me as their own. The years flew by with little problems aside from Cole and I not getting along like any brother or sister would, and soon enough we were young teenagers dealing with first crushes and the like. It was then that Cole and I started our training to prepare us for future roles we would take in the pack. We went through rigorous weapons and fighting training, where I discovered that I excelled. Cole was brought into more of the pack duties as he would one day be Alpha and would need to know the ins and outs of diplomacy within the pack. The Alpha and Luna were stern and made sure we knew what was expected of us, but they always treated us with respect and love. When I was 16, I decided I wanted to become a warrior. I already knew how to fight, and I fought well. I wanted to protect the pack and be a force to be reckoned with when it came to our enemies. I worked my ass off for the next 2 years, and when I was 18, I was the top-ranked and only female fighter in our pack. I became close friends with Kane and Genevieve around this time, as Kane was my sparring partner and Genevieve was the one tending to most of my injuries. Then came the best thing that was ever asked of me. The Alpha and Luna asked me to be their guard. They knew I had worked so hard and rewarded me with one of the more elite jobs in the pack. I knew I was made for this, and I gladly accepted without hesitation. I was to be almost like their personal bodyguard and defend them if they were to ever be in danger. Little did I know that I would fail miserably. I went almost 2 years without a major incident as their guard, only really having to deal with minor confrontations and the odd threat that never amounted to anything when other packs and wolves saw me. I scared people. They knew what I was capable of and knew getting into it with me would mean a whole world of hurt. I was a force to be reckoned with, and people knew it. Just after I turned 20, the Alpha and Luna wanted to go out for a run. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. We would all shift and run out near the packlands. I usually ran with them to let cells out, but I was also watching for any trouble that might come our way. There had been reports of a surge of rogues all over, so I needed to be on alert. The Alpha and Luna told me that I needn't worry, that they could easily handle themselves if it came to it, so it wouldn't be all on me. But we never even made it out for the run. As soon as we passed the pack boundaries, I felt something was off, and sure enough, rogues came out of the tree line faster than I could react. We were completely ambushed, and the number of rogues were overwhelming for just the 3 of us. The hardest and probably most odd part about that day was that none of us were able to shift. At all. I could hear cells in my mind, roaring at me to let her out, but I couldn't. Because of that, we were all overwhelmed easily. Rogues surrounded us and gravely injured the Alpha first, before immobilizing me and attacking the Luna. I still remember her scream as one of them ripped her throat out. I shiver and turn the water in the shower as hot as I can bear, searing my skin slightly as I feel tears prick my eyes. I clasp my arms around myself, still haunted by the state of their bodies after the rogues had stopped attacking. They left me alive, but barely. I had gashes and claw marks all over me, plus a large chunk of my leg was torn away and a badly broken arm. I was healing slowly, as werewolves do, but it wasn't enough. We were found about an hour later, with me hysterical and trying to claw my way over to the Luna. I was taken to the infirmary to heal, and I reported what had happened to the Beta and Cole, who was devastated and demanded answers from me. I told him I was sorry, that we couldn't shift, but he didn't believe me at all. It took a few weeks for me to heal completely, and as soon as I was able, I went to where they has buried the Alpha and Luna. I was there for only a few short moments before being dragged off to Cole, now Alpha, and his Beta, where I was questioned again, and finally accused with failing my job. As punishment, my wrists were to be bound with silver cuffs, my title and everything revoked. Now I'm merely a member of the pack, shunned because I allowed the Alpha and Luna to die. Can I even be considered a werewolf anymore if I can't feel her? 2 following orders. Ivy's POV. Ivy, you okay? Genevieve asks me as we sit at our kitchen table with Kane. The smell of breakfast is amazing, but I just can't seem to find an appetite. I push my food around on my plate before looking up at her. Yeah, just had a shit sleep is all. You should eat, she says, concerned, and I can't blame her. I should eat to keep up my strength, considering I don't know what I will be asked to do or subjected to. Every day here at Red Moon is highly unpredictable for me. Ever since I was stripped of everything and deemed responsible for the Alpha and Luna's deaths, the pack hasn't taken to lightly to the fact that I wasn't sentenced to death, and they have no fear in showing me exactly how they feel. Same with Cole. Honestly, it's a question I ask myself every day. Why didn't Cole send me to the High Rain Council and have me charged with their deaths? Then he wouldn't have to deal with me being around anymore. It's not like I could walk up to him and question him, though. He's ordered me to never look him in the eye. You usually don't ever look an Alpha in the eye unless you're asked, but it's much more of a risk for me. I'm considered dirt, and Cole doesn't hesitate to put me in my place. He's beaten me for just even glancing his way before. If there is one thing that I've learned over these past 6 years, it's to pick my battles. I fought back against Cole and his treatment and punishment of me for the first couple years, and after multiple beatings, and no one to help me aside from Kane and Genevieve, I've backed off. I've learned to put on an act. I'm not some weak girl by any means, but if I show any signs that I am not following orders, it's bound to end up badly for me. I just hope that maybe one day I can be free of this and live the life I should be living. I sigh and shove the food into my mouth, not really tasting it, but hoping that it gets me through at least the morning. I take a sip of water and look to Kane. What are you guys up to today? I always like to hear about their days and plans, as it helps me cope with my own situation. I'm happy that it's only us three that live together in this smaller house on the Packlands. That's one benefit of being the pack outcast. No one wants to be seen with me or live with me, so I have a place to escape to. Kane and Genevieve aren't as shunned as me, but they chose to be with me, so they aren't as liked by the pack either, but they don't care. They're the true definition of friends. They defend me, and don't hesitate to put others in their place if they need to. I'm working with the pack healers today to go gather herbs for our salves and remedies we need to make. I'm looking forward to it, Genevieve says as she pours herself another glass of orange juice and takes a sip. Kane clears his throat. I have to train some of the new pups today. I'm not looking forward to it, I chuckle lightly. Kane doesn't like training new pups, hates the entitled attitude of newly shifted wolves. I should know, I used to be one of them. Any idea what you're doing today? Kane asks me and I stiffen. Honestly, I don't know. Cole said something about prepping the new visitor building, so probably a lot of work for me today. The table goes quiet for a moment, and I know that they're trying to think of something to say that would make my task seem less daunting, but they know there isn't a single thing they can say to make it better. Cole overworks me constantly, even knowing I don't have my wolf stamina or strength that I would if I wasn't bound by these fucking silver cuffs. It's okay, I'll manage. I can only do so much. Just hope he gives me a list and leaves me alone. If you need help, call us, okay, Kane says, and I nod. Always. I return to my breakfast, anxiety fluttering in my stomach in anticipation of what torture I might be subjected to today. After cleaning up from breakfast and saying goodbye to Kane and Genevieve, I grabbed my phone and a water bottle and headed out myself. I step outside of my house and feel the sun beam down on me, warming my skin. It's too bad that I can't just spend the day outside. I wish I could. I wish I had a different life, but this is my reality now. Placing my phone in the back pocket of my gray acid washed jeans and pulling down my black tank top, I start to walk. I look ahead of me and see the Alpha Mansion off in the distance to the far right. Kane, Genevieve, and I might have our own house, but Cole gave us the one that is the absolute farthest from any of the other buildings on the Packlands. Just to make it harder for me to get to where I need to go, our little house is near the entrance to the Packlands too, and just past that entrance is where my life as I know it ended. I leave our house every day and my gaze always drifts, and I have to pull myself back. I pull my red waves up into a tight ponytail, knowing that it's probably just going to get in the way with whatever it is I'm doing today. With that and a large sigh, I start my walk to the Alpha Mansion, where Cole will be waiting. My sneakers crunch against the gravel as I approach the training grounds that are in the middle of our Packlands, and I see all Red Moon's warriors in the field practicing, and a familiar pang of hurt hits my heart. I should be there. That's where I belong. Not some Alpha's doormat. I shake my head lightly and focus on my destination. I can't keep thinking of what should be. I continue, and as I walk past the large garden that is in between the Alpha Mansion and the pack house, I hear my name. I turn towards the sound and immediately lower my eyes. Cole's beta, Alaric, approaches me. Alaric Esten is second in command here at Red Moon. He's Cole's best friend and killed the previous beta for his position. He's ruthless, but you wouldn't know that by looking at him. Before I was forbidden to raise my eyes, I thought Alaric was handsome. With his striking brown eyes, chiseled body, and his boyish face with silky blonde hair, he definitely was a catch. Now, he's just another asshole that I can't stand to be around. With my eyes still lowered, I respond, Beta Alaric. There you are. Alpha is at the new building waiting for you. Come. Yes, Beta, I respond robotically, and I see Alaric's shoes as he gets closer to me. He grips my chin roughly and brings my face up. I avert my eyes as I'm still not supposed to look at him. Not going to cause trouble today. Are you? He questions as he holds my chin with such force. I feel tinges of pain where his fingers are. No, Beta. Good, he releases me and turns and starts to walk. I rub my chin to relieve the soreness I'm now experiencing on my face and follow behind Alaric, cursing at him in my mind as we go. Just breathe. 3. Put to work. Ivy's POV. The dread I feel increases the closer I get to the new building. Not because of what I might be asked to do, but because I have to face Cole and put on my act. As Alaric and I approach the building, I can't help but think that it looks decent. Cole put plans forward for this building less than a year ago, and the fact that it's already completed means either pack members wanted the new space badly, or he worked everyone to the bone. It's probably the latter. The building is styled similarly to the rest of the pack houses here at Red Moon, structurally sound, modern houses with gray stone exteriors and dark mahogany wooden accents. I let my eyes trail up as Alaric stops in front of me. This new housing could fit an entire small pack. Looks good, doesn't it? Alaric asks me, and I return my eyes to the dirt path, staring at my shoes. Yes, it looks wonderful, Beta. The pack did a great job. More like busted their asses to please their overbearing alpha, but I digress. Cole is waiting for you inside. Let's go. I nod and follow him inside through the 2 large mahogany doors. I take a quick glance around and notice that where I'm standing is almost like a reception area in a hotel. There's a reception desk area in front of Alaric and myself, with many tables and seated areas around a large lobby. There are some bookshelves on the far right side and a bar cafe on the left through a small alcove. Past the reception desk, there are 2 sets of steel elevators that obviously lead to the upper floors. Alaric. Ivy, I hear my name from that oh-so-familiar voice. Cole. I keep my eyes glued to the floor and inhale and exhale slowly as he approaches. Alpha, I state, not glancing towards him or raising my eyes. He steps closer to me, and I feel his alpha power radiating off him. It doesn't affect me much anymore since I don't consider him my alpha, but that doesn't mean that he still doesn't have the power of one. What do you think of it? Alaric, Cole asks, his voice full of pride. It's magnificent, Alpha. Anyone who stays here will be staying in a lap of luxury. It's fitting considering in a few months, the Alpha Prince will be visiting. It was confirmed. I can only assume that Cole nodded, as he didn't reply to Alaric's question directly. Which brings me to you, Cole states coldly, and I try not to flinch. What do you ask of me, Alpha? I ask, and then instantly regret it as he grabs my face roughly. Did I say you could talk? He sneers at me as I keep my eyes averted from his angry gaze. I shake my head, and he releases me. I feel anger bubbling up, but I force it down again. I don't need a beating today. Cole hasn't changed much from what I remember. He still looks strikingly like his father. Chocolate brown hair, striking amber eyes, and he's built like an alpha should be, large and intimidating. As I was saying, the Alpha Prince will be coming here to negotiate a pack transfer, as well as to see how Red Moon is faring. It's part of his duties before he is appointed King. Cole continues, ignoring the fact that he was about to hit me seconds earlier. Great. Another Alpha coming, and he's royalty. Ivy, you are to get every room in this building set up for visitors. That means making beds, cleaning, and whatever else is needed. I have compiled a list of tasks for you. You have 3 days to pull it together. Any questions? How many rooms are there? I ask, unsure if I really want to know. 100 over 10 floors. Fuck me. You will also attend to anyone who stays here, which will include the Alpha Prince. A phone has been programmed for you with each of the phone numbers from each of the rooms here. You will have to get comfortable with knowing which room has which guest. Understood, Alpha, I reply, feeling defeated that I'm pretty much a slave now. Cole wouldn't ever call me that, though. He'd give me some bullshit title of building assistant or something to make it seem like I am somewhat important to those who visit here. No outside packs are aware of how Cole treats us here, and me especially. He hides it well due to Alaric helping him. Our pack members know but are forbidden to talk about pack matters to anyone outside the pack. He's kept up a good facade, considering no one has come to investigate any of his methods or have questioned his leadership. The pack is still well off and may look good on paper, but I'm sure something won't go unnoticed by the Alpha Prince. The phone is at the front desk for you, Ivy. Get to work. You're dismissed. Yes, Alpha. I walk over to the reception desk and grab the phone, and then head to the elevator and step inside once the doors open. I hit the button for the first floor, and sigh as the doors close, shielding me from Cole's disgusted gaze. Asshole. It's been well over 3 hours, and I've managed to get 2 floors done completely, and then I decided I should get the room for the Alpha Prince ready so that it's not left until last minute. As I walk in and start to make the bed, I think about the prince. I don't know much about him. Aside from that, I met him before I ended up in my current predicament at a pack party. I doubt he'd remember me, but everyone knows him now. He's known as the Heartless Prince. Packs fear when he becomes king, unsure if he will lead us to prosperity or ruin. I can't help but think that he knows what he's doing if his parents are willing to step down to allow him to rule well before their time is up. Usually, the prince would have to challenge the reigning king for the title, but King Orin seems to have the utmost faith in his son's abilities. It's been said that the Alpha King Orin and Luna Queen Daciana are stepping down to become the Northern Reigns on the council so that their son wouldn't have to govern the entire werewolf race, as well as be responsible for the Northern packs individually. It's a smart move, and it keeps people aware that an entire family is leading our species alongside the other Reigns from the east, south, and west. No one would dare challenge their son. I sigh as I walk into the bathroom in the room to clean it. This is going to take more than 3 days to get all these rooms ready. I pull my phone out of my back pocket as I let cleaners sit on the shower and call Genevieve. Hello? You okay, Ivy? I'm okay, aside from the fact that Cole wants me to get every single room in here cleaned and ready in the new building. Is it a lot, she asks, and I hear her sharp intake of breath before I answer. It's 10 floors, 10 rooms each floor. 100 in total. I've only managed to get 20 done in 3 hours. I check my watch, almost 4 actually. My God, he puts too much on you. Keep going, and I'll message Kane and him and I will come help, okay? Okay, thank you. You don't need to thank me. We know he overworks you and he can't say shit if he wants this done in time. See you in a bit. See you! Yeah. I put my phone back in my pocket and sigh as I grab the cleaning rag off the counter and step into the shower and start wiping it down. 4 invited. Ivy's POV. I am so thankful for you guys, I state as I finish making the last bed in the last room on the 10th floor of the new building. It's now the 3rd day, and with Kane and Genevieve's help, I just managed to finish. Here's hoping it's good enough. We're glad to help you. This was way too much for one person to take on, Kane says as he grabs the bucket of cleaners and places them outside the door. I don't want you guys to feel like I am working you. Kane shrugs. I don't feel like it's work, just get to hang out with you and Evie. It's okay, really. I half smile. Okay, still, thank you. Genevieve then comes in from the hallway and takes a once-over of everything. Finally done. We have to go though, there's an announcement in about 20 minutes at the pack house. Right. Forgot about that. Let's get cleaned up and go, I say, thinking if the announcement has anything to do with the Alpha Prince. I walk with Kane and Genevieve into the pack house, and the hustle and bustle and voices of everyone talking is distracting. Seems everyone is on edge as to what this announcement could be. As we come to a spot that is away from everyone else, I reach up to the end of my braid nervously. I can't help it. There's been so many announcements after what happened, but being in here just reminds me of the day that Cole announced to the entire pack that I was the one responsible for the death of the Alpha and Luna. I remember the faces and sounds of shock when the words exited his mouth. I wanted to run away in shame, but there was no way I could leave without anyone noticing. Plus, that would have just added to my guilt, I felt, and would give everyone more reasons to hate me. Soon enough, Cole and Alaric come into view and stand on the main stairs in the front foyer of the pack house. Once the pack members sense his presence, the chatter dies down, and all attention turns to them. It's not long before Cole speaks, his voice carrying over the entire crowd. Hello, everyone. I have asked you all here today because there are a few important announcements to make. First, our new residence building has been completed, and applications are now open for those who wish to move into there. Residency will be based on a hierarchy basis, as we only have so many rooms to offer for those who live here. We would like to keep some of the floors open for visitors who come to Red Moon. He pauses and glances my way, and I shoot my eyes to the floor. Shit! Cole clears his throat. Which brings me to my second announcement. As you all are aware, the Alpha King and Queen are stepping down and allowing the Alpha Prince to take over as the new king. As part of his anointment, he is visiting select packs over the 4 continents, and Red Moon was chosen as one of the pack he will be visiting in the northern continent. It's then that gasps and whispers fill the room. Clearly the pack is interested as to why he is coming here, but I sense some nervousness as well. It doesn't surprise me due to the fact that our pack doesn't run as smoothly as people think, and only our pack members really know the state of life around here. Alaric growls lowly, and it's silent again as Cole continues. I know some of you may be nervous about the future king coming here, but do not worry. He is overseeing a pack merger as well as just getting to know us. Please trust in me. This will be beneficial for our pack here at Red Moon. Yeah, right, Cole. Beneficial for you maybe, but if the future king sees here's just how some of your pack thinks of you. The final announcement today is that the annual mating ball is fast approaching. This year, Red Moon is to attend. Every unmated male or female from the pack is to attend, and hopefully we gain more pack members for the future. Arrangements have already been made for transport. Attendees will only have to worry about your attire. Please remember you are representing Red Moon outside of our pack lands, so I expect all of you to behave appropriately. That is all. Please direct any questions to Beta Alaric or me. Dismissed. Everyone disperses then, and I turn to walk with Evie and Kane when my name is called. Ivy. I stop dead in my tracks. I look up and see that Genevieve and Kane have turned around as well, and are looking at me with concerned faces. I mouth, "Go. I'll be fine." They hesitate for a moment, but when Cole calls my name again, they take their leave. I turn and keep my eyes to the floor, watching my step as I approach Cole, who is now at the bottom of the stairs. He waits, and I realize that he is waiting for everyone to leave the pack house. After a few moments, I hear the dying sound of footsteps and know that we're alone now. "You looked at me when I was making the announcements," he states coldly, and I bite my inner cheek to stop from speaking out rudely. Instead, I apologize, Alpha. I inhale sharply as he grasps the collar of my shirt, the fabric making a stretching noise as he uses it to pull me closer to him. I keep my eyes averted to the right as to not anger him further, but because of that, I don't see the slap coming. He hits my face with such force that the slap echoes in the foyer. The left side of my face pulsates and stings, which brings tears to my eyes. I see a small amount of red in my left eye, which means the slap broke a blood vessel. Great. There will probably be a bruise, too. "No. Your place," he says, emphasizing each word, disgust and disdain lacing them. "If it were up to me, you wouldn't be going to the mating ball, but since you're unmated, it's a law I unfortunately have to follow." I remain silent as he releases me, and I lower my eyes to the ground to see his and Alaric's feet as they leave me standing in the foyer. Once I know they are out of sight, I reach up and cup my still stinging face as I turn around and head in the opposite direction and out the front of the pack house, where I see Genevieve and Kane standing near one of the small gardens. Their gazes meet mine and they immediately rush to my side, Genevieve pulling my hand away to inspect my face. "You're going to need ice. Let's go home." "He slapped you, didn't he?" Kane says in a low tone, and I only nod in agreement. "What was it about?" Genevieve asks as we start to walk towards our house. "It was because I looked him in the eye before the announcements, plus he wanted to tell me that if he had his way, I wouldn't be going to the mating ball. So he does have to allow you to go." "Yeah, but by the sounds of it, he will be watching me like a hawk." "Of course he will, because he lives to make my life miserable. I need to get out of here." I sigh and continue walking, hoping for some sort of miracle that probably won't come. 5 Iron Wolf. Ivy's POV. I sigh as I rummage through my closet trying to decide what I could possibly wear to the mating ball. It's only a few weeks away, and honestly, I don't even know if I want to go. But in saying that, I know that if Cole had his way, I wouldn't be going, so that kind of motivates me to go just to spite him and rub it in his face. He can't do a thing while at the ball, surrounded by tons of other packs for fear of his abusive ways coming into the light. So, I guess I can take one positive out of this whole thing. What also makes me hesitant is the chance I might find my mate. Although with these stupid silver cuffs, I doubt that I would even feel a mate bond anymore. No way to test that until they come along, though. I can only hope that my mate would be from another pack, so that I can leave Red Moon. Usually when a female finds her mate, she joins her mate's pack. As sexist as it is, it's preferred that males stay within the pack they were born into. Keeping strength within packs. Personally, I could care less about that if I get to leave. The kicker? Cole wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. I pull out the few dresses I own, lay them on my bed, and look them over. These won't work. What won't work, Evie says as she walks into my room. I turn and watch her as she walks with a spoon in her right hand and the tub of peanut butter in the other. I roll my eyes at her and turn to face the dresses and point at them. My dresses, they totally wouldn't work for the mating ball. They're too basic. I have to agree with you there. Seems like we need to do some shopping in town. I guess so. Hopefully I can go. Cole already gave you permission to go to Iron Wolf tonight, right? I nod. Yeah. Then let us leave a little earlier and go find some dresses before we head over there. I promise we will find something amazing for you. I smirk. Okay, I'm trusting you. Evie chuckles as she turns to leave. You always do. Later that day at the dress shop. I groan in frustration as I put another dress away on the rack. Why are all of these so short and slutty, I say quietly to myself. I'm seriously questioning Genevieve's taste right now. I swear if she tries to get me into another mini dress, I'm going to leave. Ivy, I hear her from the back of the boutique, and I make my way past the racks of dresses towards her. I get back and my eyes settle onto the dress she's holding. I gasp. It's ... beautiful. She's holding a long-sleeved, V-neck mermaid-style dress that is covered in a lace applique of red roses that blends into a transparent black bottom with those same lace roses on the trim. She turns it, and it has a low back as well. You need to get this one, Genevieve exclaims, and I get worried. Do I really? I walk up to her and all the nerves fade as I touch the beautifully crafted dress. It's probably expensive. No way I could afford it, but it's so gorgeous. I'll cover half for you. Go try it on. I look at her with wide eyes. What? You heard me. You need a dress that suits the ball. You're getting it, no questions. Go try it on. She shoves the dress into my arms and points towards the dressing rooms. I gawk at her for a moment, still trying to process that she's helping me pay for it. Suddenly, she pushes me towards the changing rooms. Go. See if it needs any adjustments. Okay, I exclaim and close the door to the changing room. I quickly undress and step into the gown, pulling the sleeves over my arms and doing up the small zipper by my lower back. I shiver and I feel that my back is fully exposed. I glance at myself in the mirror in the dressing room and I smile. I really do like it. I step out again and Genevieve's eyes go wide. What I ask as she comes up to me and walks around me, inspecting every inch. This is it. You look stunning. Might just need to take it a bit in near your waist, but other than that, it fits perfectly. She claps her hands together and pushes me back into the stall. Take it off and I'll let the seamstress know to take it in a couple inches. We've got to get going to Iron Wolf. I sigh as I close the dressing room door and start to take it off. God, she's so pushy. When we get to Iron Wolf, I smile at Hayden, the bouncer bodyguard who is at the front door. He smiles back as he lets Evie and I pass, and yells out, "Hope to hear you tonight, Ivy," as we enter the bar. We've known Hayden a long time. We used to hang out with him before I required permission to go anywhere. Got into all sorts of trouble back then. He became the bouncer here after his brother, Kai, bought the place and turned it into the biggest werewolf hangout in the northern continent. He's always looked after me when I'm here, and I view him as my own brother. The Iron Wolf is such a beauty of a place. It's dark, sexy, and the perfect place to hide. With black, gold, and deep burgundy accents, it's somewhere between fancy restaurant and killer nightclub. There is a large stage straight ahead in the far left corner as you exit the main hallway, with the mahogany dance floor in front of it. The stage is painted black and has some monitors and other sound equipment placed around. There are 2 bars located side by side on the far right wall, with the kitchen behind them, a door between the bars giving access to that area. The bars are black as well, but with some sort of marble top on them. There is also a seating area that is located at the very back of the room, with assorted chairs and tables scattered about. The main attraction of the Iron Wolf is the upstairs area, though. I sigh as I glance up and see the railings lining the balcony and the lights hitting the ceiling. Everyone kills to get up there. Unfortunately, it's for higher-ranking wolves due to the hierarchy bullshit that distinguishes everyone. The only way to get to the top area is by the stairs near the stage, but there's usually a bouncer or guard there as well. I've only been up there only a handful of times since I have a good relationship with Kai. From what I remember, there's pretty much a whole other bar up there with everything that is down here, except nicer. The wolves up there can look down to whatever is happening downstairs from the railings without having to mingle with anyone they don't want to. I smile as I see Kai over by the stage. We're here before opening because, well, I'm performing here tonight. You heard me. Pretty much exiled female wolf is performing at the biggest wolf bar in town. I used to perform here many times before my status was removed, and honestly, no one here has ever made a problem of it since then. They come to hear me sing, and they don't judge. The Iron Wolf has become a second home to me, but I've been spending less and less time here because Cole decides to take away my opportunities to come since he knows I love it so much. He can't stop me from coming completely, because Kai requests me often and I get paid, so on nights like tonight, Cole's hand is pretty much forced to let me go out. He thinks he has total control, but he really doesn't. Another win for me. Kai waves as we approach him. Genevieve, Ivy. Glad to see you both here, he looks to me, his dark shoulder-length brown hair swishing with his head movement as his gray eyes lock with mine. You ready for tonight? I nod. More than ready. I'm happy to be here. Good, cause there's a special guest here tonight. I tilt my head in confusion. Who? Nathaniel Stone, the soon-to-be Alpha King. My jaw drops in my mind and I know my eyes are wide like saucers. He's here? 6 first glance. Ivy's POV. No way. He can't be here. Suddenly, my palms start to sweat and I become hypersensitive to everything around me. I hear the clanging of dishes in the back kitchen and the steps of every single person walking around me. Ivy Kai puts himself into my view and I shake my head. Yeah, I say, but it comes out as a mere squeak. Are you okay, he asks, and I clear my throat and nod. Of course. Sorry, I was just processing what you said. To be honest, that makes me kind of nervous. Don't be, you're a regular here and everyone loves you. I'm sure the Alpha King will be just as smitten as everyone else is here about your voice. I half smile and look around. I'm welcome here. I can do this. I know. Thank you for reminding me. I pause slightly and then continue. So, what's the plan for tonight? Is anyone else playing? Kai nods and hands me a piece of paper. There's 2 other bands playing in addition to you tonight. I'm sure you recognize them. I look at the paper in my hand and scan the names and I smile. Yeah, of course. Kai walks past me to grab a box of cables. One of them wanted me to ask you if you would help them with a couple songs. I'm pretty sure it's ones you've done for them before, but you can always chat with them later about that. You ready for soundcheck now? I nod. Guess that's my cue, Genevieve says, and she hugs me and heads backstage with her bag. Kai hands me the microphone that he just finished setting up and I step on the stage, feeling that, oh, so familiar sense of belonging. After soundcheck, I head backstage to find Genevieve and to talk to Ciara, the lead singer of one of the other bands playing tonight. As soon as I enter the space, I see them both near the back left of the room on the couches, laughing hysterically. Ciara sees me first, and it warms me to see the huge smile that forms on her face as she rises from the couch and makes her way over to meet me. There she is. How are you, Ivy? She asks as she embraces me in a tight hug. I'm good. How are you and the band? We're great. Super happy that we're playing the same night as you. Ready to rock some songs together, I chuckle. You know it. That's my girl. All right, I'll leave you to get ready, and I'll see you on the stage. We can catch up more later. She winks at me and heads out of the room. I walk over to Genevieve, who has pulled out my outfit and set up her makeup bag on the vanity table that is back alongside the left wall. I grab my outfit and head into the changing room, stripping out of my plain jeans and t-shirt and pulling on some fishnet tights and another set of jeans, black this time with ripped holes, as well as a red, long-sleeved crop top with a deep V neckline. I grab my discarded clothes and head back out, where Genevieve whistles at me. Look at you, hot stuff. I roll my eyes and place my clothes into my bag. Oh, shut up. I say as I sit down and run my fingers through my coppery red hair, trying to decide what to do with it, and Genevieve laughs lightly. You look great, though, seriously, Genevieve says as she starts on my makeup, touching it up from the day and adding smokier black eyeshadow and two-toned red and black winged liner, then lashes and mascara. When I get a moment to pause, I look at her, and it's like she can read my mind. Don't worry about the Alpha King. He's just another pair of eyes. It's nerve-wracking to even think he's going to be watching. He's probably up on the top VIP floor. He might just be here to pick up chicks, you never know. Don't stress. I sigh. I'll try not to. Okay, stop talking. Lipstick, I clamp my mouth shut and let her finish her work, and before I know it, I've got a full mouth of dark red lipstick on and can finally tackle my hair. I section each side and leave out some bangs to frame the sides of my face, and then French braid the sides back into the rest of my hair and leave it down. Genevieve helps me do a slight curl to the front pieces and hairsprays everything in place. All show ready. I'm going to head out. Can't wait to hear you. Thanks for helping me get ready, I say as she starts to pack up her stuff, and I look myself over in the mirror. Anytime. Naki am dead. I laugh. You sound like an encouraging mother, she snickers at my statement. I do, don't I? Regardless, have fun. You need this. Our eyes lock through the reflection of the mirror and I half smile. I know. Me. Nathaniel's POV. As I arrive at Iron Wolf, I sense the change in everyone's demeanor as I walk past and head for the VIP area. Being the future Alpha King sure intimidates people. It's fine, though. I'd rather people feel intimidated than thinking they could take advantage. I'm here at Iron Wolf to let off steam and watch some good bands play, alongside with my beta Tobias. I haven't been anointed king yet, but my parents insisted I choose my beta, and I couldn't think of anyone else I'd rather it be. Tobias has been in my life since we were pups. We trust each other wholeheartedly with no doubts. I would give my life for him, as he would for me. He was the only option. Tobias walks alongside me, eyes scanning the room as we make our way up to the VIP floor and take our seats on near the edge of the balcony. You want your usual, Tobias asks, and I nod as I look down to see the first band setting up. Tobias leaves in the direction of the bar and I glance around wondering if I'll still get a chance to do this once I'm king. Fuck it, I'll make it a priority. This is what I like to do in my free time. I see eyes fall on me from all directions and I sigh. I know the attention comes with the authority and the title, but it really can get on my nerves. As much as I'm complaining, I do take the position seriously. I'm not someone to be taken lightly. My reputation for not taking any type of bullshit clearly has formed people's opinions of me. No matter. I am a stern ruler, but I have a stern ruler, but I have a soul. I'm well respected by those who know me, and any within my pack know that I don't let my emotions rule me. I'm level-headed, smart, and strategic. Here you are, Nate, Tobias states as he hands my drink to me. Bourbon. Neat. Thanks, Tobias, I say before I take a sip, the alcohol tingling as it makes its way down my throat. You heard of any of the bands playing tonight? I ask him and he nods his head. I've only heard of the second one, and I've only heard rumors of the solo act that is at the end. Apparently her voice is heavenly. I guess we will have to see, then I say as I smirk and take another drink as the band starts to play. After the first band finishes their set, I look to Tobias. That band was okay, a little too heavy for my tastes. But I liked the sound, I say to Tobias as we watch the second band set up. I couldn't agree with you more, man. This next one has a decent following here. Should be good. He yells the last few words because the bar loudens with the sound of heavy guitars as they begin their set. I look at the lead singer, a tall blonde-haired she-wolf. The moment she opens her mouth, I'm shocked. The screams and growls that come from her are impressive, especially from a female. I find myself nodding my head to the song, really enjoying it. A few minutes pass, and they pause before going into their second one. Hello all. We want to thank you for coming out tonight to rock with us. Now, for this next song, we have a special guest. You'll be hearing her later this evening, but she's agreed to come up and help us sing a couple of our own songs tonight. Please welcome Ivy. I look to the right of the stage and I see another woman come onto the stage. Black, ripped denim jeans, fishnets, and a bright, bloody red crop top. I'm about to look away, but I hesitate as my wolf, Kiba, stirs in my head. My eyes trail up to her face and her magnificent red hair. I focus on her, trying to catch her scent. When I do, it hits me like a ton of bricks, and I choke on my bourbon. Kiba screams in my head. Her mate. 7, little songbird. Nathaniel's POV. I sit there, shocked as the woman who is my mate walks across the stage and embraces the blonde she-wolf. I study her as much as I can, but considering she's a decent distance away from me, I can't really make much of her aside from her appearance. I turn my head quickly as Tobias clears his throat. You okay, Nate? Shit, I can't hide this from him. That woman down there, with the red hair, I state sternly but quietly. He looks in her direction and nods. What about her? I decide to mind link him for privacy. And she's my mate, Tobias. T, no way, really? She's gorgeous. He pauses for a moment. T, what do you need me to do? And I need to make sure it's her. Can we get her up here after the set? T, I can talk to Kai, get some info and say you'd like to see her. I nod at him and look back to the red-haired beauty as she takes her position on the left side of the stage and the band gets into their song. The anticipation kills me as the song plays through, thinking that I might not hear her voice, but then it finally graces my ears and holy fuck. It shakes me to my core, and I know then. She must be my mate. There's no denying it. Something simple as hearing her sing wouldn't affect me this intensely if she wasn't. I watch her as she perfectly blends in with the band as she sings, clearly comfortable and enjoying herself, her voice powerfully mesmerizing. The crowd is completely enamored with the performance, moving in time with the music and cheering them on loudly. Soon the song is over, and I turn to Tobias and his eyes are wide. Wow, that was perfection. I'm dying to hear what she sounds like on her own later. I don't blame you. I feel the same way, Alpha. I'll go talk to Kai. I nod in agreement and watch him as he heads downstairs. Another song starts and I fixate my eyes on her once again. My little songbird. Ivy's POV. I can't help the huge smile that spreads across my face as I walk off the stage after Ciara's set. The crowd was loving every single moment, and it felt so good to be up on the stage again. I head backstage and grab a bottle of water and take a few sips to coat my dry throat. Sitting down, I bask in the euphoria I'm experiencing, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see Kai enter. I look to him as I take another sip of water. Hey. You sounded great out there, he says as he sits next to me, the couch bending slightly under his weight. Thanks. The crowd was wild. That they were. I'm here to ask you something, though. I turn and face him more, feeling confused and concerned. What is it? Do I even want to know? He wants to see you. I narrow my eyes in confusion. Who? Nathaniel. My eyes widen. What? Why does he want to see me? Kai shrugs at me. His beta came down and said that they liked your performance with Ciara's band and that he wanted to meet you. He stands up from the couch and holds out his hand. Anxiously, I look up at him and take his hand. I can't refuse, can I? Kai chuckles. Probably wouldn't be a good idea. Yeah, probably not. Kai squeezes my hand in reassurance before letting it go. You'll be fine. I take a deep breath and head back out to the main floor of the bar and walk over to the staircase that leads to the VIP area. Another bouncer, Adam, steps aside and lets me pass. As I walk up the steps, my feet feel increasingly heavier and I start to panic, thinking of all the things he could have done to me if I fuck up. He's not Cole. Stop stressing. I try to remind myself that not all alpha wolves are the same. He could be very different from Cole. Who knows? I get to the top of the stairway and I look up to see a man waiting for me. He's tall, with shoulder-length black hair that is braided back. His amber eyes meet with mine as he holds his hand out to me. I'm Tobias. The Alpha King's beta. I take his hand and shake it. The shake is strong but gentle, and I know to be the Alpha King's beta. He must be a respected and powerful wolf. Betas are second in command to alphas and support them in every possible way. They protect their alphas with their lives, and the bond between them and their alpha is unbreakable. What's your name? He asks me as he lets my hand go. I'm Ivy. It's nice to meet you. Ivy. Beautiful name. Please follow me, I nod, and then Tobias walks in front of me and I follow, trying not to be too close in case I bump into him. We walk for only a few minutes, and I notice we're at one of the booths near the back of the VIP area. We approach the booth, and then Tobias moves to the left of me, no longer blocking my view. Holy Mother of God. The power radiating from him makes me gasp slightly, as Nathaniel rises from his seat and comes to stand beside Tobias. I quickly glance at him. He's just as tall as Tobias, but there's no doubt he's an alpha. The telltale muscular body and powerful stance give it away. He has jet black, messy wavy hair that goes just past his ears and striking deep blue eyes like the ocean. In black jeans and a gray, unbuttoned dress shirt, he is a sight. I quickly lower my eyes as to not offend, unsure of his wishes in terms of being shown respect from other wolves. Alpha, this is Ivy. Ivy, this is Alpha. Nathaniel. Tobias introduces me and I raise my eyes again to meet those blue ones, my breath catching slightly. Ivy, I'm Nathaniel. Please come sit. His voice is deep and resonating with power. I feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickle in response. I can't get words out, so I nod and go and sit at the booth. Nathaniel follows suit and sits beside me as Tobias asks me what I would like to drink. I finally find my voice. Water is fine. I still have to do another set, so I need to be hydrated. He smiles. Of course, be right back, he leaves, and then it hits me. I'm alone sitting with the Alpha King. Nathaniel's POV. I look at Ivy as she sits next to me, and it takes a lot of willpower on my end to not reach out to touch or hold her. Kiba is pacing wildly in my head, clearly insanely happy that our mate is in front of us. Now that she's closer, her scent is overpowering and there is no doubt. She's the one that was made for me. I can sense her hesitation as we sit in a short silence. No doubt she has heard somewhat of me. I also wonder if she senses me like I do her, but there is something off about her. I also sense a strength in her, and it's confirmed when she speaks first, but avoids eye contact. How should I address you? I don't want to be disrespectful. I haven't come across many other alphas other than the alpha at my pack, I think to myself. She didn't reference her pack's alpha as her alpha. I wonder if there is some tension there. It's not unusual for some pack members to not see eye to eye with their alpha, but there is still most often a personal reference to an alpha since they are leaders of their communities. Interesting. You can call me Alpha, or just Nathaniel or Nate, whatever you are more comfortable with. Also, I don't play along with that no eye contact bullshit. I like to look at who I'm talking to. My response stirs something in her as she inhales quickly and raises her gaze to look at me, and our eyes connect, longer this time. Hers are an emerald green, which is a stark contrast to her red locks, but somehow they suit her completely. I could get lost in those eyes. I'm brought back from my thoughts as Tobias returns then, placing a water bottle in front of Ivy and another bourbon down on the table for me. She grasps the bottle and twists the cap gracefully and brings it to her lips for a sip. Time for conversation. How long have you been singing for, I ask, and she replaces the cap back on her water. Since I was a young pup. I also play piano. Your voice is something else. It's nothing I've ever heard before. She half smiles and looks down to hide her slight blush. Thank you for the compliment. Kai mentioned he hires you for many performances here at Iron Wolf. Tobias chimes in, and I am thankful he's helping continue the conversation. She looks towards him and nods. Yes, Kai pays me to perform here sometimes. She trails off. I used to perform here often, but due to other responsibilities at my pack, I haven't been able to come here as much as I'd like, although it does add to the anticipation of some who come to hear me. She reaches down to grab her water again. What pack are you from? She pauses and her eyes dart from Tobias and back to me. Ah, I'm from Red Moon. Red Moon? That sounds familiar. I turn to Tobias. Isn't Red Moon one of the packs I'm visiting in a week or so? Tobias looks at me and nods. Yes, Alpha, you're scheduled to go stay there next week to oversee a pack merger and visit. That's right. Thank you. I turn my attention back to Ivy and I notice her posture has stiffened at the mention of me coming to her pack grounds. I can't tell if it's just nervousness because of me, or if it's another reason. I guess I'll have to find out. Ivy checks her watch. I am so sorry to interrupt, but my solo set in about 10 minutes. I should go prepare. I nod at her, stand, and she follows suit. Before you go, I want to let you know I'll be talking to your alpha about hiring you for the mating ball that is coming up. My parents put me in charge or entertainment for the ball and the after-party, and I think you would be an amazing fit. I hope you'll consider it." Her eyes widen and a look of surprise crosses her face before she flashes me a full-blown smile. "Really? I would love to. Thank you for the opportunity, Alpha Nate." My name on her lips. "My pleasure, Ivy. Can't wait to see your solo set. It was nice meeting you." "Likewise, I'll see you at the pack visit then." Definitely, I respond and watch her leave, feeling more content than I have in a very long time. 8. Clumsy. Ivy's POV. It's nearing 2 a.m. and I finished my solo set about an hour ago, and Alpha Nate's eyes never left the stage. I'd glance up at him every now and again, and he was still watching me intently. Did I make that good of an impression? I thought it was the most odd, short conversation of my life, but I was really flattered to have him look into hiring me for the mating ball. It would be a nerve-wracking performance, but I'm totally for it. To Ivy, I turn my head and catch eyes with Genevieve. I shrug. "Sorry, what's up?" "Kane is here to take us home." "You good?" I think for a moment and wonder if Nate is still upstairs. It's weird, but I feel drawn to him. I need to see him before I leave. My mouth is ahead of my mind as I blurt out a huge lie. "Just a couple minutes. I think I forgot something upstairs earlier. You go and wait out front. I'll be out soon." Promise. Evie nods at me and says a quick goodbye to Kai, who turns and pulls my hand out and places money in my palm. I know damn well I didn't leave anything upstairs, but I can't explain it. "You were stellar tonight. Hopefully you can come back sooner this time." Here's hoping. I smile and give him a quick hug and head towards the stairs, tucking my money into my pocket. My heart starts pounding again in anticipation. I climb up them and take a quick glance in the direction that Tobias and Nate were sitting, and I only see Tobias. I take a calming breath and walk over to him. Beta Tobias, he turns and locks eyes with me again and smiles warmly. "Ivy, what brings you back up here?" he questions, and I find myself speechless. I totally made up an excuse to come up here. That wasn't true. What do I do now? Do I lie again? "You're crazy." I clear my throat awkwardly and reply, "I thought I may have left something up here, but it seems I was mistaken. I hope you have a good night, Tobias." "You too, Ivy." "Great set tonight." I flash a smile and go to turn and walk away, and I walk right into a hard chest. I stumble back a little and struggle to catch my balance. A strong hand grasps my shoulder and steadies me. "You okay, Ivy?" That deep voice again. Oh God. I just walked right into the Alpha King. I did say I wanted to see him. I look up to meet his gaze, nodding slightly. "Yes, sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. I didn't hurt you, did I?" The low chuckle I hear rumble from his chest makes my heart flutter. I should be asking you that, he states calmly, and I can't help but chuckle. Well, all things considering, I'm okay. "Good. Are you leaving for the evening?" I nod slightly. "Yes. I came up here thinking I may have forgotten something, but I didn't. I am so sorry from walking into you like that. Normally I'm not so clumsy." He chuckles deeply again. "It's all right, don't worry about it. It's late though, I'll walk you out to your friends." I inhale quickly. "You don't have to do that. I'm sure you've got much better things to do." "Better things than to make sure a beautiful girl like you gets to her car safely?" he questions, and I feel myself blushing. "You really don't have to." Wait, what did he call me? "You're stubborn, aren't you?" he asks, and I nod sheepishly. "Unfortunately, yes, and I'm not ashamed of it. But I will take you up on your offer, Alpha. You're not wrong. It is late." He walks ahead of me towards the back hallway of the upstairs section. He looks back at me. "We can go out here." He then looks to Tobias. "I'll meet you back at the car." Understood. Alpha Tobias rises and walks past us, both waving goodbyes, and I catch a small smirk on his lips as he says bye to Alpha Nate. Ready, I'm brought back to attention, and I nod. "Yes." "Follow me." Then I close the distance between us, and we walk side by side, exiting the back doors and making our way down a larger set of stairs at the back of Iron Wolf that look out to the forest near it. The walk is mostly in silence, until I'm abruptly pushed back against the cold, damp brick wall, Nate's body very obviously close to mine, my hand splayed across his chest in surprise. I go to speak, but he shushes me by putting a finger on my lips. I try my hardest, but in being quiet my mind starts to wander, and I suddenly realize that I still have my hands on his chest, and I gasp slightly and go to rip my hands away. He stops me by grabbing them, and I can't help but notices how warm his grasp is, how comforting it is. He leans down to my ear and whispers, "Rogues in the forest. I think they're passing by." In hearing that one word, my body freezes immediately, and I know he felt the change in me, but I can't do anything about it. If Alpha Nate said anything to me, I didn't hear it. My mind panics and I bite my lip hard to stop from crying out in anguish. "You failed." I completely drown out. After what feels like ages, I feel warm fingers brush my chin to lift my face up, forcing me to look up and meet those sterling blue eyes, and immediately I'm broken out of my frozen state. My breathing steadies, my hearing rushes back in, and Alpha Nate's low voice sounds worried as he looks at me with his concerned face. Eyes narrowed and brow furrowed as he asks me, "Are you okay?" I nod quickly. Yes, I'm okay." "Do they scare you?" he asks, still staring at me with a concerned look on his face. I sigh and nod. "They never used to. I never used to be terrified like this. I used to be stronger." I trail off, but my attention is brought back to Nate cupping my cheek lightly. My heart stammers in response, heat rising to my cheeks. "You're stronger than you know." He drops his hand and looks behind us. They've passed. Seems they had no interest in coming into the populated area. Should be fine to get to your friends now. Thank you, I didn't hear them. I'm glad I wasn't alone. If I still had Sills by my side, then I would have. I swear I see a confused look cross his face, but it's gone as fast as it came. It's not a problem, really. "Let's get you back." He starts to walk again, and I follow closely by his side, seeing Kane and Genevieve waiting by our car. We approach, and both Kane and Genevieve's eyes go wide as they bow and address him. "Alpha King. Sorry we took so long. Had to make sure it was safe to walk her. You're Ivy's friends." Nate questions, and they nod. "That's right. I'm Kane, and this is Genevieve. Thank you for walking Ivy and making sure she was safe, Alpha King." "It's not a problem. The least I could do. I hope you all have a good evening, and from what I'm told, I'll see you all in a couple weeks when I visit your pack. Don't be strangers." Alpha Nate then turns to me. "It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll see you around." I look up at him and nod. "Likewise. Thanks again. Bye." Nate then walks off without another word. I walk up to the car and get in abruptly, Kane and Genevieve getting in the driver's and passenger seats. Genevieve turns around in her seat before Kane starts the car. "Is that why you went back upstairs? What happened? You're all flushed." "Just shut up and drive. I'll tell you later." Genevieve chuckles, and then the car comes to life as Kane starts the engine and pulls away. What in the actual fuck? 9 Rogue. Nathaniel's POV. I can't help but sigh loudly as I enter my bedroom, having just gotten back from the Iron Wolf moments ago. My mind is stuck on how Ivy had said she didn't hear the rogue wolves in the forest. She has a wolf, does she not? I didn't smell anything off about her, but it's very odd that she wouldn't be able to sense any danger near her. The fact that she froze up with the mere mention of a rogue wolf makes me concerned as to what could have happened to her to make her that afraid. Most she-wolves can hold their ground well enough. You must protect her. Ignoring Kiba, I walk into my bathroom and turn the shower on as hot as I can handle before undressing and stepping inside. As I start to wash up from the day, my mind then drifts back to feeling her hands splayed over my chest and her reactions to me backed against that wall. It felt so right having her touch me, and the calmness I felt from her being close was unexplainable. They always say that your mate is your other half, that a mated pair balances each other out. Now that I have felt her close to me, I'd say it's a correct statement. I've sometimes struggled with my alpha blood, and it's taken a hell of a lot of training on my part to keep myself calm-headed in heated situations. I thought that Kiba and I would have lost all sense of control when Ivy encountered us, but it was the complete opposite. I didn't know I could feel such things for another. I want to get to know her, but I have a feeling in my gut that it won't be easy. From our conversation earlier at the bar, I could tell she was reserved in talking to me, and she clearly didn't feel the mate pull like I had. So many questions. Hopefully I'll get some answers to them soon. I exit my bathroom having finished with my shower and head into my closet to grab a pair of loose black sweats and a t-shirt. I'm just pulling my shirt over my head when there is a knock at my door. I grab my towel and begin to dry my hair slightly, waiting to be addressed. Alpha? It's me, Tobias. Come in, I say, tossing the towel on a nearby chair and heading to the mirror hanging on my wall near my closet. I run my hands through my damp hair as Tobias enters. I turn and see him holding a piece of paper. He looks me in the eyes before approaching and handing me the paper. There's been another rogue attack, he states plainly, and I sigh loudly, scanning over the report. 10 casualties, including the Alpha and Luna? Fuck! Tobias shakes his head in disbelief. That's now the 3rd attack this year alone. Not to mention the others that have happened in previous years. Rogues have never been this much of a problem before. I fold the paper in half and walk over to place it on my desk across the room near my bed. I know, something is going on, and we need to get to the bottom of it before more wolves die. Can you organize a pack meeting for tomorrow evening? The pack needs to be vigilant about this. I won't have them be unprepared in case the rogues get some idea to attack here on my lands. Of course, Alpha. I'll get it done straight away. Thank you, T. I'm going to get in contact with my parents and the other Rains. Safe to say this is becoming a problem that needs the full cooperation of everyone. I agree, Nate. From what I've heard, there's been some increase in rogue activity in the other territories, but no attacks yet. Seems like they're only in the northern continent as of now. Just has to be my territory, doesn't it, I say, and I run my hand down my face in frustration. A few days later. Ivy's POV. I haven't been able to get my mind off Alpha Nate. What the hell is wrong with me? Was it because he treated me with respect and didn't look down on me as everyone else in my pack does? Is it because he made me feel like I'm living a normal life for a few minutes, like I was at peace? I scoff as I sit on my bed in my room, seriously wondering if I am going to crazy to still be thinking about another wolf in more capacity than I thought I had, and that he's an alpha to boot. I must really be going nuts. It's the middle of the afternoon, and I finished all my work around the pack fast today, which I am thankful for because now I can have some free time to myself. Neither Cole nor Alaric got on my case today, which I am also thankful for. They're probably busy prepping for the Alpha King's visit next week, and then the mating ball after that. I stand and stretch, hearing my back crack in response, and then proceed to head out of my bedroom and down the hall to my music room that Kane and Genevieve had set up for me in one of the extra bedrooms. My keyboard is in there, as well as my acoustic and electric guitar, some old recording equipment, and some other electronic stuff that is Kane's. I'm not the best at guitar, but I've been practicing. I'll get there. The music room is plain, but it's still one of my favorite places to be in the house. It has light gray walls with some black and blue soundproof padding placed sporadically over, with a large window at the back of the room that looks out into the forested area that surrounds the packlands. The floor is plush white carpet, and there are a couple of navy-colored smaller couches in here for relaxing. I sit down at the keyboard and stretch and crack my fingers before letting them freely splay across the keys. As much as I love my keyboard, I would love to play on an actual acoustic piano in a large venue where the sound could echo for days. Half smiling, I place my fingers in chord positions and begin to play small warm-up chords to get the blood flowing through my fingers. Once I feel I'm ready and warmed up, I go straight into some of my favorite songs, playing them effortlessly. My mind drifts into a peaceful state as I continue to artfully glide my fingers over the keys, the music filling me up and allowing me to break away from what reality is for me here. But those dark, harrowing thoughts return, and I wonder if I'll ever get a reprieve for what is my life. Have I ever told you how much I love when you play? I stop and turn to see Kane standing in the doorway of the music room, smiling at me. I return the smile. You have, but thank you for still saying it. Kane then comes and joins me on the piano bench, sitting on my left side. What's on your mind? Kane asks me, his chestnut brown eyes narrowing in on me with a concerned look. Just the usual. Wondering if life for me will change at all. It's getting harder for me to stay here. I'm tempted to leave. I poke out some short notes on the keys as I wait for his response. And become a rogue. You know that would give Cole another reason to hunt you down. You must stay strong, Ivy. I know it's easier said than done, but please, for Evie and me, just try. I look at him, seeing the evident pain in his face and in his voice at the thought of me leaving. I'm trying. That's the best I can do. That's all you need to do is try. We've got your back, you know that. I nod and place my hands back onto the keys into chord positions. Kane places his left hand up on the keys and looks at me with a stern look. Okay, teach this musically challenged wolf some notes. I smile to myself as I reach over and adjust his fingers into proper position. I play notes with my own left hand and then getting him to mimic it. I chuckle as he mumbles under his breath how his fingers are cramping, but he continues following my lead, all while distracting me from my thoughts. Thank you, my friend. 10 defeated. Ivy's POV. It's too hot. I place my hand above my eyes to shield them from the harsh sunlight that is out in full force today. It's beaming down over me, and I feel the intense warmth on my skin. I'm currently tending to the garden at the Packlands, as it's one of the many duties that Cole has assigned me with. I don't mind it, but some days it can be back-breaking work, like today, especially in this heat. The garden itself is a marvel of beauty, a large open area that has a wide assortment of vegetables, flowers, and fruit trees. There are small greenhouses for different crops and a large shed for storage near the entrance. It's located close to my house too, so I don't have to rush to get where I'm going on days I work here. As much as I enjoy working in the garden, it is right beside the Pack training grounds, so again I feel pangs of hurt when I see the warriors and trainees outside in the field. Thankfully they aren't out today, so I could focus on my tasks here and not wallow in self-pity, at least not at this moment. I pull up the basket I am holding, and I rest it on my hip to stabilize it as I walk towards the shed to deposit the cucumbers and squashes that I just picked. As I move into the shed, I take each item and place them into their respective storage crates until my basket is empty once again. Rinse and repeat. I continue harvesting for a while, getting into my groove until I hear a voice calling my name. Ivy. I stop what I'm doing and turn to see Alaric standing just outside the perimeter of the garden, eyes focused intently on me. Great. I walk over to him, avoiding eye contact at first and placing the basket down by my feet. Beta. Can I help you? My tone of voice is a little snippy, and it doesn't go unnoticed as Alaric steps inside the fenced perimeter and closer to me. Curb that attitude before I'm forced to do something about it. Forced. Yeah, right. You enjoy it, motherfucker. We stand in silence for a short moment as I don't respond. Alaric then continues to speak. You need to come with me. Alpha wants to go over things concerning the Alpha King's pending arrival. Why, I question, and Alaric scowls at me. Because he does. You don't need to question anything, nor do you have the right to. I'm not done here in the garden. You know you can come back afterwards. Enough with the excuses. You are coming with me now. Alaric raises his voice with the last statement, and I sigh and roll my eyes. I'm so tired of this bullshit. Alaric comes up to me, kicking the basket by my feet away from me and getting in my face. I don't waver as he stares me down, not giving a shit about looking him in the eyes anymore. Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you want a beating? He challenges me, and I maintain eye contact and glare at him intensely. I am Ivy Pierce, and did you forget that I could kick your ass anytime I wanted? Not without your wolf, you can't. Then I guess you better hope that I don't get her back anytime soon. We continue our stare down, and Alaric finally caves and steps away. Let's go. Fine, I reply curtly and walk past him quickly, but I'm yanked back roughly by my arm. Alaric twists it in a god-awful angle, and then kicks my right knee and I buckle and hit the ground hard on both my knees. He leans down behind me while continually twisting my arm to the point where I feel it's going to break. I grit my teeth through the pain. Don't you ever do that to me again. Or next time, I will break your arm. He lets go and walks off ahead of me. I stand, holding my arm, rubbing it as I walk behind the asshole to the pack house. You know if I had cells here I would rip your fucking throat out for what you've done to me over the years. When I walk into the pack house behind Alaric, I see Cole and his mate Alora speaking to each other in the main hall. Alora was a beta's daughter from another local pack. Cole and she met when he had visited her pack and she came back here to live at Red Moon by his side as his Luna. She's a raging bitch, and honestly her and Cole deserve each other. I don't know how anyone else could have handled the tornado that is her. She's tall with long, blonde, straight hair, although it's braided back today. To me, she looks like a doll. Fake nails, tan, eyelashes, and God knows what else. Just screams fake bitch. Cole can have her. Speaking of Cole, it's then he looks over and sees us approaching. He kisses Alora and she walks past, shooting me a dirty look as she leaves. I don't like you either, bitch. Ivy. Here we go again. I'm not in the mood to deal with Cole either, but I keep my eyes glued to the floor, having already pushed the boundaries enough for today. I'm surprised Alaric hasn't mentioned our spat that just happened moments earlier, but I'll take it. You asked for me, I say quietly as I stand there, and I'm surprised at what he says next. Yes, Ivy, you can look at me. For now, I raise my head and look at him tentatively, prepared to shoot my eyes down in case it's a trick. He's done that to me before, and the outcome was not pretty. The Alpha King is coming in a few days, as you know. I nod. Time has been flying since the last time I saw him at Iron Wolf, and to be honest, I've been having increased anxiety about him coming here to Red Moon. There is no way that he won't notice what is going on here. Do I say something, or just leave it be? You will be responsible for whatever the Alpha King needs while he is here, but you are in no way to tell him or even hint towards anything that happens in this pack. He is not to know about inner pack workings unless I decide to say something. Is that clear? I nod again, knowing that the consequences of saying anything will be severe for me. Fuck. Also, Cole begins, and I dread what else he's about to say. I wait in anticipation, and needless to say, it's a shock what comes out of his mouth. You're no longer going to be staying in the house with Genevieve and Kane after the Alpha King visits. What? Why, I say out loud, not being able to contain my surprise. They support you too much. They helped you do the cleaning in the new building, did they not? It was impossible for me to finish on my own, I exclaim, feeling anger bubble up under the surface. He's not taking them away from me, no fucking way. You are solely responsible for your tasks that are given. You are not to be assisted. Since they have been helping you, you are no longer to stay with them or be in contact with them. You will be made a small room in the new building, and that is where you will live after next week. You can't be serious. Cole looks at me, clearly enjoying my upset state. Yes, I am serious. It's final. But I go to protest, and he holds his hand up. The matter is settled. You know what is expected of you. Goodbye. I look between Cole and Alaric, and they both seem as if they're ready to break out in laughter. I turn and leave the pack house, feeling angry but defeated. How am I going to survive here without Kane and Genevieve? They're the only people helping me hold it together. As I walk back to the house that will no longer be home soon, a thought pops into my mind, and it doesn't take long for it to take root. I'm leaving Red Moon and never coming back. 11. The plan. Ivy's POV. What in the actual fuck does Cole think he's doing? Genevieve says as she sits down on our gray couch in the living room of our house, well, soon to be their house. I sigh. He knows you guys help me, so he's trying to take away any assistance I may get and replace it with only me getting in trouble if you guys do help. He's trying to continually isolate me from everyone else. I reply as I sit down myself. I'm still in shock mode from the bomb that Cole dropped, and of course I came home and told Kane and Genevieve everything. There's no way I couldn't. They're just as pissed as me and cannot believe that Cole would stoop to this. I swear he's going to get a rude awakening when the Alpha King comes to visit. There is no way that Alpha Nathaniel would look at this pack and say it's running smoothly. It's a fucking shit show here. Kane says in a strained voice, his eyes darting between Genevieve and me. I know he's raging at this new revelation, but I haven't even told them I'm leaving yet. They both continue the conversation, and I tune out slightly, wondering if I should tell them now. I need to plan my escape, and I sure as hell will need their help doing it. I don't think I could pull it off on my own, and if I got caught, I'd be dead. I should tell them now. Get the second wave of shock over with. I train my gaze on the two of them talking, and waves of emotion hit me like a ton of bricks. I won't see them anymore. The two that have had my back all through life and what it is now. I hate to leave them, but after next week, I'll have nothing else to really look forward to. I will be completely isolated, and I don't know if I could push through that. I want to give myself more credit, but my inner strength has dwindled. I'm not the same person I used to be, and I am slowly losing more and more of myself as days go on. which is why I have to leave. I clear my throat and wait for both Kane and Genevieve to look at me. My heart is pounding so fast in my chest as I look at them. Here goes nothing. I'm leaving Red Moon. As expected, their eyes go wide and Genevieve gasps and then shrieks, "You're what?" I'm leaving. I can't live here anymore. Ivy, you can't. Cole will hunt you down. You'll be on the run for the rest of your life. Are you sure you want to put yourself through that? Kane says with his full attention on me. I meet his gaze and shake my head. I don't see any other option. I'd rather be running than stay here and be subjected to whatever else is coming my way. Without Sellers, you'd have a difficult time out there. You know that, right? I hate to say it, but you're pretty much just a human girl without her, Genevieve states with a solemn look on her face. She's not wrong. Having cells would give me a better chance of surviving outside the pack. What do you guys want me to do? I don't think I could handle staying here and not being able to see or talk to you both. You both know I'm barely holding it together at this point. After 6 years of this bullshit, I've reached my limit. My voice shakes with emotion, and I see tears welling up in Genevieve's eyes. Her and Kane look at each other and then back at me. What do you need us to do? Kane says steadily, his face like stone. Help me escape without anyone knowing I'm gone. 2 days later. It's the day before I leave Red Moon for good. Genevieve, Kane, and I decided on me leaving when the Alpha King comes, as everyone will be too distracted with his arrival to notice that I've slipped past the pack boundaries and into the night. The Alpha King is scheduled to arrive tomorrow evening just before dinner, and that's when I'll go. The three of us have been scrambling to get things packed away from me, but we managed. I have a large backpack filled with some food, water, and other essentials, and I've taken all my savings from working at Iron Wolf and other side jobs, so I should be okay money-wise until I can get myself settled far away from here. I thought that I would leave the northern continent, but realized that would take more than what I can do now. So I'll get settled somewhere remote and figure it out from there. The full plan. Do all my chores for the day as usual, to keep up appearances. Attend the meeting before the Alpha King arrives, then walk back to the house. Kane and Genevieve will tell anyone who asks that I went to relax, as I wasn't feeling well. Grab my bag in my room that's close to my unlocked window that faces the entrance to the packlands. Sneak around the pack entrance and head into the forest, with hopefully no one being the wiser. I look at my bag that is packed, placed in its correct spot, and I sigh loudly, nerves making themselves completely known as my heart starts to pound. Can I do this? I say out loud as I stand and exhale deeply and walk out of my room to see Kane and Genevieve near the front door of the house. I only catch the end of the conversation. We will. Thank you. Kane closes the door and him and Genevieve turn to look at me, their faces draining of color. I've rarely seen Kane be affected by something like this, like he's scared. Oh no. What is it? What's wrong? I ask, my voice squeaking with panic. There's a short moment of silence before Genevieve speaks. Our plan isn't going to work. My eyes widen and I state at her, bewildered. We put so much work into it. Why won't it work? Tell me, who was at the door? My heart is pounding out of my chest as I wait for her response. It won't work because she pauses to take a deep breath. Because the Alpha King is coming today, a whole day earlier than planned. Kane adds, Cole is in panic mode as things aren't ready, and he needs the whole pack to get everything prepared, which includes you, if you don't show. You won't be there until the evening though, right? I could still help and slip away. I try to reassure them. Or maybe myself. No, Ivy. He's almost here now, Kane states plainly, and I swear my jaw drops to the floor. Well, fuck. 12 emergency. Ivy's POV. My mind scrambles as I try to process. What the hell am I going to do now? I say out loud, my voice filled with panic, and rightfully so. Kane walks over to me and pulls me into a hug, squeezing me tightly. We will figure it out, Ivy. We just might have to postpone until we get a better opportunity. We part, and I raise my eyes to look at Kane, tears threatening to fall. Will there even be one? I know it's hard to think that you have any chance now, but you've got us. We will figure it out. But for now, we need to go to the pack house and keep appearances up. Okay, he states, and I nod. I take a deep breath to calm myself. Okay. Kane turns and walks to the door where Genevieve is waiting still. I approach them, and we all walk out of the door together and head for the pack house, with me still trying to get over the shock of this new development. Once we arrive at the pack house, Genevieve is pulled away to help with God knows what, and then Alaric approaches Kane and me. He doesn't glance at me, instead talking to Kane directly. Ivy is coming with me. Cole is requesting her for her task. Please go assist the pack warriors in preparing the grounds and security patrols. Kane turns and looks at me, his expression clearly speaking to me, asking if I'll be okay. I nod at him. Go, I'll be fine. He turns and walks away, but not without another glance towards me, his face full of concern. I wonder what my task is. Alaric grabs my arm roughly and pulls me with him. I don't say anything, just follow his lead, and in a matter of seconds, we're in the main foyer of the pack house again, where Cole hit me a while ago. Speaking of, I spy Cole standing to the right of the grand staircase, speaking to a couple pack warriors. Alaric addresses him as we approach. Alpha. I have Ivy. I avert my eyes as usual, until Cole steps towards us and grabs my chin, forcing me to look at him, his amber eyes narrowing in on me. As I told you before, you are going to be the Alpha King's guide. Anything he needs while he is here is your responsibility. If he has any type of problem, it's going to fall on you to solve it. If you can't, then you'll face the consequences. Again, you are to not say a single word of any pack activities to him, unless I have said it's okay. Do you understand? Yes, Alpha. I understand. I keep my reply short. As much as I want to rip out of his grasp, I know when to pick my battles, and this isn't the time. Good, stand here. He will be arriving in 10 minutes. I nod slightly as he releases me, and take my place near him, with Alaric on his other side. As I stand, Alaric barks out orders to anyone else in the pack house, people approaching him left and right. He sends all who approach out on new tasks, and before I know it, it goes quiet. Deathly quiet. He must be here now. I straighten up and brush a strand of hair out of my face. I almost jump when the pack house doors open and large men walk through, their eyes inspecting every inch of the foyer. They're in casual clothes, jeans and dress shirts, which surprises me, but it doesn't make them any less intimidating. After a short moment, Nathaniel walks in, clearly have been given the okay to enter. He takes my breath away again, and I mentally smack myself to focus. He's in casual gray dress pants with a collared black dress shirt. The sleeves are rolled up, showing off his very defined forearms and his tattoos. I'm puzzled that Werewolf royalty member would have tattoos. I'm brought out of my thoughts as he gets closer to where Cole, Alaric and I are standing, and I take a quick breath to steady myself. He may be drop-dead handsome, but he's also got the power to do anything, not to mention he could enforce it himself. There's been some stories of interactions he's had with other packs, and it makes me worried for Red Moon, even though I want to leave. Cole steps ahead and bows his head to Nathaniel. Alpha Prince Nathaniel, welcome to Red Moon. He raises his gaze and Nathaniel holds his hand out and they shake, and I can't help but notice Nathaniel squeeze Cole's hand harder, clearly exerting his dominance over him. And like the weak alpha he is, Cole doesn't reciprocate. Cole clears his throat as his hand is released. This is my beta, Alaric Eston, and this as he goes to introduce me, but Nathaniel beats him to it, his deep silky voice saying my name loudly. Ivy, we've met. Glad to see you again. Cole turns his head slightly to gaze back at me with anger. Oh shit. I didn't tell Cole that Nathaniel knew of me already. Nathaniel's POV. I don't miss the angry gaze that this weak alpha gives Ivy when I say her name. The surprise in her own eyes makes my senses heighten as I can feel her unease. I was right. There is conflict with her and Cole, and it makes me wonder what else I'm sure to find while I am here. The pack itself looked fine from the view of my car, but I could tell that they were frenzied in knowing my arrival was coming earlier than planned. I do this to every pack I visit, as I want to see how they handle pressure. It's a pass, but there's still something I feel like I'm missing, and it won't be long until I figure it out. We will see if this alpha and his pack are okay for a pack merger. I take a moment to look at Ivy. She looks beautiful with her coppery waves pulled away from her face. The black jean caprice and pale blue tank top she's wearing accentuates her body perfectly, and Kiba purrs in response in my head. I bring my attention back to Cole as he's composed himself again. Ivy here is a pack representative, one of my best. She will accompany you while you're here and show you around. If you have any questions, please address them to her and she will answer what she can. If you require anything from me, my mansion is right beside our pack house to the left. He pauses, trying to gauge my reaction, but I don't give him one. He continues. There is a large BBQ set up outside in our training grounds for your first meal here tonight. I hope you have an enjoyable stay here at Red Moon, and please don't hesitate to find Alaric or myself if you need anything further. Him and his beta then turn and walk away from me, heading upstairs in their pack house. I raise my brow, a bit confused and irritated that they've just left. Were they not taught how to address royalty in our culture? Clearly not. Not only did they not wait until I addressed them, then didn't kneel for respect, and sure as hell aren't supposed to leave before I do. My frustration wanes as Ivy approaches me and lowers her head and kneels, the proper way to address me. Well, what do you know? At least someone knows, and the kicker. It's my mate who will have people addressing her the same way in the future. I feel my heart quicken in response to those thoughts. Alpha. Welcome. It takes a good amount of restraint to not reach out to her. You can rise, Ivy. Thank you for addressing me. She looks up at me as she rises to her feet, her green eyes mesmerizing me yet again. This girl is clearly going to be the death of me someday. Is there anything you would prefer to do before dinner? Alpha Nathaniel, she questions, and I smile at her, hearing her heart pick up as well. I would love a tour of the pack lands if you don't mind. She half smiles in return. Of course. Follow me please. She walks past me, and I turn to follow, all while mind-linking all of my pack who are here. Do a sweep of the grounds, talk to the pack members and get to know this pack inside and out. Link me with any findings. I get multiple yes. Alphas resounding in my mind, and I follow my little songbird out the main pack house doors, happy to get some time alone with her. I need to know why she doesn't like it here. I need to make her happier. 13. Getting to know you. Ivy's POV. My heart pounds as I walk out of the pack house with Nathaniel in tow. I turn as I reach the ground from the steps, but I'm not expecting him to be right there. I bump into him slightly, and I stumble back. He reaches out and grabs my arm to steady me, and as I look at him, I feel my heart flutter. Sorry, I didn't think you'd be right behind me, I managed to say without my voice giving away my current flustered state. He laughs as he releases my arm. I shouldn't have been following so close his voice. How is it so deep and luscious? It's insanely alluring. There's a short moment of silence, us just staring into each other's eyes, but then I remember we're outside and people can probably see us. I quickly clear my throat and turn away from him, breaking the trance that I was in. I need to get back into what I'm supposed to be doing. I sigh, mentally. This is going to be harder than I thought. But why? Nathaniel's POV. I can tell she's reacting towards me, but I'm still confused as to why she hasn't realized I'm her mate yet. Ivy is a puzzle I'm just going to have to solve, I guess. Is there anywhere specific you'd like to see first, she asks with her back to me. Show me your favorite place, I speak quietly, and she turns to face me again, her cheeks flushed pink. You want to see my favorite place, the surprise in her voice clearly evident. I nod. You're my guide, I'd love to see where you like to spend your time when you're here. Okay, I have 2, I'll show you, and I'll tell you other places as we pass. Sounds perfect to me. After you, she smiles as she starts to walk, and I follow closely behind. We walk past multiple buildings in which she describes in detail, and then I see her stiffen slightly as some other pack members walk past us. I notice she looks away from them, and I realize why, as the looks that are sent her way are of complete disgust. What happened here that she's treated so poorly from what it seems like her whole pack? This all feels so odd to me, and what really gets me is that the pack continues to treat her like this even in my presence. We continue to walk, what she describes to me as the training grounds, which Cole had said is where dinner will be this evening. She stops and stares silently into the open field where there are some pack members setting up for dinner. The sun is only starting to set, but the orange glow washes over her in her place, and she's breathtaking. I stand beside her. There's a moment of silence, and then she finally speaks. This was my favorite place to be until a while ago. I guess it still is a favorite, although I don't get to come here often. Why don't you, I ask, trying to understand why she has such sadness in her voice and on her face, but she shakes her head. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I should have just continued on. She turns to face me and smiles, but I know it's fake. She's forcing it. Keep going, she says as she turns and walks again. I follow behind, completely perplexed as to what just happened. I'm irritated at how confused I am, but I push it down. It will come out eventually. Ivy continues to show me multiple areas of the lands. We go by the pack garden, which looks magnificent. Ivy told me that she takes care of it mostly, and I can see why. It's a peaceful place, and it looks like no one in the pack comes back this way, unless absolutely necessary. We haven't passed many other pack members in the short time we've been walking around. Finally, she stops near one of the houses near the entrance to the lands that I drove in on. It's smaller than most of the other houses we've passed, but it's still got a lot of charm and it's well maintained. Flowers are blooming in planters out from of the door as we get closer. My second favorite place is in my house, actually. I didn't think that it's not a part of the pack per se. We don't have to go in. I'd love to see it, please, I say before I think, and her eyes widen in surprise. I try to recover. Only if you're comfortable. It's your home. I hope we get to see Mate's house, Kiba chimes in my thoughts, and I find myself hoping so as well. Ivy looks away, clearly contemplating her answer, and then she looks at me, her green eyes almost glittering with the sun's setting rays. Okay, come on in. She walks up to the door and opens it, and I follow her inside. The interior of the house is well maintained, clean and very homely. Hardwood flooring, muted floral paint colors on the walls in greens, yellows and pale whites. I remove my shoes out of respect after she takes off hers, and she leads me down a long hallway to a door painted with vines and flowers. This is my studio where I practice. If I'm not doing my duties in the pack, this is where I am. Her mood seems lighter, and when the door opens to all her equipment and instruments, her demeanor completely changes. She walks over to her keyboard and plucks out a few notes, the telltale tinging echoing slightly as I approach her. I can see why this would be a favorite place. It's like a little oasis in here. She smiles at me and chuckles a little. Yes, it is kind of like my little oasis. A place where I can escape my troubles. Although it won't be after your visit. She looks me straight in the eyes, her eyes showing panic. What do you mean it won't be after my visit? I question, and she shakes her head. Just forget I said that. I get closer to her. Ivy, what is it? You've been tense this entire tour, and now what you've just said is making me question that there is something going on here. Something that is the Alpha King that the first should know about. My tone is stern, but she doesn't take offense. She just glances to the side. I can't say. I'm sorry. Please don't force me. Her voice wavers, and I wince at her pain. As much as I want to, as much as I need to know what the hell is happening. I restrain myself. I want her to tell me willingly. I'd never force you, but it's clear there is an issue that is affecting you. Please know that I can help you. It's my job as the future king to notice these things at packs in my lands. You can tell me anything. It will be in confidence. She still doesn't look at me, but her voice is quiet when she says, I wish I could tell you, but right now I can't. What the hell is going on? 14 connection. Ivy's POV. I wanted to tell him everything. But I couldn't. The emotion that splayed across his face when I asked him to not force me to tell him made me want to cry. He seemed really hurt by my rejection of information. I knew that he wouldn't be the type of man that could be fooled easily, but he even exceeded my expectations by catching on to something within a mere half an hour of being alone with me. Oh, how I wish I could say something. I sigh as I look around the pack training area where the BBQ dinner is in full swing, as I lean on one of the fences near the perimeter, looking in. Nathaniel and I had walked back in silence after the moment at my house in my music room. We didn't have anything else to say to each other, it seems. He had thanked me for taking him around and then had gone to go talk to Tobias and a few other members of his guard before starting to mingle with the rest of the pack members here, and I was alone yet again. I continue to look at everyone mingling, laughing and enjoying themselves near the bonfire, and the oh-so-familiar pang of jealousy rages through me. Why does everyone else get to live their lives how they want, and I'm subjected to this? Always watching, never included. I know if I were to step foot in there that all I would get would be dirty looks and whispers behind my back. My stomach grumbles as I see people eating, and I make a mental note to make myself something once this is over. I close my eyes and tilt my head up towards the sky, wishing for the moon goddess to end my suffering. Someone clears their throat near me, and I snap my eyes open and quickly look to my right, and my heart leaps into my throat. It's Nathaniel, with a plate of food in each hand. He extends one out to me and my mouth waters. "Hungry?" he asks in his low voice, and I nod, taking his offering of food and balancing the plate on the top of the fence. "Thank you. You didn't have to," I state as he stands closer to me and sets his plate down exactly like I have mine. "I noticed you weren't coming to eat, so I brought it to you." I would have just made myself something later, but I appreciate it. He doesn't ask why. He just looks at me, half smiling, seeming happy that there's food in front of me. I take a mouthful and my hunger pains start to fade. Nathaniel eats as well, and we continue like that in silence for a few moments until he speaks again. It's hard to believe that I might not experience too many moments like this again. I turn to look at him, noticing he's gazing at the now star-filled sky, the orange flames of the large bonfire illuminating his face slightly. My God, he's handsome. His tousled black hair, chiseled jaw, and those lips. "Stop, Ivy." I pull myself back and quickly ask, "Why wouldn't you get to do things like this again? Is it because you'll be king soon?" He turns and faces me and nods. "When I become king, my time is going to be less and less for myself. I know it's part of the job, but it's not one I'm looking forward to." He's opening up to me. Why? I can understand that. It's like your life just becomes something completely new and not necessarily what you want. His eyes slightly widen at my response, before he says, "Yes. I find myself wondering sometimes if I am ready to do this, but I know I have to be for my people." I place my now empty plate on the grass before standing up again. "You shouldn't worry too much about it. You seem like you've got a handle on things. From what I've heard, you're a good leader to your pack, so I am confident you'll be a great king too." He half smiles and chuckles lightly. "Thank you, Ivy. I appreciate the kind words." "Anytime." Nathaniel's POV. It was hard to leave her after our conversation, but I had to attend to other things, as Tobias' mind linked me with some information. I'm walking towards my town car to meet him, and my mind wanders. There is something off about this pack, and not just their treatment of Ivy. In my mere hours here, I've noticed that the pack members seem to be on edge, constantly watching over their shoulders, as if they have to watch their behavior. I'm sure Cole had told them to be on their best behavior for me, but this is something completely apart from that. These pack members don't act like a community at all. It's so strange. They try their hardest, but anyone external to this pack would see exactly what I'm seeing. Why the hell is this pack like this? I shake my head as I see Tobias waiting by the car. "What did you find out?" I ask quietly as I approach him. He continues through MindLink. "The new building we're staying in? It was built in only 4 weeks. And 4. Are you sure?" Yes. I overheard the Beta Alaric speaking about it to a guard earlier tonight. And so these people were worked to the bone to complete it. It seems that way, yes. Something isn't right here. I don't think a pack merger is smart here. I know it's your decision ultimately, but I have a bad feeling about this place. And I appreciate your opinion, you know that. I feel the same way as you. Something is wrong here. I was hoping to get some information out of Ivy, but she's just as tight-lipped as the other members here. Something's off surrounding her too. Cole is awfully weary of her and her actions. And they don't like each other, that's for sure. Anyways, keep your ears to the ground and let me know of anything else you find out. I'm going to retire for the night. You got it, Alpha. Have a good night. And thank you, Tobias. You too. Don't party too hard. He laughs out loud. Never he walks past and places his hand on my shoulder and squeezes lightly before walking off. I turn my attention to the building that houses my room for the week and make my way there. My keycard clicks into the door, and I open it. My bags were already brought in here when I arrived, and I notice them sitting on the made bed. I decide to unpack, then shower and retire for the evening. Once my items are where I'd like them, I go into the bathroom. I don't see any towels, so I go check the 2 closets in the room. Nothing. I see a phone on the small desk near the bed and decide to call the programmed number. After a couple of rings, a very familiar voice answers it with a hello. Ivy's POV. Hello, I answer the phone politely, as I'm unsure which guest this could be. Ivy. I could never miss that voice. Alpha Nathaniel. Why are you answering the phone? Oh, I am in charge of guest services in the new building. Is there something you need? I was going to shower before going to bed, but there aren't any towels in my suite. Oh, fuck. I forgot towels. I put my head in my opposite hand and internally smack myself. I am so sorry for that. I'll be right over with some. Be there shortly. Thanks, Ivy. See you soon. Click. I shoot up from the couch in my house, throw my hair up into a messy bun and head out the door. I get to the new building as quickly as I can and go to the storage room on the main floor, grabbing 4 gray towels and hopping into the elevator. The oh-so-familiar ding hits on the 10th floor, and I make my way to the last door. I sigh and I look down. I forgot to change out of my sweatpants. Good one, Ivy. Could this be any more embarrassing? No going back now. I bite my lip and knock on the door. A few seconds pass and it opens to reveal Nathaniel, in a black muscle shirt, his full tattoos and muscular upper body mostly on display. God damn. Ivy. That was quick. Come on, and I walk past and immediately head into the bathroom and put the towels onto the rack. I turn to rush back out so he doesn't have a change to judge my clothes, and I don't get far. I slam right into Nathaniel, yet again. He grasps my shoulders to steady me. I can't believe I've done this so many times, twice today. You okay? I can hear he's trying not to laugh at me. I try to calm my racing heart, but I'm unsuccessful, and I nod. Yes, I am so sorry. I keep bumping into you like that. He laughs. If you weren't in such a rush to get out of here, you probably wouldn't have. Great. He's calling me out. I laugh sheepishly. Sorry, I just didn't want to take up much more of your time. I already messed up with the towels, so I trail off as his hands clasp over mine, that I just now realize I've placed on his chest yet again. His hands are warm, and I can't stop the slight gasp that escapes me as he drops my hands and cups my face, his eyes burning into mine, and I can't look away. His blue eyes are like ocean waters, and my God, they're mesmerizing. We stand like that for a few moments, and then he backs away with a frustrated sigh. He grabs my hands again and places a light kiss on each of my palms. Thank you for taking care of this for me, Ivy. I clear my throat and reply. Not a problem, Alpha. I sure as hell don't want to leave now. 15 Confusion and torment. Ivy's POV. It's now been a few days since Alpha Nathaniel arrived, and thankfully it's been quiet. Alaric and Cole haven't even been bugging me as much as they usually do, and I really only have Nathaniel to thank for that. His presence has lessened a lot of my daily torment. I don't know what I'm doing concerning my escape. My bag is still packed and sitting by the window, but honestly, I don't think I'm going to be leaving anytime soon. Everyone is on high alert, so there is no way that I would make it out unnoticed. The tension is thick, since Alpha Nathaniel is so stone-faced about what he's thinking. He is to let Cole and the pack know if he is approving the merger by the end of his visit. No one has any idea of what he's heard or seen, and if he has heard or seen anything, he's doing a hell of a job keeping his poker face intact. I sigh loudly as I roll over in my bed. Even I'm confused and in the dark. I've been trying to not think of it, but the way that Nathaniel interacts with me is so different from how he is with others. It's not hard to notice that he's attempting to keep a safe distance from me and slipping up like he did when I delivered the towels to him. I did end up leaving afterwards, but I saw the pain in his face when I said goodbye. There's a clear attraction between us, but I don't know if it's something that he wants to pursue. He's a future king. What the hell would he want with a lowly, wolfless girl like me? I snap out of it as Evie enters my room. I sit up and look at her worried face. Cole wants to see you. I guess I spoke too soon. I exhale deeply as I stand waiting in the garden. I know exactly why he wants to meet me here. Hardly anyone comes by here, and I'm sure he doesn't expect Nathaniel to be here either. I hear footsteps behind me, and I turn quickly and glance to the ground. I stay quiet. My instincts are telling me this isn't going to bode well for me. And I'm right. Cole grabs me roughly by my shirt and then wraps his hand around my neck. I look up then, his eyes full of anger. My heart picks up pace and beats wildly. What did you tell him? What? I didn't say anything to him. Nothing at all. I did what you said. My voice shakes slightly, but I keep myself composed. He didn't approve the pack merger. You had one job, he screams in my face, and I wince as he roughly shoves me back. I stumble. He didn't, I question, and I am secretly relieved. No other pack deserves to have him as their alpha. No, he didn't, based on the grounds that my pack fears me and isn't a community. I can't help myself and I chuckle slightly. Cole's eyes widen and he looks at me with fury. What the fuck is so funny? I stand tall, knowing full well I'm going to regret this. You are. It's a joke that you think that Alpha Nathaniel would even consider a pack merger with how you run this pack. He clearly sees through the pathetic facade you've been trying so hard to maintain and knows exactly what kind of alpha you are. He glares at me, asking, "And what kind of alpha am I?" I scoff. A fucking shit one. It's then he lunges at me. Nathaniel's POV. Well, Alpha Cole did not like that I came to my decision regarding the pack merger only 3 days into my visit. He took the news exactly how I thought he would, with a stone expression that showed all of his displeasure. There is no way that I would give him control over another full pack. Absolutely not. I can't even call this a pack. Whatever the hell goes on here is just insanity, and I would be just as insane to allow more wolves to be under his rule here. He may not like it, but my voice is absolute. You've been keeping your distance from her, Tobias says quietly, and I sigh, still frustrated at myself. We're out walking the pack boundaries, discussing the events that have transpired, and of course Ivy is one of them. Yes, I can't control myself around her, but this is torture as well. Just think of when you won't have to tiptoe around her. Oh, believe me, that's all that is keeping me sane. Suddenly, I pick up on raised voices coming from near Ivy's house. I stop and listen. Tobias must hear it too as he goes quiet and looks at me. We both turn and head towards the sounds. We get closer and I recognize Cole's agitated voice, and then I recognize Ivy's. As we approach, Tobias pulls me behind the big tree that is just outside the garden perimeter. Keeping our distance, we listen. I hear Ivy laugh. Cole asks her what's funny, and then what comes out of her mouth next has me almost cheering. You are. It's a joke that you think that Alpha Nathaniel would even consider a pack merger with how you run this pack. He clearly sees through the pathetic facade you've been trying so hard to maintain and knows exactly what kind of alpha you are. Do it. Ask her. I want to hear what she says. I smirk as he does exactly what a weak alpha would do to a she-wolf who is threatening his masculinity. And what kind of alpha am I? A fucking shit one. He lunges at her, and before I know it, Tobias is pulling me back. Just watch. I know it's hard. I'm recording it. He tells me via mind link. I watch her dodge his advances, getting a couple of hits in, and I instantly know she's a fighter. I can't help but feel pride in her defending herself, but my pride turns into worry when I see her fatiguing only after a mere few minutes of dodging him. She shouldn't be tired already. She's a wolf. My mate. I growl low as Cole gets his hands on her and wrenches her arms behind her back, pushing her to the ground on her knees. He kicks her back, and she rolls onto her stomach, pulling her knees in to protect herself from any further kicks. I hear her cry out as his foot connects with her face, and it takes everything in me to not rush over to her, to defend her from this piece of shit. Cole stands over her, his voice still raised with anger. You may think I'm a shit alpha, but at the end of the day I am an alpha. You are nothing to me, to this pack. I own you for what you did, and lucky for me you keep fighting. It only makes it more of a fun game. He spits at her, and then brushes himself off and walks away, leaving Ivy writhing in pain from her injuries in the middle of the garden. We will kill him, Kiba roars in my head, and I can't help but agree. This fucker is going to hurt for what he's done. I watch as Ivy pulls herself up onto her knees and the pain in her face is clearly evident. Her shoulders shudder and I know she's holding back her tears, trying to keep her composure. She wipes her face, exhales and stands, taking a few steps to test her balance. She winces as she tries to walk and I growl low again. But it must not have been low enough, as her eyes shoot up and connect with mine. Oh shit. 16 Aftermath. Ivy's POV. My heart beats wildly in my chest as my eyes meet his. He saw the whole damn thing. Or at least I think he did. I don't want to have to explain what the hell just happened. Not after I just got my ass kicked in front of him. That's what you're worried about? I stand there, frozen just looking at him. What the hell do I do? I don't get to choose, as Nathaniel and Tobias both make their way over to me. I don't even bother running away, not like I could anyway. They've got their wolves, I don't. Obviously, Nathaniel gets to me first, and I watch as his eyes scan over me, clearly checking me over to see if I'm okay. Before he can speak, I do. I'm okay, my voice comes out barely a whisper, the embarrassment and anxiety taking over. Ivy, what happened? Tobias speaks, drawing my attention to him. His eyes are soft and full of worry. I try to shift my weight and stumble, and both Tobias and Nathaniel grab a hold of each of my arms to steady me. I hear an exasperated sigh come from Nathaniel, and it's just too much. Just don't worry about it. I'm fine, I'll be fine once I get home. Let us help you, Nathaniel speaks then, and I turn slightly to look at him. No, you've helped enough. If you haven't noticed, I'm the community punching bag around here. Anytime someone is pissed or isn't pleased with my duties or chores, well, you saw what happens. I won't say any more. This isn't okay, Ivy. No alpha should be abusing his pack members, Tobias states, and it takes everything in me to not roll my eyes. I'm well aware of that, Tobias, but that doesn't stop it from happening. I'm not considered part of the pack, so no one cares. Why? It's an abrupt question from Nathaniel as he moves to stand in front of me. I want to know why you're treated like this. I'm not talking about it. It's not worth a damn thing to try and explain myself. Both of you will just see things as everyone else does, and I don't think I could handle that. Tears brim in my eyes, and I clear my throat to keep them from falling. Please, just help me get home. I don't want to get into this. Tobias and Nathaniel look at each other, clearly torn on whether to accommodate my request. I sigh and start to walk, wobbling as I go, and it's only seconds before either of them is by my side, helping me walk home. The short walk is done in complete silence, and soon enough we're at the door. Nathaniel knocks on it loudly and Genevieve opens the door, and her shocked expression says it all. Come on, just set her on the couch, I'll look her over. Nathaniel then picks me up bridal style, keeping me close to his chest as he carries me. I look up at him and whisper, "You don't have to do this." He looks down at me as he places me onto the couch and leans into my ear. Yes, I do. He quickly moves aside as Evie comes out with her first aid bag and sits beside me on the couch. I see Kane standing in the hallway as Evie turns my face to inspect where Cole kicked me. His blank expression worries me, as I know he's clearly raging inside. He's seen this too many times. What happened? Genevieve questions and Nathaniel speaks for me. Her and Cole argued, then Cole attacked her, kicked her to the ground and kept going. Got her face pretty good. I can hear the anger and strain in his voice. The look Genevieve gives me makes me shake my head. She continues to look me over, her hands pushing and poking and inspecting. I'm not telling him. There's no telling what he would do and what that would lead to for me. There's nothing good that will come out of it. I wince as she pushes onto my side and I grit my teeth. Possible broken rib. Your face should be okay, same with everything else. Just badly bruised mostly. I'll get you bandaged up and then you're resting until you're healed. Cole can eat shit, I chuckle, and then regret it as searing pain shoots up my side and I groan. Genevieve stands and faces Nathaniel and Tobias. Thank you for bringing her back. Could you please go outside with Kane while I bandage her? I look at Nathaniel then, and his pained face makes me want to reach out to him, but I don't. Of course. Please let us know if you need any additional help. I will. Genevieve leaves then to get the bandages and I see Kane walk over and escort the men out the front door. I sigh and lean my head back on the couch. Nathaniel's POV. I try to keep calm as I walk outside of the house with Cain and Tobias. Kiba is pacing in my mind, infuriated that I allowed our mate to get hurt. "Thank you for taking care of her," Cain says, and I look up to meet his gaze. "This isn't new, is it?" I ask, and he shakes his head and sighs, his shoulders sagging in defeat. "No, it isn't. Evie is fixing her up at least every other week. She doesn't heal as fast as the rest of us, so it takes a bit more TLC for her to get back on her feet." I tilt my head in confusion as his reply and his eyes widen. "Sorry. There's a lot of things you don't know. It's hard to keep track of who knows things and who doesn't. But I'm also ready to rip Cole's head off, so that's probably contributing to me telling you all of this." "Why doesn't she heal?" Tobias asks, and Cain's answer makes me even more angry. "Her wolf is suppressed. She has no abilities, senses. I don't know if you noticed the bangles on her wrists," I nod, now realizing that they are more than what I ever thought they were. "She's bound with silver, has been for 6 years. Her wolf is pretty much non-existent at this point." "Who bound her?" I ask through gritted teeth. He locks eyes with me. "Who do you think?" 17, needing more answers. Nathaniel's POV. I pace around my room at the visitor building while Tobias is sitting on the small couch in here. I could hardly sleep the night before, and I called Tobias into my room to discuss things since my mind is racing and it's taking a lot of my willpower to not just go over to Cole's office, raging at what happened the night previous with Ivy. She's bound with silver. That's such an ancient punishment. It's also pretty much illegal. No packs have used that punishment since the war with the witch covens generations ago, I state, and he gives me a solemn look. The question is, what did she do for Cole to apply that punishment to her? I looked into our records and there isn't a report of anything severe from this pack. A few thefts and other small petty shit, but nothing that even comes close to needing to bind a wolf with silver to suppress them. I'm wondering the same thing. But we know Cole won't admit it, and as the things look now, Ivy won't either. We might be able to get it out of Cain or Genevieve, but I don't want to break her trust like that. I roll my head side to side, trying to release the tension I am holding. Who thought having a mate would be this stressful? I've got to get her alone somehow and get her to trust and open up to me. I pace more and try to think of how I can get her alone without Cole being aware. I don't know how much time passes, but I stop dead in my tracks as Tobias shoots up from the couch. What I question, the eerie smile forming on his face making me slightly uncomfortable. "You said this year that the mating ball retreat wasn't going to happen, right?" I shrug. "Well, yeah, there wasn't much interest in it this year due to the drama that happened last year with those who were invited. Obviously she's your mate, but no one else has to know that." "What the hell are you saying, Tobias?" I question, not fully grasping his plan. "Keep the retreat on. Since you're Ivy's mate, she won't have another one at the ball. That way she can be invited and go to the retreat and be away from Red Moon and Cole for 2 weeks. With you." It's then that I smile. "What in the hell would I do without you?" Tobias laughs. "I honestly don't know. It's a good plan. I'll have a better chance of getting her alone and building up trust with her when she doesn't have to look over her shoulder." "Precisely. Let's just hope that nothing interferes with her getting to the mating ball," Tobias says as he walks to my door. I follow behind him. I've got that covered already. I talked to my mother and she wasn't opposed to Ivy performing at the mating ball, so she will technically be a hired staff member. So I'll just have to remind Cole of that before I leave. Tobias laughs again, twisting the door handle. "Well, there you go. Seems like some things are falling into place now." "Yes, thank you, my friend. Talk to you tomorrow." He nods and walks out, the door closing with a small click. Ivy's POV. I'm so angry with myself. Why did I have to push Cole? Why do I keep doing it? Why can't I keep my head down and just survive? It's not in your nature. I groan as I roll over in bed, the dull ache in my side protesting at the movement. I still can't believe that Nathaniel saw the whole thing and hasn't made a spectacle of Cole. It's been eerily quiet, but also, I've been in bed, so I can't really say that it's been quiet all over the pack. It's just been quiet for me. With my side still protesting, I push myself up into a sitting position and see the state that is my hair in the full-length mirror across the room. Dear God. There's a small knock at my door, and then Evie walks in with a small tray of breakfast food. I smile at her. How are you feeling this morning? Better. That's good. Here's some food. She places the tray down near me on my bed and then sits beside me, reaching up to turn my face from side to side to examine it. It's not that bad today. Bruising definitely there, but the swelling went down, so that's good. There's a small moment of silence and I take her hand and squeeze it gently. You can tell me what's on your mind. I won't be offended. She looks at me sternly, clearly debating on whether to say anything. You could have told Nathaniel everything. Then he would have done something about it. I sigh. I honestly don't know if he would have done anything about it. I don't know him enough to be comfortable revealing everything to him. Who knows? He could have taken it either way, and I wasn't willing to risk it. I can understand that, Ivy. I just want this to end for you, and end well. She leans in and hugs me. You're so strong. It amazes me every day that you get up and keep going. I know it's been hard for you over the past year or so, but I just want you to know that your effort and strength isn't going unnoticed. You've got that right, Evie Kane states as he walks in and stands near us. You are one of the toughest she-wolves I know, Ivy. Don't let that asshat of an alpha get to you. One day you'll kick his ass, and it will feel so good. And I'll be cheering from the sidelines. I half smile. You guys are too good to me. You deserve friendship. Anyone who says otherwise is an idiot, Kane says as he heads back towards the door. I'm glad you're okay, though. Tobias and Nathaniel seemed pretty angry and worried about you. I'm sure they would like to see that you're okay. I sigh, contemplating if I want to go see them, but I know I should, at least to say thank you. I guess I'll eat my breakfast and then head over. Sounds like a good plan for the day, Evie states, and her and Kane smile as they leave me to eat. 18 Rest up, little songbird. Ivy's POV. My heart pounds as I walk out of the elevator, my shoes scuffling the carpeted hallway as I make my way down to Alpha Nathaniel's room. I really debated coming over here still looking battered and bruised, but as Kane and Evie said, I really should say thank you to them for looking after me and making sure I got home all right after Cole's beating. I get to the end of the hallway and I stand and stare blankly at the door. A few moments pass while I try to contemplate what I could possibly say to Nathaniel. Hey, thanks for saving my ass. Good Lord, I can't do this. It's embarrassing enough that I did get my ass beat with him watching, but now I've got to relive it again. I shake my head. With my fear getting the best of me, I go to turn away from the door and walk away, but I stop as the door opens suddenly and I'm face to face with Nathaniel in all his blue-eyed glory. He's in a black t-shirt and blue distressed jeans, his hair damp and slightly falling in his face. We stare at each other for a few moments before he asks, Ivy, would you like to come in? I nod sheepishly, and he steps aside, and I walk past into his room. I hear the door shut quietly behind me, and I turn back to face him again. He approaches me slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. I go to speak, but I'm silenced as he reaches up to caress my face, running his thumb under my right eye. Does it hurt? He asks, and it's hard to not notice the twinge of emotion in his voice. I shake my head. It's okay, just tender with the bruising. I wish that this didn't happen to you, he says as he lowers his hand, and I catch myself missing the warmth of his hand. I'm used to it, I say, and his face tenses and he frowns. You shouldn't be. I came by to say thank you for helping me. As much as I didn't want you to witness how I'm treated, I'm glad it was you and Tobias who came to my aid. You don't need to thank me, he states, and I shake my head. Yes, I do. You helped me even though I am a complete stranger. You had no obligation, and I'm thankful. Suddenly, his phone rings and he glances at me. Go ahead, answer. I'm okay, he half smiles as he looks at the number and answers on speaker. He says hello, and then a melodious female voice speaks back. Nathaniel, my son. How is your visit going at Red Moon? Oh my God, it's his mom. The Queen. I go to head towards the door, but Nathaniel quickly blocks my path with his huge body and shakes his head as he responds to his mother. Hello, Mother, my visit is going well. I'm sure by now you've heard of my decision regarding the merger, I take it. Yes, I just heard. I just want to make sure that you're confident in your decision so early. I am Mother. I've got one of the pack members here. Her name is Ivy. I spoke to you about her performing for the mating ball. She's the vocalist I saw at Iron Wolf. My eyes go wide, and I manage to say at a decent volume for her to hear, "Hello, Your Majesty." "Oh, Ivy, yes. Nathaniel told me all about how wonderful your singing voice is. Are you willing to come perform a few songs for me and my husband? We would love to hear you before the mating ball." Nathaniel smirks at me as I feel the blood rising to my cheeks, and of course I stutter in my response. Of course. As long as the alpha of my pack okays it, I should be able to come to see you and the king. Oh, nonsense, you don't need his permission. When Nathaniel comes back home after his visit, just tag along with him. You don't mind, do you, Nathaniel? I raise my hands, but before I can protest to him with gestures, he responds, "Of course not, Mother. Ivy and I will see you in a few days, then." Perfect. We look forward to it. See you both soon. Love you. Love you too, Mother. Bye. Click. What makes you think that Cole will let me leave after what you witnessed yesterday? I blurt, my emotions clearly in turmoil. He chuckles. Cole doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have power over me, and it's for an event that his pack is attending this year. It would be stupid of him to reject your attendance. He's all about appearances, and it would look bad on him. I stare at him in silence, just completely and utterly shocked that I'll be going to meet the king and queen. Don't look so shocked. My parents are really nice, he says as he goes and sits down on the couch. I follow and sit down across from him, crossing my legs to try and cover my nerves. You guys are wolf royalty. It's hard to not feel something about going to meet them. That is true, but I promise you've got nothing to worry about. I scrunch my face slightly as I process his statement. Okay, I'm trusting you, don't make me regret it. I pause for a few seconds and then ask, how long will we be gone? Only a few days max. You'll meet my parents and then we will go over the plan for the ball, performance times etc. houses, unless you want to stay until the actual ball. It's only a little over a week away, so it might be better to just stay until then to reduce travel time. Up to you though. Stay a whole week? Could I? Before I can really stop myself, I agree. I mean, if it's okay with your parents and you, I would like to stay. Nathaniel smiles at me then, and I feel warm inside. I'm sure it won't be a problem. I'll probably have work and things to do, but you're welcome to come stay as my guest. I need the break from here. I don't care. I'll take any chance I get. Do you have a dress for the ball? He asks, and I nod. Okay, bring it with you and it'll be cleaned and ready for when you're done performing. Did you want to wear a different dress to perform? I look up and think, possibly my dress I have now possibly wouldn't be ideal for singing, but I don't know if I could afford one. Nathaniel shakes his head. We can go look for one, or my mother and my sister Talia will help you. I guess it's settled, then I state, and he smiles again, directly at me, and I adjust my position on the couch before standing. Nathaniel stands after me, but I wobble a bit, and he's at my side immediately. You okay? I nod, feeling my head starting to pound. Just tired, I need to get back to rest. Evie said I took a bad hit to my head, so I need to take it easy. I go to walk again, but I wobble again, and Nathaniel shakes his head. You can just rest here. I'll let Genevieve know. I look up at him, my head aching. I couldn't. You've probably got things to do. Nothing I can't do while you sleep. Just come on, I sigh and walk with him past the couches and into the back bedroom of his room. He walks with me over to the bed and pulls back the covers, and I settle in. He covers me up and sits beside me, pushing my hair out of my face. Rest now. I'm here if you need anything. Promise. I feel my eyes getting heavy as he looks at me, and I nod. Thank you. I start to fade, and I swear I hear him say, "Rest up, little songbird." 19 Freedom for once. Nathaniel's POV. The Alpha will be with you shortly, Alaric tells me as I wait inside Cole's office to inform him that Ivy will be coming back with me to help prepare for the mating ball. The disdain in his tone as he speaks to me is evident, as I'm sure he's just as angry with me for my decision regarding the pack merger as his Alpha is. I'm slightly distracted as my mate is still back in my room, sleeping peacefully. I checked on her before I left as I was worried about her head injury from the piece of shit I'm currently waiting for. She seemed okay, and it took a lot for me not to crawl in beside her. I've been surprised at my degree of restraint with her. I know the moment I don't have to hide how I feel, the floodgates are going to open, and I won't be able to keep my hands off her. It's then a door behind the desk in the room opens and Cole enters. I adjust my stance as I stand in front of the desk, crossing my arms. Cole glances at me, noticing my stance immediately. "Can I help you?" Alpha King Cole speaks, and I don't waste time. I want to get back to Ivy. "I came to notify you that Ivy will be coming with me when I leave. As I told you before, she's been hired to perform at the mating ball next week. My parents would like her to stay at the castle while preparations are being made. Also, the mating retreat after the ball is back on. So be prepared for some of your pack members to be invited if they don't find their mate at the ball." Cole's face turns from shock to a scowl in a matter of seconds. Why does Ivy need to go now? She's only performing, he questions me stupidly, his concerns for her leaving the pack grounds coming more and more to the surface. She's been hired to do a job, and there's a lot more preparations for her performance than you think. I'm not asking permission. Unless you'd like to explain to the royal family as to why she can't leave the pack, and why this seems to be a problem. I question him, pushing for some sort of slip-up concerning his problem with Ivy, but he doesn't bite. Maybe he's smarter than I thought. He shifts weight to his opposite side as he answers me. "There's no problem. Please just keep me informed of her actions while she's with your family. I wouldn't want her behavior to look poorly on me and this pack." I scoff slightly as I turn and walk towards the door, opening it to leave. "You've already done that a bit yourself, Alpha." I wouldn't worry about her. I walk out, closing the door behind me. I know I shouldn't keep pushing Cole, but I can't help it. He's a terrible alpha, and with what he did to Ivy, I can't even look at him with any ounce of respect. I make my way out of the pack house and back to the residential building and up to my room. I open the door, and as I walk in, Ivy comes walking down the hallway from the bedroom, her fiery hair slightly tousled and yawning loudly. She stops dead in her tracks when she sees me and half smiles at me. "How are you feeling?" I ask, and she nods her head slightly. "Better. Thank you for letting me crash. Did you get any work done you needed to?" I nod. "Yes, don't worry. I just came back from seeing Cole." The moment his name comes from my mouth, she frowns slightly, and her eyes widen in worry. "How did that go?" she questions, clearly still concerned. "It went fine. Don't worry your pretty little head. I just went and told him about our travel plans for you to come back with me for the mating ball preparations. He didn't say anything about me not being allowed to go. I didn't give him a chance." She sighs, and it's almost as if all the tension leaves her body. She bows slightly. "Thank you for advocating for me, Alpha. I guess I should go pack." I smirk. "That you should. I'll send a couple of my team to help you get your items to the cars. We will leave tomorrow." "Okay," she nods and walks past me towards the door. I grab her arm slightly, stopping her. She turns and faces me as I let go. I have to ask. "Did you want to have dinner with me tonight? We can talk about how the next week or so will go," I ask, and she blushes, her cheeks turning a rosy pink. "Please say yes." "Yes, ... sure." Here she stutters in her response, and I chuckle. "Yes. Is there a favorite food you like?" She looks to the side, obviously thinking. "I really like roasted potatoes and vegetables with either chicken or steak." A girl after my heart, literally and food-wise too. "That can be arranged. I'll come grab you from your house later this evening around 8. Sound good?" "Yes, Alpha. I'll make sure I'm ready." "Great. See you then, Ivy." "See you," I watch, as she then turns and walks out the door, but not before giving me a small smile. Ivy's POV. I stand in my room, just staring at my closet. I've managed to pull a few things out, like some jeans and t-shirts, but I've slowed down in picking out clothes to pack, all because I'm panicking. What if I completely screw this up? What if I wear the wrong thing? What if? I shake my head and take a deep breath. Is it scary that I'm going away from the pack? Yes. Is it nerve-wracking that I'm leaving with the Alpha King? Hell yes. But is this also what I've always wanted? Also yes. I walk over and grab the bag I packed when I was planning to leave the pack before Alpha Nathaniel came. I unpack the clothes from it and place them in the suitcase on my bed alongside a few more outfits. I grab my mating ball dress from my closet and lay it out nicely beside my suitcase in its garment bag. A few more moments pass, and when I'm satisfied that I've packed enough clothes, I go into the bathroom to pack my toiletries into my small toiletry bag, grabbing all my currently used items, including my minimal amount of makeup, toothbrush, hairbrush, and shower essentials. I carry the bag out with me and tuck it nicely into my suitcase, sighing. I really hope that's enough stuff, I say to myself as I zip up the large suitcase and put it aside to be picked up later. I go back into the bathroom and run my fingers through my hair as I look into the mirror. I showered and did my makeup before I started packing, but left my hair for last because I wasn't sure what to do for dinner with Nathaniel. I sigh loudly, and then I hear Genevieve call my name. I yell out in the bathroom, and a short few seconds later she appears beside me. So, I hear you're leaving with Alpha Nathaniel tomorrow. I nod. I'm actually going to the royal castle to help get things arranged for the mating ball performance. The smile on Genevieve's face makes me chuckle. Happy for me, I ask, and she hugs me from behind. Oh, you know I am. Enjoy your time away. I'll see you at the ball. She goes to leave, and I blurt out, he asked me to dinner tonight. She turns back, her eyes wide. He what? Oh my God. Could you help me with my hair? I don't know what to do. It's not a fancy dinner or anything. She smiles wide again. I've got the perfect idea. Stay there. She returns a few moments later with some elastics and some styling spray and a curling iron. She gets to work, curling my entire head and then pulling back each of the sides into small ponytails aside from small pieces in the front to frame my face. Like some of my usual styles, but the curls give it some more flair. As soon as she finishes, there's a knock on the door and Genevieve looks at me with a smile. I'll get that she's gone within a second, and I go back into my room to get changed. I choose a fitted off-the-shoulder black dress that sits just above my knees, with some sheer black tights underneath and a gray cardigan to cover my arms. I spray some perfume on, and I hear Genevieve yell for me. Ivy, Alpha Nathaniel is here. Coming, I yell back as I put some lip gloss on and quickly do another once over in the bathroom mirror before walking out into the living room. As he comes into view, I'm taken aback. His hair is styled, slightly messy but pushed back from his face. He's in a casual dressy outfit, black dress pants paired with a black button-up long-sleeved dress shirt. The sleeves are rolled up, showcasing those oh-so-familiar tattoos that I saw when he first arrived here. He speaks first. Hello, Ivy. Hello, Alpha, I reply, and he smirks at me. You look beautiful. Are you ready? I nod, walking over and grabbing my black ankle boots, slipping them on. Yes, I am now. Are your things packed? He questions, and I nod again. Good, we're leaving now. He turns, and with a small whistle, Tobias walks in, smiles at me, and heads back towards my bedroom. He returns shortly after, my suitcase and garment bag in hand. Is this everything? He asks, and I nod. Yes, that's all. Thank you. He walks past and is gone out of sight again. I turn and look at Genevieve, and then back to Nathaniel. We're leaving now? I thought it wasn't until tomorrow. Something has come up, and I've got to get back. Are you okay with coming now? I can always leave Tobias behind, and he can bring you tomorrow if you need more time. I shake my head. No, it's okay, just surprised is all. If you have to get back, you've got to. I won't delay you. Genevieve approaches us and pulls me into a hug. As we part, I ask, will you say bye to Kane for me? I know he's doing late-night training. She nods. Of course. Have fun, and we will see you soon. I smile, and Nathaniel allows me to walk in front of him, and he follows behind me. His limo is near the gate just outside my house, and we walk side by side over to it. Tobias is closing the trunk as we approach and makes his way to the passenger side. Nathaniel opens the rear door for me. I say thank you as I climb inside and move over to the opposite side as Nathaniel climbs in behind me and closes the door. We will go to dinner in the next town over and then make our way to the palace. It's a decent length of a drive, so just let me know if we need to stop or anything. Okay, I turn to look at him and smile. Sounds perfect to me. The limo engine comes to life and pulls forward past the gate, and finally I am outside of Red Moon's Pack Lands, feeling relieved for once in my life. 20 time with her. Ivy's POV. I hum lightly as I look out the back window of the limo as it drives up whatever road we're on. We've been on the road for quite a while. I forgot really how much distance is in between our packs and the human towns. Honestly, I haven't been out of the Packlands much since the incident, so all this territory is new to me. Still, it isn't too interesting, mostly greenery and old, tall trees lining the side of the road. Nate has hardly said a word on the trip so far. He's been on his phone taking multiple calls, which I can only assume is due to the reason that he needs to head back to the palace a day early. I'm curious as to what could be so urgent that he had to rush out of Red Moon like it was on fire, but I mean, it really isn't any of my business. I'm a guest traveling with him, not his personal assistant or anyone close to him to even be privileged to know. I continue to hum quietly, losing myself in the melody of the song until I see lights, and sure enough, we're entering town. I see some people walking the streets as we drive by a wide range of buildings and houses before pulling into a parking lot. It's then that Nate speaks. We're at the restaurant. Hungry, I turn to look at him and nod. Yes, definitely the door opens beside him, and he exits the limo and I follow behind. Nate extends his hand as I get to the door, and I take it as he helps me out of the car. I smooth down my dress and take a quick look down to make sure the rest of my outfit is fine. Nate places his hand on the small of my back and leans into my ear. You look perfect. Don't worry, his voice is low and makes me shiver a little. He leads us through the front door of the restaurant, his hand never leaving my back until we're seated at one of booths near the back of the restaurant. Private. Secluded. Good Lord. Nathaniel's POV. I'm glad I had calls to keep my attention off Ivy in the car, because goddamn, she looked exquisite. I heard her humming during the drive, and I know she was doing it quietly to respect the calls I was on. Respecting me with no hesitation, I did manage to take a few glances of her in between calls, admiring her from head to toe, from that fiery hair to those legs covered with those sheer tights. I know I've said it multiple times, but this girl is going to be the death of me. The moon goddess sure knows how to pair mates. She's everything I could ever possibly want in a woman, and I still don't know everything about her yet. I heard her heart pick up when I whispered in her ear and complimented her, and I felt Kiba's pride swell within me to have gotten a reaction from our mate. Her heart still beats slightly faster now as we're sitting at the table looking at menus. I already ordered some wine for us, and now we're trying to decide on food. Are you sure, she questions, as I had told her to choose whatever she wanted to eat. I nod in response, pick whatever you'd like. She hesitates for a few moments, squinting and bringing the menu up closer to her face. I chuckle slightly, and she looks at me with a smirk on her face. The print is so damn small, how can you even read it? She questions before laughing along with me. You're not wrong, but I usually get the same thing every time I'm here, so I don't even need to look at it anymore. She looks up at me again. What do you usually get? Then she places her menu down on the table and I move closer to her to point it out on the menu. She leans in to see where I'm pointing, a bit of her hair falling in her face. Instinctively, I reach and tuck it behind her ear, and she turns her head to face me, our faces mere inches apart. I hear her heart race as she stares at me, and I stare back into those emerald, green eyes, not breaking contact once. She doesn't break eye contact either. I think I'll get the same as you, if that's okay, I nod. Of course. I hear our waiter clear his throat, and we both look at him as he places 2 glasses and the wine bottle down on the table. Have you decided on your orders? 2 orders of the medium rare steak with baked potatoes and mixed house vegetables. Please, he nods and is gone as fast as he arrived. I reach for the bottle of wine and pull the opened cork out of the top with a slight pop and pour mine and Ivy's glasses about half full. I hand Ivy's to her, and she smiles. Thank you. There's a slight pause before she decides to speak. So, is there anything I should know about being at the palace? I've never been there before, so I don't want to look stupid in front of your parents. Understandable for her to be concerned about how to behave, so I try to reassure her. No, not really. My parents are low-key. Knowing them, they wouldn't care less about formalities and such, unless it's a more formal meeting, which it's not. I wouldn't worry too much about it, honestly. She sips her wine slowly and nods as she places her glass in front of her on the table. She looks more serious, and soon I know why. What about you? What do you expect from me during my visit? She questions, and I catch on quickly. She's trying to judge if my nice behavior towards her was just for show at her pack, and if I'm going to impose things on her while she's gone. I get why she feels the need to question, but I know it's coming from a place of fear and unease. I sip my own wine before responding. There are no expectations. You expect me to believe that. Have I given you a reason not to? She shakes her head. No, you haven't. I'm sorry, it's just, she trails off. It's just what I question, and she stares at her wine glass. When she doesn't answer, I continue. Ivy, I don't expect anything from you. You're coming as a guest and as a performer for the ball. I sure as hell don't rule like that asshat alpha of your pack, and when you get to visit my pack one day, you'll clearly see what a real alpha is supposed to be like. I would like that someday. She pauses as if she's fighting about saying something to me, opening up to me. Then she hits me with a confession. I was planning on leaving before you came to Red Moon. She picks up her glass and gulps the rest of her wine down. She was going to run. Become a rogue. What stopped you? She looks me straight in the eyes then. You came early. Our waiter returns with our food, placing our plates in front of us alongside with cutlery and another bottle of wine. Well, I'm glad my coming early stopped you, cause then I wouldn't be aware of things, and most importantly, I wouldn't have gotten to spend time with you again at the pack and right now. I see her shoulders relax slightly, and I reach over and fill her wine glass again as she smells her plate. I guess you're right. I am sorry for being so defensive. It's a natural response at this point. Let's talk about something else and dig into this food. It smells wonderful. I'm down is all I say before cutting into my steak and offering her the first bite of my meal. I know she doesn't know that she's my mate, but it's tradition regardless. She looks down at the piece of steak on my fork and then leans and takes that bite into her mouth. I hear her sigh slightly as she covers her mouth to chew, and her eyes widen. That is so good. I'm glad I took your advice and ordered it, she says, still with her mouth covered. We eat for next half hour or so, chatting about Iron Wolf and her performing, as well as likes, dislikes, and favorite things. We have a good amount in common, I find, and she seems to be more comfortable with me now that we've had a good amount of time together. I open the door of the restaurant for her to walk out ahead of me, and as we walk to the car, she turns and walks backwards trying to speak to me. That was great. Thank you for taking me out, I go to respond, but she trips, and I rush forward to catch her before she hits the pavement. My left arm is wrapped about her waist, pulling her up and into me. She places her hands on my shoulders as I hold her, and she's breathing heavily and staring up at me. I pull her up back to her feet, and she keeps her hands on me, the muted, tingling sensation of our bond running through my skin under my clothes. 21 changing everything. Ivy's POV. I can't believe I was so clumsy, yet again. Nate caught me before I made a complete fool of myself, and as embarrassing as it was, I was thankful that I didn't hurt myself. But the weirdest thing, we stared at each other for such a long time after he helped me up. Complete silence but burning stares. I know I'm feeling something for him, but I can't let it continue. He's unmated and the king for fuck's sake. The way he looked at me, held me, has been playing on my mind since we got back into the limo. I've been trying my hardest to not look at him, best my eyes and mind betray me, and I do something stupid. I want to kiss him, feel him hold me again. I sigh quietly and try to focus outside again, but Nate draws my attention to him by clearing his throat. I turn my head and notice that he's looking at his notepad that he's been using when he's been on his calls. He's sitting so casually beside me, leaned back into the limo seat with his left leg up with the right stabilizing him on the floor. He's resting his elbow on his raised knee, the top of his pen in his mouth, and my gaze lingers to his tattoos his forearm. From here they look like intricate vines, but I can't make out much else. His dress clothes fit just right in my opinion, showcasing what I can only imagine is a godlike physique. Honestly, he's breathtaking, and I'm surprised no one has jumped at the chance to be with him. Okay, stop gawking and drooling over your king. It's then he looks up and catches my gaze, his icy eyes making me lose my resolve. I quickly look away and turn my attention to the window, and I hear him clear his throat again. I turn and gasp slightly as he's now moved to hover over me where I'm sitting. The movement of the car doesn't seem to faze him as he leans in closer to me, my heart and mind racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. His body engulfs mine, his stance intimidating but oddly alluring. Ivy, he says my name, and I close my eyes to try and keep my composure. They shoot open only moments later as he grasps my chin slightly with his fingers, lifting my head to match his. You keep staring as if you want something. What is it? He calls me out, and I feel the blush creeping into my cheeks. He chuckles lowly, his eyes burning into mine with desire. He leans into my right ear, placing his hands on the seat on either side of my head, blocking me in. Tell me, he whispers, and I swear my entire body melts and freezes at the same time. He pulls his head back to stare at me again, and it takes forever for me to get out a response. I shouldn't, I manage to say, my voice breaking slightly under his intense stare. Don't be the scared girl, afraid to make a mistake. You're not at your pack, you're here. Show me who you used to be. I look at him, annoyed that he's using this type of tactic against me. You don't know who I was before this. He notices my change in demeanor, since he chuckles again. No, I don't, but I want to know. I glare at him with annoyance. I'm not backing off until you tell me, Songbird. Songbird? Is that a nickname for me? I sigh as I know he means it, and I cave. I was wondering how, or maybe even why, you've managed to be single all these years. Don't you have girls all vying for your attention? He pauses and then smiles. Not any worth of attention. Until now, his response takes me aback as he leans in, and I welcome the kiss that follows. It's soft at first, but then each of our primal desires take over, and it evolves into something harder, more demanding, as if our lives depended on it. I hear Nate growl lowly as he breaks the kiss and sits down right beside me. I turn and look at him, and his desired stare makes me throw all cautions to wind, and I can't restrain myself any longer. He's awakened something in me, and in a split second, I'm climbing into his lap, straddling him. He places one hand on my right hip, digging his fingers in, holding me in place, and I lean down to him again, kissing his neck softly. His other hand comes up and grasps the back of my neck tightly, moving up into my hair, and he pulls back, and then down to his mouth, kissing me again. My mind is racing as to what is happening, but it feels so right. No one has touched me since my pack boyfriend in my teens, and I feel desired, wanted. I run my hands over his shoulders, chest, and arms as we continue to fight for dominance in the kiss, the sounds coming from him driving me wilder. His hands wander, making my whole body shiver in response. We break away from each other, and I try to steady my breathing when he pulls me back down and kisses me softly. I rest my head on his shoulder, biting my lip as it dawns on me what we just did. I go to talk, and he interrupts me. Don't you dare apologize. I sit up, still straddling him, and look at him and then look away. I don't know what came over me. Here I am talking about you being single, and now I pause. I just don't want to seem like one of those girls that just throws themselves at you, I say as I climb off his lap, the guilt finally setting in as to what I've allowed myself to do. Ivy, I know you're not like that. I've never gotten that vibe from you at all, and I think that's why this happened. You've done nothing but treat me with respect and treated me like a regular person. You didn't pretend to like me. You weren't afraid of me. You are the most welcoming woman that I've met in a very long time, he says as he tugs my arm and pulls me to sit across his lap this time, my head resting on his shoulder as he holds me. I'm just worried I won't be able to restrain myself now that I've had a taste of you. I blush at his words, knowing full well this has just changed everything between us. The car pulls to a slow stop, and Nate leans over to look out the window and smiles. We're here. Should be an interesting time here at the palace, that's for sure. 22, The Palace Visitor. Nathaniel's POV. I watch as Ivy walks beside me as we enter the palace with Tobias following behind with Ivy's bags. My mind is still swimming with thoughts that threaten to undo all my self-control. The kiss between us was pure welcomed insanity. Feeling her on top of me, fighting for dominance, pure primal nature, and I wanted more. I can't help but chuckle as she turns slightly to look at me, her eyes widened in shock and awe. This as she trails off, turning herself in every direction, clearly still in a state of bewilderment at what I can only assume is the furnishings and overall state of the palace, having not stepped foot in it before. The main hall is decorated with an assortment of expensive paintings and decorations on pure white walls, with marble flooring white with streaks of black and silver. Dark wooden accented tables and stands with roses and other flowers litter the main entrance, matching the giant archway that leads into the next part of the palace. We're stopped by Renee, my parents' personal assistant, who I recognize right away. She bows her head to the three of us. She turns to Ivy. Welcome to the palace, Ivy. My name is Renee and I assist Queen Daciana and King Orin, reigns of the northern continent. If you need anything while you are here, please do not hesitate to ask. As you're a guest of Alpha Nathaniel, a room has been set up for you in the guest area of his wing in the palace. Ivy nods, still clearly speechless, which I find partially amusing as Renee turns to address me. My lord, your parents have set up a meeting for tomorrow afternoon at 1. Please let me know if there is anything else you require. Your usual room is still as you left it in your wing. I nod at her. Thank you, Renee. I appreciate it. Tell my parents I will see them tomorrow. She nods and smiles at Tobias before turning and walking away. Ivy clears her throat before turning to face me. You have your own wing in the palace. I chuckle at her disbelief. Yes, all heirs take over the wing as their own. It gets passed down the royal generations. This is a lot, she states plainly, and I can't help but agree with her. It is, but don't worry. That's all you really need to know. Simon, let's get you settled into your room. It's getting late. All she needs to know for now. Kiba states in my thoughts. I start to walk slightly ahead of Ivy, leading her through the archway into the main hall that allows access to every other section of the palace. The two large staircases here lead upstairs to the upper level of the royal ballroom on the right, and another banquet-like space on the left. The lower level here leads to the main entrance of the ballroom again on the right, and where we're going is on the left, to the living quarters. Follow me. She nods. Is the matting ball being held in the ballroom? She questions, and we make our way through the doors on the left side. Yes, I'll give you a tour of it within the next couple of days and show you everything you need to know for your performance. We continue to walk down the similar white hallway, passing multiple doors until we get to an all-familiar dark wooden door with a golden handle, a carved plaque with a letter N on it. This leads to my wing. I say as I turn the knob and walk through, Ivy and Tobias following behind. I decorated this area of the wing slightly different to that of the rest of the palace, and Ivy's audible gasp makes me chuckle slightly. Instead of all white, I went with tones of gray, navy blue and black when I took over this wing many years ago. The first room is a large living area off to the left with a stone fireplace and an assortment of navy and black couches and sitting chairs, which is attached to a large dining area with a full-on kitchen. Navy cabinets with a gray granite countertops and black appliances. I stop to explain. This is where you can spend some downtime and eat. Kitchen is fully stocked. I continue to walk near the far right of the room that leads into another hallway. This has a few different rooms. The four on the left here are my office, recreational room, gym, and my personal room. The four doors on the right are all guest rooms. Yours is the one at the end, across from my room, which I planned for. Ivy's POV. This place is insane. A girl could get used to this. I follow Nathaniel into my room, and I'm shocked yet again. This room is all gray and white. Dark wood flooring, light gray walls with minimalistic artwork on them. There's a large king-sized canopy bed in the middle, with a white dresser beside a slightly ajar closet door that is also white on the left. I walk towards the open door, and I have to stop my jaw from dropping to the floor for a billionth time. It's a freaking walk-in. For a guest room. I peek over to the right and see that there's a large bathroom on that side, seeing the partial side of a bathtub through the open doorway. I turn and smile at Nathaniel as Tobias places my bags onto the large bed. I'm staying here, I question, and I know it must come across as just utter disbelief, but when you live as an outcast in your own pack with no privileges like this, I can't help but be surprised. Yes, if you need anything, I'm just across the hall. I'll let you get unpacked and rest. Feel free to explore tomorrow if you want. We can always take a bit of a tour before my meeting. That sounds wonderful. If you can't ever find Alpha, I'll be around and can help you out, Tobias states, and I nod. I appreciate that, Tobias. Thank you with that. He walks out, leaving Nate and I alone again. I look at Nate, the silence proving deafening. Thank you for accommodating me here, honestly. It's not a problem. Are you okay for the night? I know it was a bit of a drive. His concern for me makes my heart pick up its pace slightly. I should be good. I was just going to unpack. clean up, and get some sleep. What he says next surprises me a little bit. I'll give you my cell number in case you need anything and I'm not close by. Text or call anytime. Okay, he approaches me and I grab my phone from my bag and hand it to him. A few seconds later, it's back in my hands with a new contact added. Nate, but with a winking face. This man. Thank you, I'll text shortly so you've got mine, I say, waving the phone slightly in my hand. Sounds good, see you tomorrow, he says before he smiles and leaves the room with a soft click of the door. 23 Singing Beauty. Ivy's POV. I groan and roll over as my oh-so-familiar alarm goes off on my phone. I reach for it, my hands grabbing more and more blankets until I open my eyes slightly and realize that I'm a great distance away from my phone on the nightstand, since this bed in this guest room I'm in is massive. Oof, I groan out in annoyance and lift myself up on my elbows and shuffle closer to the nightstand, grabbing my phone roughly, smacking the off button for the alarm and dropping my phone onto the bed as I roll onto my back and sigh loudly. It's been a while since I slept so soundly. I sit up and slide off the side of the bed and make my way into the bathroom. I run the shower and quickly get undressed and hop in, making quick time of getting myself clean from head to toe. I step out, wrapping my hair in a light towel so I don't drop water across the floor. I wrap my body in another towel and I head over to the sink and start to apply my skincare and then very minimal makeup, a little bit of eyeliner and mascara. I head back out into the bedroom over to the dresser, grabbing socks, my bra and underwear, and then walk into the closet to choose my outfit for the day. I go for my gray John Caprese and a loose, flowy green tank top. I look over in the closet and see my gown for the mating ball now tailored perfectly for me, and I sigh. I've never worn something so fancy and it makes me nervous, even though it is a beautiful dress. I walk out back to the bed, laying down all my clothing. I pull the towel off my head to let my hair air dry in its natural waves and start to get dressed. Finally, after about an hour, I'm ready for the day. I grab my phone and see that I have a message from Nate. Once you're up, come on into the kitchen. I look at the time, sent 4:05 a.m. Was he seriously up that early? I shrug my shoulders and put my phone into my pocket and head out my door, and I'm hit with the smell of pancakes. I peek down the hallway and glance into the kitchen area, and I see Nate humming along as the pancake batter sizzles in the pan. I walk into the kitchen and sit down at one of the stools by the counter. Morning, I say, and he turns to face me, smiling. Morning. Sleep well, he asks, and I nod. Really well, thank you, I pause and then continue. I saw your text. You always up so early, I question, and he nods. Yup, I usually go out for a morning run to let Kiba out, then come back and do a workout. He says as he turns back to flip the pancakes on the stove. I figured you would probably be up by the time I was finished, so I thought I'd make some breakfast for us before the day got hectic. How did he know what time I'd be up? Is he that intuitive? Stop questioning it. I appreciate that, especially my first day here. Thank you. You are very welcome, Nate says as he hands me a plate with 2 pancakes stacked ever so neatly on top. He places the syrup in front of me and hands me a knife and a fork before grabbing his own plate and coming around to sit beside me. He's in a black muscle shirt and gray sweatpants, and I quickly look back to my pancakes because he looks just as delicious. Stop it, Ivy. So, up for a short tour of the ballroom today, he asks, and I smile as I start to cut up my pancakes. Yes, I would love that. We eat in mostly silence, which honestly wasn't awkward at all. Nate stands first, grabbing his plate and mine and bringing it over and rinsing them in the kitchen sink. He turns and faces me. I'm going to go get changed and I'll meet you back out here. Sound good? I nod and he heads away from me and down the hallway where I hear a soft slick of his bedroom open and close. I stand up and head over to the couch in the living room, thinking that I may want to practice a small song when I get into the ballroom to get an idea of the overall feel and acoustics of the room for when I perform at the mating ball. It's a few minutes before I come to a decision on a song to sing, and as I do I hear Nate's door open and close again. I look over to my right as he comes into my view and hot damn. Casual black dress pants, black dress shirt with a black vest over top. Both sleeves rolled up to expose his forearms, and his hair is tousled and messy, as if he just ran his hands through it a few times. He flashes me a smirk as if he knows what I'm thinking, and I blush slightly. Ready, he asks, and I stand up and walk over to stand beside him. Of course. Lead the way. Nathaniel's POV. Ivy and I head back into the main hall, towards the ballroom area of the palace. I glance at her quickly as she walks beside me, drawn in yet again by her beauty. I know she's feeling something for me, but ever since the kiss in the car, she's clearly been holding back. I don't blame her. We did get hot and heavy for that moment. I've caught her stares and can only really imagine what she's thinking, but it would be nice to know exactly what goes through her mind. I open the door back to the main hall and allow her to go first, following closely behind to open the next door that goes directly into the ballroom itself. As we enter, I see workers and assistants all walking around as they prepare the room for the mating ball. As far as I know, they've been at it for a few weeks now, completely changing the normally plain space into this wondrous room to host the packs coming this year. I've always enjoyed the ballroom, with its long expanse, floor-to-ceiling windows with doors that lead to multiple balconies outside, and large candle-lit crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. It's always been a room of history, with its elaborate decorated walls and flooring, although Mother did have the floors replaced last year. It has its own personality, similarly to how my wing is different from the rest of the palace. The stage has been set up against the wall in the middle of the large room, decorated with dark wine-colored fabrics that match the decor of the array of tables that are currently being set up as well. Ivy and I continue walking until we're closer to the large stage, and she turns to me, her eyes wide. "This is so beautiful," she exclaims as she continues to look around. She looks at the stage and then back to me. "Can I go up?" I nod slightly. "Yeah, that's fine. Did you just want to see what it's like up there?" Or I question, unsure as to why she's wanting to go up onto the stage when the room isn't fully set up. "I'll explain. Come on up with me," she states as she goes around to the side stairs, and I shrug my shoulders and follow. I continue following until her and I are standing right in the middle of the stage, and then she turns to face me yet again, her green eyes alight with excitement and her red waves flowing with her movement. A good performer always knows their venue, she starts as she turns away, and suddenly a smooth note comes flowing out of her mouth, echoing slightly. I know the room isn't fully set up yet, but it's nice to have an idea of how my voice sounds in here. It's a large room, larger than that of Iron Wolf, so I will have to make some adjustments to accommodate for that. I see, that does make sense. In all honesty, I understand some of musical theory, but more when it comes to instruments, not necessarily voice. I find myself intrigued as to her knowledge, and I feel more anticipation in terms of hearing her perform at the ball when the room is completely ready. I'm drawn out of my thoughts as I hear the most wonderful tone coming from her as she starts to sing. Coming out of the deep dark. Like a spear into her cold heart. Dark love empress. Her golden secret. Sent away to faraway countries. Her despair and fear. Sunrise to final sunset. Her voice is mesmerizing, and hearing it this close makes me shiver. I see her effortlessly hit note after note, her arms and hand raising in emphasis to what she's singing. After the midnight hour. Keep going. Keep going. The third night watch. We are falling from the storm wind. After the midnight hour. We're rising. We're rising. We feel the storm wind. We blow away the sky. She finishes, and I can't help but smile at her as she turns to face me again. Amazing, simply amazing songbird, I say, and I see the blush creep up into her cheeks. Thank you, she says softly, and then out attention is drawn across the room as claps start to echo throughout the room, all the staff having stopped to listen. I smile as I see my mother approaching the stage, clapping loudly. She stops at the front of the stage. That was simply beautiful. I assume you are Ivy, she questions, and I see Ivy nod. Come on down here and let me get a look at you, my mother exclaims, and Ivy turns to me, her eyes showing a bit of unease, but I smile and try to reassure her. She walks past me and I follow her back down, us both coming to a stop in front of my mother. She's always been a striking beauty, my mother. She's got black hair like me, pinned straight and down to her waist, rounded, amber-colored eyes that show every single emotion she feels, with porcelain skin and soft features. She's on the shorter side, but the heels she wears pretty much every day make up for that. When she's in her regal clothes, she looks way more intimidating than she does now in a simple gray dress with black heels. Ivy, you are a beauty, and your voice is heavenly. I I am so glad that Nathaniel found you to perform here for the ball. It's going to be so wonderful. My mother almost gushes at her, and Ivy chuckles slightly. Thank you, I really appreciate the kind words. I'm still trying to decide exactly what to perform, but I have a better idea now. I for one cannot wait to hear it, I interject, and my mother smiles at me. Same, my son. A few moments pass, and it dawns on me. Mother, is it almost time for the meeting? I ask, now realizing that it must be close, and she nods. Yes, I came to get you as there's a few things to discuss before the other rains arrive. Okay, Ivy, will you be okay without me for now? I ask, and she looks at me and nods. Of course, you go do your duties. I'll just walk around and then head back to your wing and work on my song list. I'll text you when I'm done and we can meet up, okay? She smiles. Sounds great. See you later. She turns away from me, and my mother and I turn and walk in the opposite direction of her. Once we're out of earshot, my mother wraps her arm into mine as we walk and blindsides me. Were you planning to tell me that Ivy is your mate? 24 practice. Ivy's POV. It's now the day before the mating ball. I've been here at the palace for almost a week. Nathaniel and I have spent a lot of time together regardless of his duties here, and it's the most content I've felt in years. He treats me kindly, respectfully, and like an actual person. We've gone for walks around the palace, eating dinners together in his wing and watching movies before retiring to bed. I don't want to leave. This has been the escape I've been looking for all along. I'm nervous for when the entire pack arrives tomorrow, but it's like some of my sense of self has returned this week. Mentally, I feel stronger, more like myself again. I know that without Sills I won't be whole, but at least I'm feeling better than I had when I had decided to leave and become a rogue. Something about Nathaniel just draws me to him. I can't put my finger on it, but I'm not complaining. I keep thinking to myself as I walk into the ballroom, now complete for the mating ball, and head to the stage. It's late at night, but I had asked to get some practice in for the ball, and Nathaniel and his mother has said it was fine. I walk up the steps and to middle stage to the taped X that marks my place. I pull out a piece of paper that has my song list, a grand total of 4 songs, the last one being my favorite. One I picked that sort of describes my inner turmoil and how I feel, but strangely relating to how Nathaniel has made me feel. I decide to practice that one first. I'm not afraid of the monster in you. I heard the stories and I hope they are true. Adrenaline is calling my name. No hesitation, darling, I'm still waiting. And for the first time I will feel alive. Offer me a world of shadows and eternity. We are animals, hunting for another supper, for another prey, losing our soul. The love for danger is rushing through my veins. Offer me your world, your thirst for immortality. We are animals. I continue, feeling the emotions to their fullest extent and allowing it to flow through my voice, echoing now only slightly now that the room is finished. Time passes as I go through each song, feeling confident that my performance will be great at the ball tomorrow if all goes well. I finish with the last song, the final note slowly fading. I fold my paper back up and head off stage and towards the door, hoping that everything goes as planned. Nathaniel's POV. Well, of course, I couldn't avoid my mother catching on to the fact that Ivy was my mate. She called it right away and asked why I hadn't told her, and after some explaining, she understood my reasoning, but I remember her advice before we had gone into the meeting. She only makes you as strong as you let her. Hard truth coming from her, but it is the truth, and not just from an alpha Luna type dynamic. I have to let her in, allow her to support me just as I would support her in every aspect of our lives together. There's so much I don't know about her, but I can't keep her in the dark forever just because there's secrets in her past that I want to uncover. I went out for a run with Kiba this morning to let off some steam before the mating ball and to get out of the palace for a few moments since it's a complete madhouse. Catering, cleaning, and last-minute decoration fixes or changes with the sheer number of staff required to pull this off smoothly makes for a very busy, crowded area. I don't know how my mother does it all, but it always works out in the end. Ivy was just getting up as I was leaving, saying she had practice with the live band for her performances, and I had told her that I would see her later. As I walk through the busy people in the main foyer, I see Ivy cross in front of me, coming from the ballroom and heading back to where my wing is. I decide to head back in that direction myself, considering it's mere hours before guests are due to arrive and I need to get ready. My mother had told me earlier that she talked with Ivy about having her hair and makeup professionally done, and apparently it took some convincing, but she eventually agreed, which doesn't surprise me. I quicken my pace to catch up with her. Ivy, I say her name, and she turns and locks eyes with me and smiles, stopping for me to come up beside her. We start walking together towards my wing, and she asks me, "How was your run?" "It was good, I appreciate you asking." "How was practice?" I ask, and she smiles brighter. "It went great. The live band is amazing. I hope all turns out well later." "I'm sure it will," I reply as we walk into the wing and are greeted by a team of people, clearly those hired to get us ready. "Well, guess it's time to get all done up," Ivy says, her tone of voice giving away her discomfort. I lean in and whisper in her ear, smiling at the slight shiver response I get from her. "It'll be fine. You'll look stunning, I guarantee it. See you later, Songbird." She turns and blushes slightly before heading towards her room. "I sure hope so. See you later," she says before disappearing behind her bedroom door. I sigh and walk with my own team to my room. 25. The Mating Ball. Ivy's POV. I have never seen so many people in my life. I'm currently backstage in the ballroom, looking out into the massive array of people that have arrived for the mating ball. The room is aloud with commotion, laughs and conversations alike. The teams assigned to get me ready escorted me here before I even had a chance to see where anyone else was, including Nathaniel. He's nowhere to be seen yet in my field of view. I'm fully dressed in my ball gown, as I decided against getting another dress after all, since this one is literally perfection on me now that it was tailored. My coppery red hair has been curled and piled neatly atop my head with some loose strands to frame my face. From what I got a look of my makeup, it was black and smoky, bringing more emphasis to my bright green eyes. It's the most I've been dressed up, and it feels so awkward. Unfortunately, it's necessary for this type of event. As I'm looking out in the crowd, things quiet down suddenly, as I see Nathaniel's mother Daciana come up onto the stage and is handed a microphone. She speaks out to the crowd then, her bright voice echoing across the room, amplified. "I would like to welcome everyone here from the Red Moon, Crystal Moon, and Twilight Moon packs to the annual mating ball. We are happy to have you all here in the hopes of you finding your true mates, and we wish you all the best tonight. Firstly, we will be starting with some entertainment before we get to any mate pairings. She will be performing a few times over the evening tonight, and some of you may already know her from her performances at our local hangout, Iron Wolf. Please welcome Ivy from the Red Moon pack." There's a good amount of applause and hollering that ensues after she introduces me, and then it's my cue. Time to kill it. Nathaniel's POV. My mind races and my jaw drops when I see Ivy emerge on stage. I didn't see her after we had separated to get ready for tonight, but am I ever glad I didn't see her before now? I mean, she's beautiful the way she is, but done up like this, she's exquisite. The gown hugs her frame perfectly, with her fiery hair alight from the stage lights, making Kiba growl in enjoyment in my head. "Mate looks delicious," I hear Kiba say, and I wholeheartedly agree with him. "She looks so good," I hear someone say beside me, and I turn to see Kane and Genevieve, both looking at Ivy and smiling. Genevieve is in a long blue sequined gown, and Kane is in an all-black tux ensemble quite like my own. Genevieve then turns her attention to me. "Nice to see you, Alpha," she says as she does a short bow of respect. "Likewise, how have you both been?" I ask, and they look between themselves, and I see Kane nods briefly at Genevieve, and then speaks. "To be honest, it's been a little rough since you left, Alpha. Cole wasn't much a fan of Ivy coming here early with you, as you know, so he took it out on some of the other pack members verbally over the past week. But other than that, it was just what our normal is." I frown slightly. "I'm hoping to change your circumstances when I become king. The first hope, you know, that I say quietly, and they both nod. "It would be greatly appreciated, Alpha, especially for Ivy." I expected there to be some backlash from me taking Ivy and not giving Cole much of a choice about it, but honestly, as much as I wanted to annoy him, I didn't want it to be at the expense of others. I'll have to investigate Red Moon a little more when I've got the time. Get the pack history and try to understand why this immature Alpha thinks he can run a pack this way. I spot Cole not too far from where we are, watching Ivy like a hawk. Who does this guy think he is? My attention is pulled back to Ivy on stage as she introduces herself, and the band starts up for the first song. Ivy's POV. I finish the last bit of the second song and bow as I hear applause from all those watching. The first part of my performance is over now, and I can take a break while they do some of the mating pairings and traditions. Some people have already sensed or even found their mates already once they arrived, and as I descend into the crowd, I see multiple couples of wolves affectionate together having conversations with other couples or singles still in the room. Light music begins to play in the background. I'm happy for a lot of them. I see a few faces I know from Red Moon with their new mates from some other pack here, and I can't help but feel a pang of hurt and worry thinking that I may never find my mate because of these tortuous cuffs. I rub the cuffs on my wrists, feeling myself start to panic, and quickly head upstairs and out to one of the exterior balconies for some air. As I step out, I inhale deeply, feeling my nerves start to settle with the chilled air and night sky. "You okay?" I hear a familiar voice and turn around to face Tobias. I half smile and nod. "Yes, better now. I just needed some air." "Alpha would like to see you. Can I tell him to come out?" he asks, and I nod. "Of course. I'm good." I promise. He flashes me a smile and turns on his heels and walks to the door, opens it, and Nathaniel walks past him and towards me. Tobias stands guard at the door, his back towards Nathaniel and I to give us privacy. I turn my attention to Nathaniel and all I can think is, wow. Will this man ever stop being this strikingly handsome? All black tux ensemble, with his hair styled back and out of his face, blue eyes swirling with specks of gold. I can only imagine that may be his wolf peeking through. "Hey there," he says as he stops a few steps away from me. "Hey back," I say, and he chuckles, running his hand through his hair. He looks somewhat nervous, but I think it looks good on him. He seems more boyish than Alpha right now. I wanted to say, "You look absolutely stunning." I nod and try not to blush, but it's almost impossible. "Thank you, you look pretty good yourself, all done up in a tux," I tease, and he steps closer. "I do clean up good for this kind of stuff, don't I?" He laughs. "You always look good no matter what." "I wanted to ask you something. Feel free to say no if you don't want to. I won't be offended." I look at him, feeling anticipation building for what he's about to ask. Negative thoughts immediately rush through my mind. Is he going to tell us to leave? Is he going to say that he doesn't want to be around me anymore? I'm brought out of my worry when all that comes out of his mouth is, "Would you dance with me, out here on the balcony?" My heart skips a beat, and I smile. "I would love to, Alpha." The smile that comes across his face makes me chuckle slightly as he steps closer, taking my right hand and pulling me closer to him. He places his right hand on my left hip, more towards my exposed back, and grasps my right hand lightly with his left hand. There's a bit of a height difference between us, but I fit ever so perfectly in his arms as he pulls me into him completely, and I rest my left hand lightly on his shoulder. I also rest my head on his chest, and then he starts to lead us in a dance. We move effortlessly, dancing together to the soft music coming from inside. I'm hyper-aware of him and our closeness, feeling nervous, but as if he senses my discomfort, Nathaniel begins to trace small circles on my hip on my exposed skin, calming me down. "I'd never hurt you," he states plainly, and I lift my head to look at him. "I know." We continue to dance in silence, enjoying each other's company under the stars, until Tobias clears his throat, and we stop and back away from each other, immediately missing him being close to me. I think Ivy has to do the rest of her set now before the final announcements are made. "Right," Nate says as he turns to face me again. "Thank you for the dance, Ivy." "Thank you, Alpha." "See you after my last song?" I ask, and he nods. I step close and push up on my tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek, but I also whisper in his ear, "Please pay attention to the last song. It's for you." I turn then, walking past Nate and Tobias towards the door, and glance back to see Nate's surprised face. I chuckle and head back inside. Nathaniel's POV. I stand on the balcony, completely blindsided. Mate chose a song for us. "We need to listen," Kiba happily says in my head. I hear Tobias chuckle and I look at him as we walk back inside. Ivy's already back up on stage and I anxiously wait for the current song to end. When it does moments later, I look at catch Ivy's gaze as she goes into her final song, and she smiles at me before going into it. I watch her the entire time, enamored with how she perfectly executes each note, and finally after a few minutes, she's singing the final lines of the song, and my heart is racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. The love for danger is rushing through my veins. Offer me your world, your thirst for immortality. We are animals. My God. You really think she doesn't feel a bond with you, Tobias says as he stands next to me. I chuckle awkwardly, my emotions running high from hearing her sing that song, clearly understanding what she meant with it. She has feeling for us, human. Mate feels for us. Kiba's voice rings in my head. I continue my conversation with Tobias. She's never said anything about it, but her action seems like she does, doesn't it? He nods. Maybe she does feel something for you through a bond, but she can't recognize it as one. Those cuffs could be the culprit for that, though. You could be very right with that. I look up to see Ivy go backstage, and I quickly follow behind as I see my mother replace her to make final announcements before the real party starts. I glance around backstage as I see Ivy walk in front of me, and not seeing anyone, I quickly approach her. She turns and gasps as I pull her into me, my hands running down her soft, exposed back in her gown. She looks up at me and I lower my face to hers, our lips meeting for the first time since our limo kiss. She melts into me as I bring one hand up to cup behind her neck, holding her in place as we devour each other. We break away from each other, breathing heavily, and she says exactly what I'm thinking. What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? I don't know, but I don't want it to end. Do you? I ask, and she shakes her head. No, I don't. She goes and sits on the couch nearby and grabs her bottle of water from the side table as I sit down beside her. She opens the bottle and the scent I catch has me hitting the bottle from her hands. She gasps and looks at me, seeing my hands sizzle where some of the water has touched me. I growl lowly, scanning the room with Kiba partially in control. When I don't catch the scent or sound of anyone nearby, I relax slightly, but stay on alert. What the she says in disbelief as she grabs a cloth from the table and wipes my hand. What was that for? I place my other hand over hers. Someone put wolfsbane in your water. Someone tried to poison you.
Wolfsbane, Tobias asks quietly, and Nathaniel nods. Tobias, Kane and Genevieve have now joined Nathaniel and I back in his wing in the main living area. Nathaniel is pacing back and forth in the open space between the couch and wall-mounted TV. Evie is sitting beside me on the couch and Kane and Tobias are opposite of us on the other couch. Nathaniel had mind-linked Tobias and asked him to grab Kane and Evie to let them know too. The anxiousness and concern filling the room is maddening, but soon the silence is broken.
You know it's completely possible that a certain someone did this, Kane states plainly, and I sigh. You think Cole did it, I say, and Kane nods briefly before going into his reasoning. Ivy, he's been going after you for years. You coming here away from his abuse and mistreatment? I wouldn't put it past him to make this kind of move as punishment. There's no way to prove it. There are at least 150 wolves here from 3 different packs, Evie says, and I sigh again, feeling defeated. The perfect cover, Nathaniel states, and we all turn to look at him as he stops pacing. Think about it. There are so many wolves, scents, and the whole distraction of wolves finding their mates and doing their mare mating pairs, no one would really pay much attention to someone going backstage. He pauses. But Genevieve is right. There's no way to prove it right now.
So, what should I do? I've known for years that Cole has had it in for me, and honestly it doesn't surprise me that this has happened and could be him. But you all know the moment I go back to Red Moon, it's going to just continue as usual.
You're not going back. Not yet, at least, Kane says, and I look at him, confused. The mating ball retreat, Evie says quietly, and my eyes widen, and I turn to Nathaniel, draping my arm over the back of the couch, pulling myself up slightly. I thought it was cancelled indefinitely. Nathaniel raises his gaze to me and shakes his head. We're still holding it this year. Since you're not mated, you can go, Tobias says, and I whip my head back to face him. I've already been away from the pack for over a week. You guys really think Cole is going to have that? Away for longer? I question, desperation creeping up in my voice. When no one answers me, I sigh loudly and stand up, my gown moving with me and sliding off the couch to the floor. Look, I appreciate all that you have done, every single one of you, but I can't keep living in a pretend fairy tale land and not realize or recognize the reality of what I'm going back home to. You should have the ability to make decisions for yourself. Cole is not your keeper, Evie says, and I shake my head. You know I understand that. But after years of pushing and fighting, I don't have much left in me to keep going. I'm embarrassed to even say it, here in front of my 2 closest friends and the Alpha King and his beta, but I cannot keep this up. My resolve is gone. I feel tears pricking my eyes and I shut them to try and keep them at bay. But I feel myself failing, and with a long exhale, I walk away to my room, closing the door behind me. The tears start to fall as soon as the door clicks shut, and I let them, small sobs racking my body as I try to not cry loudly since the others are still close by. I know I need to keep pushing. I know. It's just the hardest thing I've had to do, and I'm doing it alone. Solace was always part of my strength and confidence, helping me push past the boundaries I had set for myself, making me the best version of myself. Without her, I'm lost, and everything is just taking too much of a toll. I can smile and just fake some type of happiness, but I know I can't live like that long term. I miss you, Sales, I say out loud, hoping that deep down she can still hear me after all these years.
There's a quiet knock at my door, and I turn, wiping my tears away with my fingers before turning the knob on the door and opening the door a little bit. I see Nathaniel's large frame and I look up, his blue eyes showcasing his worry.
Are you okay? He asks, his deep husky voice filled with concern. I nod, not speaking, but he steps inside, closing the door behind him. Once it's closed, he steps close to me, cupping my face with his hands, and then pulls me into him, wrapping his strong arms around me and squeezing lightly. He's warm and comforting, and I feel myself calming down, the tears slowing and eventually stopping after a few short minutes. I shouldn't be relying on you like this, Alpha, I say quietly as he holds me, and I hear a small grunt of disapproval come from him, rumbling in his chest slightly. You can rely on me all you need and want to, Ivy. No questions asked. More silence passes as he continues to hold me, his pacing heartbeat beating rhythmically like a drum in my ear pressed to his chest. You should go to the retreat. I think it would be good for you, Nathaniel says as he adjusts our stance, pulling my chin up gently to look me in the eyes. I know I probably look like a tear-stained mess and my makeup is probably smeared to all hell, but I keep his gaze, internally contemplating if I want to risk it. I've heard it's just full of drama, I state, still looking at him, and he chuckles lightly. It can be, but it's also a good way to blow off some steam. Have you ever gone? I ask, and he nods. Only as supervision, never as an attendee. Why? You haven't found your mate yet, I question, and he shrugs. Honestly, I don't have a specific answer for that, but it just never appealed to me to attend before. I still don't know, I trail off, but Nate grasps my hand, tugging me ever so gently towards the door. Simon, you can talk to Tobias about it. He's gone multiple years. Are you good? He asks, and I nod. As we head over to the door, I can't help but ask, really? He's gone multiple times. Nate nods as he chuckles again before opening the door, and we walk out together back into the living area to where Tobias, Kane, and Evie are sitting and talking. They stop chatting and turn to us as they see us emerge from my room, and I can't help but blush since there is no way I can hide that there's something going on between Nate and I anymore from the three of them, although I'm sure Tobias already knew. The smile I get from Evie makes me feel warm inside as Nate and I sit down, joining them. Ivy is torn on attending the retreat, Nate says after a short moment of silence, and looks over at Tobias, who clears his throat and looks at me. Honestly, Ivy, it's one of those things that turns out entirely how you make it to be. Some have gone to cause drama, some go to have fun with no strings attached, and some go just to get away from the fact that they haven't found their mate yet. You should go, Kane says, turning to face me. You've gone through enough. Screw Cole. Live your life. Okay, I'll go, I say before turning my head to face Nate, poking a finger on his chest. But only if you do. I need someone I know there. I see Nate smirk as he outstretches his hands and rolls his neck. I guess it's settled then. We're going. Time to pack. I look at him puzzled. Pack? You mean now? He nods as he gets up from beside me on the couch. Everyone who is attending is leaving tonight by town car to the airport. Oh crap. I'll have to get my stuff together, then I say, standing. I go to head back to my room, but Evie stops me as everyone else disperses. You sure you're okay? She asks, and I nod. I'll manage. I always have. Just some days are harder than others. I know. Nate seems to be helping you quite a bit, and I blush. I can't deny that, but I feel like I'm using him. Evie shakes her head. Don't think like that. It's good you have a sounding board and another person in your corner. I guess. I hope you have a wonderful time at the retreat. Kane and I will see you when you get back. I smile and hug her, and she whispers into my ear, if you don't jump that alpha king of ours, I swear I'll hurt you. I back away from her, my mouth wide open in shock, and she winks before walking away. That bitch. I roll my eyes and head back into my room after saying goodbye to Kane and Tobias as well, and pack all my belongings into my suitcase once again, noticing how everything has already been neatly washed and folded already. I guess someone did laundry while I was here. I pull out some comfortable clothes, some black leggings and a purple t-shirt, and my white pullover hoodie, and place them onto the bed when I hear a slight creak of my door. I stand completely still, as I know it must be Nate, since everyone else had left us for the evening. My guess is confirmed when I feel him come up behind me, wrapping his arms around my tiny frame and pulling me back into him. His damp hair tickles my neck as he trails kisses from my neck to my shoulder, clearly having just freshly showered. I shiver as he whispers into my ear, "Need help getting that dress off?" I nod, not saying a word, and bite my lip as his hands trails down my exposed back to where the clasp and zipper sit at my lower back. I feel the change in pressure as he undoes the clasp and zipper, and he turns me to face him.
I can't hide the redness in my face as he stares at me so intensely.
"Lift your arms up in front of you," he says lowly, his husky tone making me shiver. He's commanding me. I do as he asks, and he tugs lightly on the sleeves of my dress, slowly inching each of them off my arms, letting them hang loosely. He then reaches up behind my neck where the last clasp is, and once it's undone, the top of my dress falls, exposing the black lace bra I'm wearing, and I hear a low growl come from him as his hands go lower, pulling my skirt off my legs, leaving me in just my stockings, underwear, and bra. He leans his forehead into mine, closing his eyes. "You're going to be the death of me." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I say softly, and he smiles. "Good thing. You keep me on my toes." "Should I also mention that you're going to be the death of me?" I say, and he raises his head to look at me directly. "Why do you say that?" "Have you seen yourself?" I say, bewildered, and he laughs out loud. "I guess we're going to be the death of each other." Then he leans down and kisses me softly, and I wrap my arms around his neck as he lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. He sits me down on the edge of the bed and grabs my shirt and pulls it over my head, same with my sweater. He then grabs my leggings and gets them over my feet, pulling them up as far as he can while I'm sitting, my face bright red with how close he is to me. It's been ages since anyone has touched me, and he's driving me insane. This is so embarrassing. I stand and pull my leggings up the rest of the way, and he places my hand in his and leads me back out of the room, carrying my bag. We're taking my private jet to the island for the retreat. "Excuse me, did you say your jet?" I say in astonishment, and he nods. "I don't get to use it often, so I figured we could tonight. Sound okay?" I nod and smile. "Yeah, of course it does." We continue to walk out, and I can't help but let the giddy feeling wash over me completely. 27 Island getaway. Ivy's POV. I gasp as the island comes into view from the window of the jet, and I hear Nate chuckle lightly. "Does your family own this?" I ask, and he nods. "Yeah, it's our personal vacationing spot, and where we hold the retreat after the mating balls each year. There's a full town here with locals that have lived here most of their lives, but also staff that my parents hired to maintain the mansion grounds. There's another mansion here." He nods as he makes his way over to me, leaning over me in my seat and pointing out the window, his body dangerously close to mine. It's at the most northern part of the island, up and away from the main town, Eswall. I gaze out the window where he's pointing, and I can see a large mansion off in the distance. Is that where everyone is staying? Yeah, the mansion itself has over 30 residential rooms, plus multiple other areas, including game rooms, and a full theater room. No wonder you use it for the retreats, it sounds massive. There's also a local nightclub and restaurants in Eswall that provide other types of entertainment and things to do, but yeah, it's a decent little spot for people to unwind. It's then that the private stewardess comes out from the front of the jet and informs Nate and I that we will be landing soon and that we should sit and put our seatbelts on. We do, and soon enough the jerk of the jet's landing gear hitting the landing strip at the local airport makes reality hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm on an island with the Alpha King. Nathaniel's POV. The excitement I felt when Ivy agreed to come on the retreat was hard to contain, to say the least. I feel like her and I have made so much progress. She's opened up to me and I to her, aside from the giant secret of her being my mate, which I haven't revealed yet for personal reasons. Tobias warned me that I should tell her sooner than later, but honestly something is holding me back. I'm not sure if it's the potential of her rejecting me or my title as well as hers and our responsibilities as a royal mated pair, or if it's just plain fear of having a mate. I always thought I would be alone, but that's clearly not the case, and to be honest, it's taken some getting used to. I keep looking for her, wanting to be near her, brushing up against her gently, being in her proximity. Kiba seems to be much calmer and at peace since we found her, and it's given me a new sense of clarity. I know I'm selfish for not telling her and basking in all of this on my own, but I just can't bring myself to tell her yet. This whole situation that seems to be arising concerning her and her safety is also a major factor in not revealing who she is to me. She's already under some sort of threat, and revealing to the whole werewolf world that she's my mate may put her in even more danger. I'm not without enemies of my own, and I won't put that on her. I walk closely to Ivy as we head into the main airport with our bags and head out the front to the car that is taking us to the mansion. It's only a few moments before we're pulling in and getting out of the car again and heading inside. My mother designed the entire mansion herself, so it's quite similar in colorings to our family castle back home. Whites, golds, and black, marble flooring and expensive art and decor scattered throughout. Each of the residential wings are themed by color, all dark colors that are a contrast to the white in the main areas. I know that most of us for the retreat are split into groups, staying in each of the residential areas. There's only about 30 of us that decided to attend this year. Some I know from my own pack, but most I'm not 100% familiar with. Mine and Ivy's group are staying in the Crimson Wing, which is all burgundy and red color themed, which becomes obviously apparent once we walk into the main area of the wing. All dark wood, black walls with wine-colored accents, couches and an all-black kitchen, including a black granite countertop. As Ivy and I walk in, I notice 6 other wolves sitting around the main living area, mingling and chatting until eyes are laid on me and it goes quiet. I get bows and nods of acknowledgement and respect from every wolf in the room, and I return to gestures as I set mine and Ivy's bags down near one of the couches. A male wolf approaches me and extends his hand out. "Alpha King, my name is Mark. I'm from the Twilight Moon Pack. Just wanted to say thank you for holding the retreat this year. I'm sure I can speak for everyone that we're all excited to be here." I nod and shake his hand. I'm glad to hear that. This should be a good couple weeks of fun for everyone. Ivy sits on one of the couches as we all introduce ourselves, and after a while of mingling and conversations, Sarah, one of the she-wolves, brings over a small bowl and a pad of paper and a pen. "So, are we all up for making these next 2 weeks interesting?" she asks, and there's some murmuring and excited whispers as she goes on. I've noticed that there's an equal amount of male and females here in our wing, so I suggest females put their names in the bowl and males pick a name, and that's who we bunk with for the entirety of the retreat. I glance around the room, and I see Ivy stiffen in response. "Don't worry, my little songbird." Sarah proceeds to write her name on a piece of paper, folds it up and places it in the bowl. It goes around to every female, and lastly, it's given to Ivy. She accepts the pad of paper gracefully and writes her name down quickly, then places the paper in the bowl along with the other names. "Alpha King, would you like to do the honors first?" Sarah asks, and I nod. "Sure." I walk over to Sarah and the bowl in her hands. She shakes it slightly, mixing up the names. I can smell Ivy's scent on her paper, so I reach in and grab it, holding it tightly. The rest of the males grab their names, Mark being the last. "Okay, let's see who got who," Sarah exclaims, and I open my paper first. And of course I see Ivy's name written neatly on the paper, and I smile and look at her, turning the paper over. I got Ivy. She looks at me with her eyes wide but then smiles at me, a warm feeling washing over me at the sight of her smile. "Do you accept?" I ask, and she nods. I accept. 28. The retreat. Ivy's POV. I walk into the bedroom that Nate and I are staying in and drop my bags on the far side of the room, near the curtain-covered window. They land with a soft thump, and I turn around and take the room in. It's a simple design, with cream-colored carpets, deep wine-painted walls with a matching large bed in the center. The sun is shining through the sheer curtains, illuminating the entire room. On the far side near the door is the entrance to the separate bathroom, and beside that is a sliding door closet, which is where Nate is standing currently with the door open. I watch as he grabs some hangers from the closet and sets them on the bed, then lifts his suitcase onto the bed, it fluctuating with the change in weight. He looks at me then, smiling. "Is there anything you need to hang up?" I think to myself as to what's in my suitcase and I nod. Turning around, I grab my suitcase off the floor and place it on the other side of the bed and open it. I pull out my dresses and sweaters, laying them out, before grabbing the rest of my clothes and walking around to the small drawers in the lower section of the closet and placing them inside. It's only a few minutes before Nate and I are both completely unpacked, our now empty suitcases sitting near the window. I sit on the bed, my mind wandering as I've never had this much freedom before. It's an eerie feeling, me being away from Red Moon and Cole for so long without having to deal with repercussions. Well, not yet anyways. "What are you thinking about?" Nate asks, bringing me out of my little trance, and I shrug, not really wanting to bring up that I was thinking about back home. "It's nothing, honestly." I reply, moving closer to the window, looking out at the view: lavish greenery, sandy paths, bright sunshine, and clear blue skies. I feel Nate's presence behind me before he snakes his arms around my waist, turning me back around to face him. I avert my eyes, avoiding his gaze, but he grasps my chin lightly, and I end up looking up at him. I feel the blush coming to my cheeks in embarrassment of our closeness, but the moment stays silent. He doesn't question, doesn't push for an answer. We just stand there in comfortable silence, the muffled chirping of birds and our slight breaths the only audible sounds. Suddenly, a crash comes from one of the other rooms, and Nate and I look at each other before walking over to our door and opening it. Clearly, all the others heard it too, as I see Mark and Sarah peek out from their room as well, but then I see them laugh and then close their door, and it doesn't dawn on me until I hear it. The muffled moaning sounds coming from the furthest room. I look to Nate, and he chuckles, and I swear my face goes the shade of tomato as he closes the door. I lean back against it, chuckling to myself. "They wasted no time," I say, and Nate laughs. "Yeah, it's a common occurrence with the mating ball retreats. People got steam to let off." "That's more than steam to let off," I retort, and we both chuckle again. "You're not wrong," Nate says as he pulls out some files from his briefcase he brought and sits on the bed. "Pack work?" I question, and he nods slightly. "Just contracts and things I have to go over for when we get back in a couple weeks, nothing major." "Do you mind if I read while you do that?" I'm feeling like I want to just relax for the first night here. I'm sure there's other plans arranged for all the couples who came. Nate raises his gaze to look at me. "You don't have to ask permission, but sure. And yes, there's some activities planned out, but they're not mandatory to attend." "Okay, sounds good to me," I reply as I walk over to my suitcase and brag my book from one of the zippered pockets and go and sit on the bed beside Nate, opening the book to my marked place and start to read. I get a couple chapters in before I realize that we would be sleeping in the same bed this entire time, and I feel nerves creeping up as my mind tries to process, the thoughts overtaking me. I get up and go into the bathroom, closing the door and heading over to the sink. I turn the tap on and splash cold water on my face to try and shock myself into understanding, but it does little to calm my nerves. God, I'm so tired of being this nervous, unsure person. If Seal saw me now, she'd be ashamed. I exhale loudly and square my shoulders, looking at myself in the mirror. I can still be that warrior. I can still be that strong woman I used to be. I just have to find her again. I exit the bathroom to find Nate in the exact same spot, his eyes scanning over papers in his hands, his facial expressions changing with whatever he's reading. I keep watching as he crosses things out and makes little notes on the pages. "I admire your seriousness when it comes to your duties," I say, and he raises his head to look at me and smiles. "Thank you for saying that, Ivy. That's really kind of you. Not many people understand just how serious my position is. They assume it's all parties and doing whatever you want. Part of it, yes. They also think that I can make anything happen that I want, and that isn't the case either. I mean, I have some influence, but it's not like I can just walk around doing whatever I want when I want. I am held responsible for my actions, contrary to others' beliefs." "You used to be a party boy, though," I remember I say sheepishly, and he chuckles. "Of course. I didn't take my role seriously when I was younger. Now it's a different story." I walk over and climb back onto the bed, marking my book place and setting it on the nightstand. "I'm sure you can still have fun, though." Nate places his papers back in his briefcase, setting it on the floor on his side of the bed, and then he turns to me, adjusting his position on the bed and crossing his arms, biceps flexing slightly with his movement. I never said I still couldn't party, I just don't get a lot of time for it these days. It's part of the reason why I decided to come to the retreat this year. I become king in the winter, and I know that I won't have much time to myself, so might as well get some fun in before then. You sure you want to spend your time for fun with me? I'm not the most interesting. Oh, Ivy, believe me. You're the most interesting person I've ever met, and I'm glad to be spending this time with you. My heart races at his final statement, and I can only hope that these next 2 weeks will be enjoyable. 29 Satisfy Main. Ivy's POV. It's been 2 days since we arrived at the retreat, and the sense of relaxation has been refreshing and so welcomed. Tonight that's changing, as it's the first planned outing for the entire retreat group. We're all apparently going clubbing at the local nightclub here on the island, and I couldn't be more excited. I used to go out regularly with Kane and Genevieve when I had more freedom and thoroughly loved letting loose and dancing the night away. Although I seem to be more excited than ever since it's with Nate. I'm currently getting ready while Nate is showering, having finished mine a few moments before. I turn on the blow dryer and start to dry my copper waves, while thinking about the hairstyle and makeup I want to do. I quickly decide, braiding the sides of my hair back and leaving the rest of it down, with some hair pulled out for bangs to frame my face. I leave it to finish air drying while I put on a small amount of makeup, gray and black smoky eye shadow, winged eyeliner, mascara, and a small amount of foundation and concealer. I'm just finishing my makeup when Nate comes out of the bathroom and heads over to the closet. I look over towards him and quickly avert my gaze to hide the blush that creeps into my cheeks since he came out in his casual pants and no shirt on. I look over again and see that his back is facing me, and I take a moment to admire from afar. I'm drawn to him. There's no denying that. Hell, we're drawn to each other, there's no denying that either, but I feel safe with him. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but it's clear I'm crashing headfirst into it, with hardly a care in the world, and it's terrifying and thrilling all at the same time. I decide right then and there to let things go as they may for the time I'm here. I stand up from the floor where I was getting ready and walk over to the closet where Nate is still standing, having now put on a black dress shirt, the sleeves rolled up as usual. Know what you're wearing, he asks, and I turn to face him, putting my hand in the pocket of my sweatpants. Not really, but I'll figure it out, he smiles as he goes back into the bathroom with the rest of his clothes and shuts the door. I scan through my clothes, ultimately deciding on my V-neck long-sleeved black crop top that is backless with lacing, with black leggings. I quickly change and walk over to my suitcase to grab my black wedge ankle boots and spray some of my favorite perfume on. As I look over myself, Evie's voice echoes in my mind. You wear too much black. What can I say? I like it. I hear a light whistle and I turn around to see Nathaniel standing in the bathroom doorway, his dress shirt unbuttoned at the top, giving a slight view of his bare skin. His eyes scan me up and down and I blush as he makes his way over to me. I look down, but he pulls my face up to face him, leaning into my ear. You look stunning. Love the bare skin. More heat rises into my cheeks at his statement, and I clear my throat awkwardly. Thank you. Likewise. As usual, I say softly, and he chuckles as he steps away from me and grasps my hand. You ready to go? I nod, and we head out the door together, meeting up with everyone out front. The sun is just starting to set in the sky, giving a gorgeous orange and purple wash over the clouds. Well, don't you both look like a couple? All matching black, Sarah says, and she eyes us up and down. I look around at everyone else in various dresses and dress clothing in various colors. Sarah's hot pink dress is clearly too small for her, as almost her entire chest is on display. One wrong move and she's having an episode of indecent exposure. Nate says nothing, but I feel his grip on my hand tighten before he tugs lightly for me to follow him into the waiting limo. We get in, followed by everyone else, and before we know it, we're on our way. It's only a few short moments before we arrive to the club. Everyone is in their own worlds and conversations which continue as we get out of the limo and head inside. The music hits me immediately, and I'm a bit taken aback as the club is so dark. It takes some time for my eyes to adjust even in the slightest, so I'm thankful for Nathaniel leading the way. We head into a back booth that has a small, dimmed light above it and finally sit down. I cross my legs and take in our surroundings now that it's a bit lighter and I see the large crowds of bodies moving around, drinking and clearly enjoying themselves. You want a drink? Nathaniel asks, and I turn to face him and nod. Dry martini. Not wasting time. Are you? He chuckles and I shrug. We're here to have fun, aren't we? And that we are. Be right back. He stands and disappears in a mere second in the direction of the bar. As I wait, I start to sway to beat of the music, and before I know it, Nate is back and hands me my martini. I mouth a thank you and he nods, sitting next to me with his whiskey. I take a sip and savor the taste of the alcohol, since it's been a while since I've had a social drink. Nate leans in close to my ear. You want to dance with me? I turn and look at him. Sure. I place my drink down and stand up as Nate does the same, his arm wrapping around my waist and his hand gripping my hip. We walk to the dance floor, and he places himself in front of me, eyes burning into mine. We start to move to the music, and he leans into my ear again. I really like the outfit you chose. Do I want to know why? I say as I roll my eyes playfully. Because of this, I inhale quickly as I feel his hand run up my thigh, over my ass, and stops on the small of my back that's exposed from my crop top. I bite my lip and he smirks at me, pulling me closer to him, his left leg in between mine, allowing little space between us. Two of us can play at this game, Alpha. I step away and turn my back to him, and he comes up behind me, hands resting on my hips as I grind back into him, feeling the music and letting the feeling take over me. He grinds into me artfully, clearly knowing what he's doing, and goddamn. He keeps pace with me for a few songs, and then we go back to the booth to chill again. I sit down and grab my martini, finishing it off quickly to calm the nerves from feeling him so close against me. Nate then sits beside me again, and I cross my legs over top one of his as we're sitting, and he adjusts me so that he can rest one of his hands right on my ass, pulling me even closer. I look at him, and before I can say anything, he leans in and kisses my neck and then squeezes my ass playfully. Fire shoots through me, and I stifle a moan. You are something else, he says before he rests his head back on the cushioned booth seat and closes his eyes, clearly trying to keep himself together. I feel a burst of pride that I'm affecting him the way he does me, and it's hard to not smirk. A shooter girl comes over to the booth a moment later and asks us if we want shots, and we both nod. She places them down on the table as I adjust my position, removing myself from our closeness and eyeing the shot glass on the table. I go to grab it and Nate stops me. I want to give it to you. My mouth opens in shock, and I blush like mad and nod. He grabs the shot and stands up and moves himself in front of me, leaning down close. The scent of his cologne mixed with his own scent invades my nostrils, making my mouth water. I tilt my head back slightly as he puts the shot glass to my lips and pours it into my open mouth. I swallow and the raw liquor burns, but my God, it feels good. This man is torturing me. He's not holding back, and my body is alive with awareness. I'm loving every single moment of it. We sit and chat for some time, casually drinking and laughing with each other. More dancing and groping too, which I can't complain. After a while, I excuse myself to the bathroom, and after a few minutes, Sarah and one of the other girls also comes in. They see me and stand beside me, freshening up like I am. I'm feeling the effects of the alcohol, my head swimming. So, you and the Alpha King done the deeds? Sarah asks bluntly, clearly drunk like me, and I shake my head in response. No. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe he should switch with another she-wolf that can satisfy his needs. That hunk of a man needs a good lay. The other girl snickers and tries to hold her laugh in, but ultimately fails and laughs out loud. I'm hurt, but I don't show it. As shocked as I am by her comment, I choose not to engage, knowing full well she would overpower me since I don't have seals even in her drunk state. I quickly finish up and say goodbye nicely and head back, trying to forget that it's completely possible that I wouldn't be able to satisfy him in any type of physical capacity. It plays on my mind, but I shove it down as I get back to Nate. I sit down and he leans in. I'm about ready to head home. What about you? I nod. I'm the same. I'm way too drunk to keep going. He nods and grasps my hand as I stand, and we head out together and into the limo. It starts to pull away, and I look in confusion. We're not waiting for everyone else. He shakes his head. The driver will come back and do more trips. We're the only ones going back right now. Oh, okay. It's mere moments before we're back and heading into our room. I sit on the bed and groan loudly as I feel the pain from my feet now that my body is more relaxed. You okay? Nate asks, and I sit up and nod. Yeah, I try to pull off my boots but have a hard time getting them off. I lean my head back and groan again in frustration, mainly from the thoughts of Sarah's stupid comment, but also the fact that I can't get my boots off. As I look up, I gasp as Nate is kneeling in front of me, his hands resting on my right calf. "Can I help?" he asks, and I blush slightly and nod. He unzips the boots with ease and slides them off my feet, massaging my calves slightly as he does so. I shiver as he stands up and leans over me on the bed, his face mere inches from mine. "What's got you so frustrated? Surely a pair of boots isn't that angering." Fuck. He can tell there's something wrong. Quick, deflect. "It's nothing, I'm good. Just drunk," I try to say in the most upbeat way with a smile, and he scoffs and shakes his head. "I know you enough now that I know something's bugging you. Spill." I swear it's fine. He backs off me and I stand up and move towards my side of the bed. "Ivy." "Spill," he says deeply, and my back prickles in response. "It's the stupidest thing I don't want to say. Stop deflecting and tell me." I sigh in frustration and turn to face him, the bed between us. "Sarah said something back at the club and it's playing on me. It shouldn't, but it is, and I'm embarrassed." "What did she say?" he asks curiously. "She basically insinuated that I can't satisfy your needs and that you should have another she-wolf with you during this whole retreat so you can get a good lay." I don't expect what happens next. The deep laugh that comes from him startles me a little, and after a few minutes, he pulls himself together. "Sarah needs to get her eyes checked. I'm perfectly fine spending this retreat with you." I stay silent, and he approaches me. "Do you really think that you couldn't satisfy me in bed?" I blush and turn away. "I don't know, I haven't been intimate since I lost my virginity in high school, so it's up for debate." "No, it's not." You know why. I turn to face him again and shake my head slightly. "Close your eyes." I look at him in confusion, but then close them. "Raise your hands up," he demands, and I comply with his request. I gasp and my eyes shoot open as he's pinned me to the wall with one hand beside the window on my side of the room, his body completely melded into mine. "There's no doubt in my mind of your ability." He separates my legs with his other hand and then grinds into me while holding my hip and my legs shake. I feel his full erection pushed against me and he groans. "You affect me in ways I never thought possible." My breathing quickens as he kisses my neck and I stifle a moan. "Oh my God. I want you, clearly. I've been holding back because I wasn't sure you felt the same way, but the way you were all over me tonight makes me think otherwise." He pulls his head back and our eyes make full contact. "Of course I want you too, isn't it obvious?" I ask. "It is now," he says, and his lips collide with mine. The moment his lips met mine, every worry, fear, and uncertain thought disappeared. He moves from my lips to my neck, releasing my hands, and I wrap them around his neck. I gasp as he takes that moment to lift me up, and I wrap my legs around his waist, erection still against me, but oh so more obvious. I let out a small moan and he chuckles as he holds me up, hands fully palming my ass while supporting me. "I want to hear more of that," he whispers, and I dip my head down into his shoulder to hide my blush, but it's short-lived as he adjusts, holding me up with one arm and trailing up my back. I realize what he's about to do only a split second before it happens. He pulls my hair, making my head and back arch, and immediately peppers my neck with soft kisses as he carries me over to the bed. My breathing quickens as he continues his sweet torment, and he surprises me yet again, but turning just before we reach the bed, and he sits down, keeping me on top of him, so now I'm straddling him, my legs on either side of his hips. He breaks away to look up at me, trailing a hand up to the back of my neck and pulling me down hard for a kiss before pulling away again and cupping my face. My breathing is heavy as I maintain eye contact with him, my heart racing. "You okay?" he asks, and I nod, still in a bit of a stunned silence. "I can stop if it's too much," he states, and I shake my head lightly, reaching down to place my hands on his chest and start undoing the remainder of the buttons on his dress shirt. I lean into his ear as I push his shirt off his shoulders, savoring the touch of his bare skin. "Don't stop." Once I made my intentions known, it's like a bomb went off. Nate removes his shirt from his arms, his warmth radiating off his body, warming me up. He wraps his arms around me, reaching behind and hooking his fingers in the sides of my shirt, pulling gently up and over my head. He discards it to the floor with a soft, muffled thump, leaving me exposed in my black fabric bralette. He glances down my exposed body and growls lowly and possessively, making shivers run through my whole body and being. I go in for another deep kiss, and as we break away, he growls, "You're mine," before dipping his head down and placing open-mouthed kisses on my breasts, teasing my already sensitive nipples with his tongue and teeth through my bralette. His possessiveness over me makes my whole body come alive, as if he's commanded my response to him. I feel myself getting more and more turned on, the position we're in not leaving much to thought. I arch into him, biting my lip to stop the moans threatening to escape my throat, but it's useless. Lustful sounds escape me, the sensations overtaking me since I haven't been touched in so long. That's my girl. I want to hear you. I want to hear how I make you feel. I dig my nails into his shoulders, my hips moving of their own accord, grinding into him. He leans back onto the bed, pulling me down with him. My hair falls over my shoulders as our eyes connect again, me now on all fours, knees on either side of his hips, and hands on either side of his head, some space between our bodies but barely. I notice he's breathing just as heavily as I am, but my attention is drawn to his hand that cups my face, tucking some of my hair behind my ear before he gives me a final warning. Once I start this, I won't want to stop. I will if I need to, but you have to let me know. Okay. I will. I promise. Good. Get those pants off. I inhale sharply at his command, but do as I'm told. I back off him slowly, standing to my feet. I hook my fingers in the waistband of my leggings and push them down off my legs and pulling them off my feet once they hit the floor, Nate watching me the entire time. I stand there, suddenly nervous of my body in front of this intimidating alpha wolf. Another low possessive growl comes from him, and I shiver head to toe before he beckons me to him with a pat on his thigh, his muscles flexing with the movement. I crawl back over him, and as soon as I'm back in position, his hands roam the entirety of me, shoulders down to my hands, up and down my back to my ass and down my legs as far as he can reach. His touch is like electricity, building need inside me that was a completely foreign feeling up until now. I gasp as one of his hands stops at my hip, playing with the elastic of my underwear. He pauses there for a moment, as if he's contemplating what he wants, my need increasing with each little snap of the elastic. "Are you wet for me, Songbird?" he asks, and I blush madly as I nod, knowing that I'm pretty much dripping just from his touch at this point. It's then that he slides my underwear down my legs, and I lift one leg after the other so he can discard them onto the floor with my other clothes. Then he pulls on my bralette and I sit up, pulling it over my head and discard it as well, me now fully exposed to him. Good God, this is torture. "Let me ask you one thing, Songbird, and I'll stop this torment." And that is, I reply, my voice shaking slightly, my need for him becoming unbearable. "Do you want me to play with you until you come, or did you want me to fuck you until you can't walk?" "Nathaniel," I exclaim, and he chuckles. "You woke the beast up, Songbird, now make a choice." This darker side of him is thrilling, and I can't help but chuckle as I blush. I guess if I had to choose, I trail off as I lean down and kiss his neck, nipping slightly, which elicits a groan from him. I keep kissing his neck, moving up to his ear as his hands splay across my bare ass, waiting. I whisper lightly into his ear, "Fuck me until I can't walk." "Your wish is my command." He reaches one of his hands between us, slipping his fingers between my folds and stroking me lightly. I gasp at the sensation, and he groans. "Fuck, Ivy, you're dripping." He moves his fingers faster, focusing on my clit, making me grow even wetter the more sensitive I get. My breathing is shaky as I moan his name, and he pulls me down with his other hand to kiss me with such force that I almost don't notice him slipping his fingers inside me. My heartbeat is erratic, my brain fuzzy and swimming from the sheer pleasure. "Fuck," I breathe out as we break the kiss, and he chuckles, liking that, Songbird. "Yes," is all I manage to get out as he pumps his fingers in and out of me slowly, building me up before I climax hard on his fingers. He keeps pumping them in and out as I clench around them, cooing softly in my ear. "That's it, baby. Come for me." My legs shake as he withdraws his fingers from me and brings them up to his mouth, licking them, and I blush like crazy. Did he just? "I need to taste you." He pushes me up and flips me over onto my back, him now hovering over me, kissing my neck before raising himself up to look at me, his hair now messy and tousled. I reach up and run my hands through it, and he growls. "Fuck, Ivy. You are so beautiful, especially all flushed and warm. You look intimidating as all hell hovering over me like this, but I like it." "Oh, really, baby," he smirks. "You just wait until I'm inside you." It's then he moves, kissing every inch as he makes his way down my body, I hear a small shuffle, and then I shriek a little as he pulls me to the edge of the bed. I quickly realize he's kneeling, and my skin warms up again, knowing he's about to put his mouth on me, and the anticipation is killer. The moment I feel his tongue flick over my clit, my body jerks in response. This is completely new to me. I'd always given, but never received with my high school boyfriend, and boy was I ever missing out. He doesn't waste his time and devours me, and the sounds coming from me are getting louder and louder. I gasp loudly as I feel him push his fingers inside me again while still licking and sucking me, and I feel the now familiar build of my orgasm. Nathaniel, I say between pants, and it's not long before I come apart again, throbbing and shaking from the force of it. God, I love making you come. I could eat you out all day. I manage to push myself up onto my elbows as he stands, wiping his face before turning his heated gaze back to me. He can't just please me this entire time. I sit up fully before he has a chance to move away and tug on the waistband of his pants. I look up at him, and he places his fingers under my chin and looks down at me, dragging his other hand through his hair. Are you wanting to do something to me, little songbird? I bite my lip and nod. Tell me, what do you want? I want to taste you, like you did me. It's not fair for you to just please me. Oh, believe me, baby, I don't mind just pleasing you. But if you want to, I'm not stopping you. He turns to fully face me, and I start to undo his pants, pushing them and his underwear down, letting his cock spring free from the confines of his clothing. He steps out of his pants, kicking them aside, and I lick my lips before taking the tip of him into my mouth. Fuck Ivy is all I get as I start to move, taking my time, realizing that I can take all of him, which I thought wouldn't be the case. I feel him grasp the back of my head, fisting my hair in his hand. I know he's letting me take control here, and the empowerment I feel makes me even wetter and ready for him. My name comes from his lips multiple times before he steps back and withdraws from my mouth. He kneels in front of me, and I bite my lip as he looks at me with bewilderment. Who knew, little songbird? You're quite good doing other things with that mouth of yours, he says as he touches my swollen lips. If I had let you keep going, there's no doubt I'd be finishing down your throat. Maybe next time, I say, and he chuckles darkly. That's a deal, but now, I'm going to fuck you. I inhale sharply and push myself back on the bed and sit back onto my feet. The bed shifts with his weight as he climbs on beside me. I want you to ride me. Get that pussy used to me, I nod as he leans back and I straddle him yet again, this time his cock standing at attention against my folds. I rub against him, the tip of his cock rubbing my clit, and I then lift and place him at my entrance. I lower myself slowly, groaning as I feel him start to fill me, and a few moments later, I've fully taken him and we're now connected, my heart racing at how he feels inside me. God damn, you are tight, baby. But oh, so fucking good, Nate says with his head arched back. I start to move and he lifts his head to watch me. I see his eyes dart down to where he's entering me, and the low growl that comes from him makes a gush come from me and I moan. He fills me completely, and my legs start to shake with the pleasure. Nate wraps his arms around me, caressing my skin as I get used to him and ride him faster, constant moans escaping my lips. Come again, baby. All over me. That's it. Seconds later, I'm clenching around his cock, and he inhales through his teeth sharply before placing his head in the crook of my neck. He places one of his hands on my ass and lifts me, staying inside me as he pushes me onto my back. Ready for me, he says, his voice straining, and I nod. He withdraws from me completely and slams back inside me, and I yell out in utter ecstasy. He relentlessly pounds into me, his grunts of exertion and pleasure making me close to finishing again. Fuck Ivy. You feel so good, baby. I'm close. Come for me, Alpha, I say, and his gaze darkens as he continues his powerful thrusts into me, and sure enough, he finishes, pulling out of me and squirting himself all over my stomach and chest with a groan. He leans down, kissing me on the forehead, our breathing erratic and matched. Oh my God, I say, and he chuckles. That was something else, he says as he gets off me and heads to the bathroom, returning with a damp towel and starts to clean me off, wiping my stomach and chest down, placing light kisses wherever he cleans. Well, I don't think I'll be walking tomorrow, I say, and Nate laughs. That was the plan. Let's get cleaned up and get some rest. You'll probably be a bit sore tomorrow, too. That's okay, I say as he gets up off the bed. Nate, I question, and he turns to face me. Yes, Ivy. This is going to happen again, right? Over the time we're here, I ask sheepishly, a bit embarrassed of my neediness. 30 billion casual time. Ivy's POV. I lay in bed, hearing the chirping of birds and seeing the small amount of sunlight peeking through the curtains in mine and Nate's room. I bite my lip as I think about what happened between us last night. It was pure bliss. I roll over in bed and watch his peaceful sleeping form, bare-chested and muscles fully on display. His left arm is over his eyes, which is where his forearm tattoo is. I take the time to admire it closely, the intricate vines, thorns and cracks perfectly placed, traveling up his arm until they fade away into his skin close to his elbow. I glance at his bare chest, realizing he has many more tattoos that I never noticed before. I know why I didn't notice last night, and I never really focused on him like this before. I recognize his royal family crest on his ribs and a black shaded wolf that comes from his collarbone and down his chest. Some other smaller ones are on the opposite side of his body that I can't see very well, so I decided to peer over, pushing myself up onto my elbows. "Baby." His sleepy, deep voice startles me, and I sit up quickly, grabbing the covers to cover myself. I look at him and he's peeking at me from under his arm and smirking. "What were you doing just now?" he asks intently, and I smile. "Your tattoos. I've only ever seen the one on your forearm and wanted to look at the others." He sits up then, placing himself against the headboard. "Come get a good look." Then he pats his lap and I crawl over and straddle him, leaning down to look at the wolf one, my fingers tracing its shape. "That's for my wolf, Kiba." "Is he black like this one?" Nate nods. "That's almost exactly what he looks like. My artist took a few photos when I was shifted and created that for me." "Can I ask why you chose the vines and thorns on your arm?" "No reason specifically, but I just like the way it looks there." "I do too," I say, and he chuckles. "I think some tattoos on that body," he eyes me up and down, "would look absolutely exquisite on you." "You really think so?" I never thought about it before. I pause. "But no wolf, so not very much of a pain tolerance." I'm afraid it's then that Nate takes my hands and inspects my cuffs. I sigh, realizing he's going to ask about them, and unsure if I really want to answer. "How long have these been on you?" 6 years. "Do they hurt?" "Not anymore. They used to when they were first put on, but now I don't feel pain with them. I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but I try not to think about it too much." "What happened that resulted in them being put on you?" Nate questions, and I look at him, contemplating if I want to go into the whole story. I decide against it and just give him what anyone else in the pack, including Cole, would tell him. "I'm responsible for the death of Red Moon's previous alpha and Luna. I'm not comfortable talking about it much. It still pains me." His brows furrow in confusion at my admittance, but his gaze softens just as quickly. "I won't pry, I promise. I just hate seeing them on you." I lean in and kiss him softly on the lips. "Thank you." My stomach grumbles and he chuckles loudly. Hungry, I laugh lightly and nod. "After last night? Yes, I'm starved." Nathaniel's POV. I sit across from Ivy in the kitchen, US eating some bacon and eggs that I made for us, my mind swimming in thoughts as we eat together. Last night was nothing short of amazing. Making her feel good, worshipped, and satiated has me feeling an immense amount of pride. She loved me commanding and praising her, and to be honest, she surprised me with how forward she was. I know there's a strong she-wolf under that facade she puts forward, and I sure got a taste last night, and to top it off, her asking for more, which I will completely give her. No questions asked. My mind drifts to her statement regarding her cuffs, how she's responsible for the deaths of the previous alpha and Luna of her pack, and that's why they are on her. It clearly wasn't reported, since Tobias said that nothing has come from Red Moon in terms of punishments or incidents. I had known they had passed, having met Cole's parents before when my mother and father were still leading in a full capacity. I didn't know that their deaths weren't expected. I'll have to investigate it more when I get back to Crystal Moon and see if I can find anything, but right now, I need to enjoy the rest of the time I've got here with Ivy. I stand as she finishes her plate and take it from her and bring it to the sink. I hear her get up and walk behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist and leaning her head into the middle of my back. "What did you want to do today?" she asks, and I can't help myself. "You," I say, and I hear her laugh, the vibrations on my back tickling slightly. How did I know you were going to say that, she says as she releases her grip on me and I turn to face her, smirking. You're getting to know me, princess. That's why. I watch as her face scrunches up a little, and I think I've offended her, but then she looks at me, smiling. Can we go swimming? I nod. Of course. Pool or beach? Even pool. Okay then, let's go get changed and head to the recreation area of the resort. Sounds good to me. It's hard to keep focus when I see Ivy in her black bikini, the perfect curves of her body showing. I know I've tasted her, but my God, I want to do it repeatedly. We've been in the pool for a little bit now, her laughs and giggles making me and Kiba feel at peace, knowing she's happy in this current moment. Mate needs to be like this all the time. I hear Kiba state in my mind, and I know we're going to try our damn hardest to keep it that way. 31 comfortable. Ivy's POV. I'm laying on the bed in mine and Nate's room, reading in only my underwear and bra. I'm on my stomach with my legs resting on the headboard. Nate's sitting up against said headboard with his hand fully resting on my ass, his fingers threaded through the elastic of my panties as he balances his laptop on his lap, going over packed documents in his email. I love his hands on me, and I don't want to keep my hands off him. I crave his touch, his scent, his taste. He's empowered me in such ways that it's reawakened my sense of self. I'm not going back to Red Moon the same she wolf. Cole can suck Alaric's dick for all I care. I know what I'm worthy of, and it's not this unfair and cruel treatment I've received over the years. I felt responsible for it all. I partially was. But I don't deserve this, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Things are going to change. Nathaniel's POV. I glance over at Ivy reading, my eyes traveling down her body. These past few days since we first had sex, she's really opened physically to me. We haven't done much else with the group, just been spending time with each other doing resort activities. Today is the first day that we've just been in the bedroom, as I have some pack work to do. I'm finding it incredibly hard to focus considering she's pretty much naked next to me. I've taken her multiple times over the past few days, and each time it's mind-blowing. Her and I both completely spent, breathing heavily and seeing stars. My attention is drawn more to her when I see her close her book and roll over onto her side to face in my direction. I catch Gier gaze and she smiles. How's the pack work going, she asks, and I close the laptop. It's going fine. Really just small business. Tobias is keeping everything in line for me until I get back. How long have you known Tobias, she asks as she pushes herself up to sit beside me, her red hair fluttering with the movement. Since we were pups. He's been my closest friend and confidant in our entire lifetime. Did you choose him to be your beta? I nod. The moment my parents said that they were wanting to step down, they asked me to choose my beta. There was no question about who it should be. I'm glad that you have someone to completely trust like that, she leans into me and I wrap my arm around her, pulling her in closer. I'm glad you have support where you are. I know you don't want to share details about your life at Red Moon, and I respect that. But I have to say I am worried what may happen when you go home after this. She raises her head to look up at me. Thank you for being concerned. You have every right to be, based on what you've witnessed. I know going back is going to be difficult, however, I feel more like myself having been here with you, so I think I'll be okay. You can always call me if it's not. You know that I tell her, and she smiles and nods. Of course. A moment passes and I see her bite her lip and scrunch her face a bit. Nate, she says, and trails off. Yes, songbird. Are we labeling this? Yes. Do you mean if now that I've fucked you? Are we dating, I say, and she blushes and turns her head away to look towards the window. I reach over and grasp her face, turning her face back to me before planting a light kiss on her lips. You're mine. So yes, we're dating. You need to tell Mate what she is to us. We're not dating like little lovesick puppies. We're fated mates, bonded for eternity. Kiba's statement rings in my head, and I internally sigh. Soon, Kiba. Soon, I promise. Hard to believe we're halfway through our time here, Ivy says, as she pushes herself off the bed and stands up, making her way over to the closet. It's going by fast, I state, and she nods, her eyes scanning her clothes in the closet. She pulls out a black skirt and tank top, setting them on the bed by my feet. I stand then and approach her, grabbing her clothes off the bed and draping them over my shoulder slightly. I press against her back and reach around her, trailing my hand up her stomach, between her breasts and up to her neck, where I grasp and squeeze lightly. I hear her quick intake of breath, and I lean and kiss the side of her neck, eliciting a breathy moan from her. "Can I dress you?" I ask, and as I release her, she turns and looks straight in my eyes and nods. I drop to my knees then, grabbing her skirt from my shoulder and holding it out for her to step into. Once she does, I lift it up her beautiful legs and up over her ass, fastening the small clasp once it's at her waist. I then grab and hold out her tank top and pull it gently over her head and down the rest of her torso. She wraps her arms around my neck and places a small kiss on my lips. "Thank you, Alpha." "My pleasure." "Oh, how it is my pleasure, little songbird." 32 Lost in Paradise. Ivy's POV. It's the beginning of the second week of the retreat, and I'm just getting out of the shower as Nate and I have made plans to go walk around town today and do some shopping. He showered earlier and left to go arrange our ride into the city. I had told Nate that I wanted to get Kane and Genevieve something from the trip, so he suggested we go walk around town and see if anything catches my eye in any of the shops. I'm excited. "Duh. You." I walk out of the bathroom, towel wrapped around me, and head to the closet to pick out my clothes. I settle on black ripped jeans with a gray flowy tank top and place them onto the bed. I reach and grab a bra and underwear and quickly slip them on, dropping the towel. It's then I hear a small whistle come from behind me. I turn and see Nate eyeing me up and down, and I blush. I know he's seen me naked multiple times now, but the effect he has on me is intoxicating. I change into my clothes and pull my hair up into a simple ponytail and put on some minimal makeup as Nate responds to some more emails from Tobias, and some moments later we're ready to go. We walk out of our room together, seeing Sarah and the other wolves hanging out in the main area of our suites. As soon as Sarah meets my gaze, she stands and approaches us. Going somewhere, she asks sweetly, and I nod. "Into town" is all I say, and she smiles and looks to Nate. "Enjoying yourself here, Alpha King?" she questions, and I feel Nate brush his hand with mine and he grasps it tightly. And I notice Sarah's eyes dart to our hands intertwined, and her eyes widen for a short moment in disbelief. "Why, yes, Sarah. I'm very much enjoying myself, especially with Ivy." Sarah clears her throat awkwardly and nods. "Have fun in town." "We will," I state and smile at her. She turns and goes back to everyone else while Nate and I head out towards the front of the resort. "I don't know what her issue is," I say softly, and Nate squeezes my hand as we continue to walk. "She wants what she can't have, baby. She's jealous. But let her keep going on like that. It just makes her look pathetic to everyone around her, pining over someone that doesn't want her." I squeeze his hand back. "I'm not sure why you picked me of all people, but I'm glad you did." "There's so much here for a resort town," I say as we walk past a wide array of stores and small shops. I'm a bit overwhelmed at it all, but having Nate here makes it tolerable. We continue to walk, and I see a crystal shop and tug on Nate's hand. I'd like to go in there for Evie. She loves crystals and stones. He smiles. "Okay, let's go." We walk into the quaint store, the scent of herbs and incense flooding my senses the moment we enter. I see wide assortments of crystals: amethysts, onyx, citron, geodes and the like, all arranged beautifully in displays with varying sizes and shapes. We walk down each section of tables and I pick out 4 crystals for Genevieve: rose quartz, red jasper, black tourmaline, and of course a moonstone for our wolf heritage. "These your choices?" Nate asks, and I nod, feeling really excited about giving them to Genevieve. We purchase them and head back out, the small paper bag with the gemstones hanging from my wrist as we continue. "Are there any weapon shops in town?" "I thought I may get Kane a side blade of some sort." Nate nods. "Yeah, there's a blacksmith just a couple roads down from us. He makes everything by hand. They're pretty good pieces. I have a few of my own back home." "Okay, let's go there then," I state, and we go to walk. But Nate's phone rings. We stop and he takes it out of his pocket and his face grows concerned. It's Tobias. He wouldn't call unless it's important. He trails off and I look at him. "Answer it, silly." "I'm all right." He half smiles at me, and then with a swift movement he answers. "Tobias." "What is it?" He turns away from me for a moment and I look around us. and I see a small girl near one of the shops close to us. I see her looking around wildly for something, and I decide to approach her. I kneel and hear her panic in her voice as she looks at me. "I can't find my mom and dad. Do you know where they are?" I shake my head. "I don't, sweetheart." "Where were you with them last?" I question, and I see the gears turn in her head as she thinks deeply. "They said we were going to go eat, but then I got separated and now I can't find them." "Are you from here? What's your name?" She nods. "Yeah, we live here. There are just too many people. I'm Nina." "Okay, Nina. Let's see if we can find them. Where are the restaurants?" She points to her left. "Over there." "Okay," I stand and hold out my hand to her, and she takes it. "Let's find your mom and dad." "Okay," she smiles and nods, and we head off towards the restaurants. It's only a few moments before we arrive, and I see Nina looking back and forth for her parents. "What does your mom look like?" "She's blonde with an orange top on and blue shorts." I look around then, fixing my eyes on all the people around us, and I notice a woman and man looking more frantic than the others. They get closer and their eyes land on Nina and I, and they run over. "Nina, thank goodness you are okay, baby," the mother says as she scoops her up in her arms. She looks at me and mouths a thank you, and I nod. Nina's father shakes my hand. "Thank you for helping her, we really appreciate it. Easy for a little girl to get lost with all these people. She was brave. You've got a wonderful daughter. Take care." "You too." "Thank you again." I watch them all walk off together and smile to myself, happy I helped her. I decide to wander in the area and take in the sights and sounds of all that's around me, but not before long I realize that I've wandered far off from Nate, and I'm not sure which direction to head back in. I exhale deeply, feeling worried that I may not find my way back. I keep wandering, thinking that I'm going in the right direction, but then I stop. I'm totally lost. I feel off, like someone's watching me, and my heart starts to race. I decide to pull out my phone and call Nate. He answers on the first ring. "Ivy, where are you?" I hear the slight panic in his voice. "I'm okay. I went and helped a little girl. She was lost. Then I got lost myself." "What's near you?" I look around and notice a large carved stone statue of a horse. A horse statue. "I know where you are. Stay put there. I'll be there in a few minutes." Okay, we hang up and I go over and lean up against the statue waiting for him. It's not long before I see his large form walking up to me, and as soon as he reaches me, he engulfs me in a tight hug. I was worried. I hung up from Tobias and you were nowhere to be found. He backs up and places a kiss on my lips. "I'm sorry. I was trying to help someone, and it didn't dawn on me that I don't know my way around." I feel a pang of guilt for making him worry. "It's okay. Did you still want to go to the blacksmith?" I nod. "Yes, and then food?" I ask, and he nods. "Of course." Nathaniel's POV. I was worried about her, more than I'd like to admit, but I'm glad she called me when she got lost. I watch her admiring the blacksmith's weapons, and my mind drifts to what Tobias called to talk to me about. Another rogue attack on another pack in my territory. I may have to cut the trip short if this persists. These attacks are becoming more frequent, and something may need to be done about the rogues. They don't follow regular pack rules and traditions, but I know they have a leader. A leader who I may need to have a conversation with and get to the bottom of this. I'm drawn back to Ivy as she holds a blade in her hands, a side dagger with a blackened leather handle and some etching done in the blade. "This is perfect." She turns to the blacksmith. "Is there an area in the back or something where I can test it out? Just weight-wise and handling." The blacksmith nods and leads her and I into his training room in the back. "Ivy, you know how to use that?" I ask, and she nods. "Did I forget to tell you?" "Tell me what?" I question intently, and she chuckles. "I guess I did." She pauses and tosses the blade in the air, and I low-key panic, but she then backflips, catching the blade artfully before landing in a warrior stance close to the ground. It's then it dawns on me. "You were a warrior before, weren't you?" She nods. "Yes, only female one in Red Moon." She places the blade in its sheath and hands it to the blacksmith. "I'll get it." "Thank you." I approach her. "Part of the life story you haven't told me, right?" She nods before she tightens her ponytail. "It's my old life. Without my wolf, I can't be that anymore. I go to continue the conversation, but the blacksmith brings her the case with the blade in it, and she hands him her payment for it. I reach over and take the case from her, and we walk back through the blacksmith store and back outside. I feel her sadness emanating from her as we walk. You know you can tell me I state as we walk towards the restaurants, and she nods. I know I'm pushing when I said I'd respect her wishes, but deep down I want to know. I know. I'm just still not there yet. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm sorry I keep reminding you of something you know. I just want to be there for you. She stops me and pushes up on her tiptoes to kiss me lightly. You are there for me, and I admire you for it. 33 back to normalcy. Nathaniel's POV. It's our last day here in paradise. This time went by fast, but I feel more connected to her. I found out more small details about her and know exactly how to satisfy her, which was just a bonus. I feel this trip with her was a major success, but my chest feels heavy at the thought of having to leave her and go back to my regular day-to-day. I'm worried about her asshole of an alpha and what may happen to her without me there, but aside from kidnapping her and bringing her to my packlands, there's not much I can do. There's still processes that have to be followed, especially since I don't want to reveal she's my mate. Kiba is furious with me, but my desire to make sure she's safe before putting her in any other danger overtakes the need I have for her to know. It's the middle of the day, and we had a nice time in the shower this morning before we decided to pack up all our belongings for the trip home. We've just received word that the cars are here to take us to the airport, where we will take the private jet back home, and we will go our separate ways back to our respective packs. I wish I had more time with her. You coming, she asks, and I break out of my trance and put the last items into my bags and zip them up. She's in casual clothes today, some loose gray sweats and a red tank top with a cropped hoodie. Her red locks are tied up loosely and she looks beautiful. Yes, let's go. The all too familiar sounds and smells of the northern continent, my land, hit my senses the moment I step out of the jet. Ivy follows behind me, and we walk over to where our town cars are waiting. She looks up at me, and I can see the wetness in her eyes, and I pull her close, resting my chin on the top of her head. I feel her grasp my shirt and push herself more into my chest. I know, songbird. I'll miss you too, I say quietly, and she lifts her head and pushes up to place a kiss on my lips. Text or call me whenever. I'll always make time for you, she smiles and wipes her eyes. I'm going to hold you to that. Will you come see me, she asks, and I nod. I will try as much as I can. Let me know when you're performing at Iron Wolf 2. I'll always come to hear your beautiful voice. Deal, she smiles and hugs me tightly, giving me another sweet kiss before we part and get into our cars. Not even 2 seconds later, my phone vibrates and I smirk. Sure enough, it's her. Thank you for the amazing time these past 2 weeks. I'm happy we got to know each other a bit more, among other things. I already miss your touch. I respond to her. It was my pleasure to spend time with you. I really enjoyed every moment, especially you writhing under me. But all aside, thank you for opening up to me and making this time away memorable. I laugh when she responds with an embarrassed emoji, and I send back a heart with let me know once you're home and settled in. I will. Talk soon. I miss her already. Being away from her is going to be torture. Ivy's POV. I sigh as I see the familiar sights that indicate that I'm close to Red Moon Packlands, which means I'm closer to seeing my best friends and closer to the man I hate with all my being. Hold on to the positive moments. I don't know what to expect, but my heart flutters with anxiousness the moment the car pulls into the familiar Packlands. I pass my house and continue up towards the pack house and the residential building of my nightmares. I step out of the car and immediately tackled into a hug by Evie, and I laugh. I missed you so much, she pulls away and looks at me. You look so good, she exclaims. How was it? Good, really needed, relaxing and very enjoyable. That's all I get, she says lowly, and I wink at her. More stuff I'll tell later, she smirks and nods. Gotcha. Well, let's get your stuff and get you unpacked and settled in at the new building. I hold my hand up. Is Cole in his office? She nods. Yeah, why? I'm not staying in the building. I'm going back home with you and Kane. Her mouth drops in awe. "You sure you want to do that?" she questions intently, and I nod. If there's anything that I took from this time away, it's that he can't keep controlling me like I'm some pet. So it's about time I stood up and stopped letting him, regardless of consequences. "I'll get your stuff back to the house then." "See you soon," I nod and smile. "Yup. See you shortly." I pull my phone out to text Nate and let him know I'm home safely, and then I make my way into the pack house and up to Cole's office and knock on the door. "Come in," I hear that voice and I cringe a little. I take a deep breath and walk in and see those oh-so-familiar eyes of anger directed at me. "You're back," he says flatly, and I nod. "Yes. Was just coming to let you know that I am back and that I'm going to continue to live at the house with Genevieve and Kane." "You absolutely are not." I keep my head raised and look him straight in the eyes. "Yes, Cole, I am. Stop with this ridiculous control and punishment over me. It's tiring. Move on and find someone else to torture." I'm done. He rises from his chair and stalks over to me, trying to intimidate me, but it doesn't work anymore. I hold his stare and glare at him with all the hatred I can muster. "I am your alpha." "You listen to me," he raises his voice, and I shake my head. "I've told you countless times you are not my alpha, and that I will never follow you, nor listen to you. The sooner you realize that, the better. I will still do my duties to this pack and help it prosper. But that is all I'm obligated to do." I go to turn and leave, but stop, my back still facing him. I can feel the anger rolling off his body, the tension and hate thick in the air. "If you or Alaric ever put a hand on me again, I'll report you to the king. Or better yet, maybe I'll kill you in your sleep." And with that, I walk out and head back home. I yawn as I sit on the couch with Evie watching a movie, having unpacked everything and organized things that I've got to get back to, considering that I'm back home. The door opens and I look over to see Kane walk in, and he smiles when he sees me. "Welcome home," he says, heading over and giving me a hug before heading into his room to decompress from the day. It's then that Evie looks over to me and whispers, "So what else happened at the retreat?" "We went shopping, which reminds me I gotta grab a couple things for you and Kane from my bag," but I trail off and look to make sure Kane isn't coming out and beckon her to come closer with my hands. She comes closer to me, and I whisper in her ear. "Nate and I had sex. Multiple times." She backs away from me and clamps her hand over her mouth in surprise. But she leans in again and whispers. "Was it good?" I laugh and nod excessively. "It was something else, my God." Ivy, she says slyly as she blushes and giggles. "Well, I'm glad you had a good time." It's a time I'll never forget for the rest of my life. 34 Yearning. Ivy's POV. It's been a week since I returned from the retreat with Nathaniel, and I'm missing him. Missing him a lot. More than I really thought I would. We've been texting every single day when he's got time, but it's nothing like being in person with him physically. We're planning to do a video call this evening once he's finished up with a meeting, so at least I'll get to see him in some capacity. As for life back home, well, Cole and Alaric haven't laid a hand on me since I've come home, making me think that Cole listened to my threat and has backed off for time being. At least I hope. I'm still doing all the normal duties that he asked of me before, but it seems he's finally leaving me alone to do them. Kane and Genevieve have told me that I probably should keep my guard up still, which I am, but this is a welcome feeling to not have to worry as much. I walk outside of the house and make my way to the garden, and I make sure to do the zipper up on my sweater as I walk. It's starting to get colder, signaling that fall is on its way, and then after that, winter obviously, but that's also when Nathaniel is taking over as Alpha King. As I continue to make my way, I think of how different his life is going to be once he officially takes his position, and if we would even have time for each other. I doubt it. I sigh as I arrive at my destination and head into the shed and grab some tools. The task for today, to collect the remaining harvest, and then uproot some of the plants that won't survive the colder weather. I move to the first section and get to work, soon having to put my hair up as I start to sweat. Thankfully, there isn't too much to collect, and soon I'm moving on to uprooting. Dig, scoop, rip, and toss. Rinse and repeat. I work away tirelessly, and soon I've finished majority of the task in a few hours' time and decide to take a small break and sit on the fence and look around the packlands. I don't feel a connection here anymore. I watch pack members walk around and see the trainees on the field, watching as they go through their drills with Kane, and I feel nothing. My mind drifts and I don't notice Kane in front of me until he says my name. Ivy, I look, and he tosses a water at me, and I catch it with one hand. Thank you, I say as I open it and take a small sip. Kane joins me on the fence, sighing as he looks around too. So the time away seemed to be really good for you, he states, and I turn to look at him beside me and I nod. It was good. I didn't want it to end. I bet. Being around that alpha king of ours, he trails off and I smack him on the shoulder. What's then supposed to mean, I ask playfully, and he smirks. You really thought I didn't hear what you told Evie last week, I gasp, choking on my water and sputtering. You heard, I say, and he laughs. I have my wolf hearing, Ivy. Did you forget, he says as he chuckles at me, and I roll my eyes. I don't need you knowing my sexual encounters. My God. He laughs. Honestly, I'm not that surprised. He looks at you like he wants to devour you. At least he did the entire time he was here for his visit. I blush and fix my ponytail awkwardly. He did just that, didn't he? He asks, and I nod slightly, utter mortified that I'm talking to Kane about this. If you must know. Yes, he did. Can we get off this topic, please? I plead, and he laughs again. Did you want to do some training tonight? He asks, and I smile. You know I do. Okay. Meet me at the training grounds when the sun goes down tonight. Then he hops off the fence with a swift motion, and I smile. Sounds good, Kane. He goes to walk but stops and turns to face me again. Oh, and Ivy. I tilt my head slightly. Yeah. Doesn't matter the topic, I'll always want to hear about the things that make you happy. If the Alpha King makes you happy, don't let him go. I don't plan to, I state confidently, and he smirks before waving and heading off towards the house. I hop off the fence myself and get back to work. I walk into the house another hour later and quickly get in the shower to get all the dirt and grime off of me from the garden so that I can go train. I towel dry my hair and French braid 2 braids down either side to keep it out of my face before doing my moisturizer and tossing on my training gear black leggings, gray long sleeve top with my warrior harnesses. It's my old warrior gear. I don't really use it now aside from training with Kane. He won't let me get rid of it, saying I need to maintain training how I used to when I had cells, which includes my gear. My weapons were taken from me, so the harnesses are empty, but it is what it is. I hear a familiar ding of a message on my phone, and I open it. The meeting is going longer than expected. May need to video call a bit later if that's okay, Songbird. I sigh, but of course it's to be expected. He's busy as all hell. Of course. I'm doing some training with Kane, so just message me when you're good. XO. I lock my screen and head back outside, throwing a small jacket over top of my shoulders as I walk over to the training grounds. Kane is waiting and is in his own gear and smiles at me as I approach him. Ready to go. I nod and toss my jacket aside. Always. I walk a few paces away from him, turn and get into my stance, my muscles coiled and at the ready. I know he takes it easier on me since I don't have seals, but it doesn't mean that he hasn't tailored this to kick my ass. The only way I've kept any of my skills up is due to Kane. He's kept me on my toes, but the only thing without seals I tire easier, and I don't move as fast. Drills first. Type 1, Kane says, and I take off at him and jump into hand combat with him, swinging at him. He blocks me easily, which is to be expected, but this isn't for landing hits now. It's building up my muscles and keeping my muscle memory up with my warrior training. Type 2, he says quickly, and we switch to kicks and jumps. Type 3, switch again to holds and grapples. We back up from each other, my heart racing from the exertion. Good. Very good, Kane says, his breathing only slightly affected. I go grab a sip of water and Kane approaches me again. You're getting stronger in your human form, Ivy. Honestly, if Seals ever comes back, you're going to be a powerhouse. I hope she does, I say, feeling a twinge of pain in my heart, missing her companionship. Are you good for this evening, he asks, and I nod. I've got a call to make. Nathaniel's POV. I finally finish my meeting and walk out of my office heading to my bedroom. I sigh. Today was a long day. But I get to talk to her soon. I get changed into more comfortable clothes, black sweats and a black t-shirt, and send a text through to Ivy. Meeting is done now, Songbird. Ready when you are. It's not long before my phone rings, signaling a video call coming in. I accept, and her beautiful face pops up on my screen. Well, hello there, beautiful, I say, and I see her blush and smile. Hi, she says back and adjusts her position on her bed. I see her leaning back against her headboard and notice her hair braided back and my cock stiffens. Mate's got her warrior hair done. Kiba states. I like it on her. Braids are used for warrior styles because it keeps the hair away and flat to the head so enemies can't grab it. It showcases her beautiful face shape and her neck. Damn, I wish I was there right now. How was training, I ask, trying to keep myself distracted. I adjust my position so that I'm more comfortable, thankful that she can't see how aroused I am for her right now. It was good. Nice to do some drills with him and not worry about Cole making a big deal over it. She had told me that she put Cole in his place, and he's left her alone, a la Rick too. I'm thankful, but I have a feeling that he's just holding back for a moment. Did you have a lot of work today, she asks, and I nod. Yes, too much if you ask me. I'm exhausted. Political bullshit and whatnot. It's tiring. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that stuff often. But honestly, I can't think of anyone else more suited for it. Thank you, baby. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I see her eye dart up a little and then look like she is reading something. I just got a text from Kai. He's asking me to do a set this weekend at Iron Wolf. An act dropped out last minute. You going to do it, I ask, and she nods. It's short notice, but yeah, I think so. I can put something together. When are you performing, she smiles. Saturday. 7 p.m. I'll be there. You won't be busy. Not for you. I need to see you. She blushes again. I need to see you too. We continue to talk until I see her eyes drooping, and we deed to call it a night and get some rest. I'll text you tomorrow, Songbird. Looking forward to it, Alpha, she states and winks before laughing and hanging up. I place my phone onto my bed beside me and sigh. 2 days and then I'll feel her against me again. 2 days too long. 35 River of Fire. Ivy's POV. I pace around my room, trying to pick an outfit for the show tonight. I've got 3 options: pulled out black ripped leggings with a long black sleeved fishnet top over a white tank top, my red baby doll dress with fishnet stockings, or acid washed jean caprice with a black corset. I pace, looking over each option and ultimately decide on the red dress and stockings. I kept my set for tonight chill, so I won't be moving around too much. Plus, I know Nate would like it. I can't kid myself I'm dressing up for him. I get changed, making sure to put my favorite perfume on and sit down to do my makeup. I decide to do heavier winged liner, mascara, a nude lip, and a little bit of pink blush. I tidy up my brows and fill them slightly, and add some highlighter to my cheekbones. I style my hair, pulling it back into a half pony with some pieces out to frame my face. I stand and take another once over when I hear a whistle. I turn around and see Evie in my doorway, all dolled up herself in black leggings with a very low-cut silk top. Looking good as always. You ready to see your Alpha, she says excitedly, and I nod. I can't wait to see how you are together now that you've been physical. I'm interested, that's for sure. I know it sounds creepy, but I just want to make sure you're good. You know I smile at her. I know, and I appreciate it. Nate treats me like a queen. You'll see. Let's go then. Don't want to be late. I grab my purse, my set list, and head out with Evie, Kane in tow in his dressier clothes. I walk into the familiar bar, thankful to be back in the atmosphere of Iron Wolf, and I spot Kai near the downstairs bar as I walk further in with Kane and Genevieve. The background noise of everyone talking with music playing is a beautiful sound to my ears. Thank you so much for doing a set tonight. You're a lifesaver, Kai says as he hugs me, and we pull away and I smile. Of course, anything for you. You know that Kai goes to speak again, but he stops just as he starts. I hear some of the chatter tone down and my back prickles in response, and immediately I know Nathaniel has arrived and he's behind me. I turn and I'm met with those stunning blue eyes and a smirk, and I can't help but blush. He walks closer to me, stopping about half an arm's length away. I see Tobias not too far behind, and he smiles at me briefly before I bring my attention back to Alpha in front of me. He's in an all-black ensemble as usual, looking mouth-watering. His black hair is styled slightly, messy but controlled. "Hello again, Songbird," he says, and my heart flutters hearing his voice again, and I smile. "Hi, Alpha." I peek around him and wave to Tobias. "Nice to see you again, Beta Tobias," I say, and he nods. "Likewise, Ivy." "Would you like your usual booth upstairs?" Alpha Nathaniel Kai asks, and Nathaniel nods. "That would be great, Kai." "Thank you." Kai takes his leave and Nate turns his attention to Kane and Genevieve. "Nice to see you both again. Hope you are well," Genevieve pipes in. "We're great, Alpha. Better more so that Ivy is back. We missed her." "I do apologize for taking her from you for so long, but it was time well spent. Wouldn't you say so?" Ivy Nate half smirks and the blood rushes to my cheeks when I get what he's implying. What's worse off is that Kane and Genevieve know exactly what he's talking about. Good Lord. I stammer a little in embarrassment. Why? Yeah, you can say that. Nate chuckles at my awkwardness but reaches out to grab my hand slightly. "Can I talk to you upstairs for a moment, if you've got time?" I nod. My set isn't for a bit yet, so sure, we walk away from everyone else, heading upstairs and over to where I spoke to and met him for the very first time, and we sit in the booth. I can only stay for a little bit. An emergency meeting got called by my parents. That's okay, don't feel obligated to stay. I know you want to be here, but don't let me get in the way of your duty. How are you so understanding and not taking offense to me pushing our calls and plans? You don't even pester me for details about what I'm doing. I sigh. You're an important man. You've got important things to do. I know I'm important to you too, but I also know that your duty as an alpha and our king takes precedence. As for details, I'm not privy to them in any way, shape, or form. I just know it's for the best of the packs. God, you're something else, he leans into me, whispering. If I didn't have to leave, I'd be taking you in the back of my limo right now. I audibly gasp and immediately blush crimson. Nathaniel, I exclaim quietly, and he chuckles in my ear before pecking a kiss on my neck. Tobias said he will stay in my place to support you. I just wanted to see you. I'll see about coming back if the meeting doesn't take too long. Okay, I say, and we stand together, and he pulls me into him and trails his hand up my back and to my neck, pulling me into a deep kiss. Our lips move effortlessly with each other, and he groans as we pull away. I missed feeling your kisses, I state dreamily, and he smiles before grasping my hand again, and we head back down to everyone. We all stand chatting for a few more moments before Nathaniel takes his leave and we say our quick goodbyes, Tobias staying behind and mingling with us still. Tobias offers for us to all hang out in the booth upstairs, so we all head up, order drinks, and not before long I head back down to do my set. I sing my 4 songs that I chose for the evening, and it ends with some screams and applause. I missed this. I'm sad that Nathaniel had to miss my set, but as I said before, I know his job is more important. I head back up to the booth and I see Tobias and Kane doing shots as Evie watches on, sipping on her gin and tonic. I sit back down and Tobias hands me a shot. I smile, and we clink and down it all. So Nathaniel has taken quite a liking to you, Ivy, Tobias states, and I try to hide my blush. Oh, she likes him too, Tobias, Evie says with a smirk, and I scoff. He was having a hard time adjusting to his future new role, but now he's taking it in stride. Softened up a little bit too. Not such a hard exterior towards everyone. It's good, Ivy. You are good for him. I didn't realize. Thank you for telling me. To be honest, I was feeling like maybe I was being a burden to him, but now having you say that I realize I haven't been. I appreciate it, Tobias. I really do. It's then the instruments start to play for the next set, and I get up to go watch. We party and keep partying, letting a lot looser than we usually do, and before I know it, I'm feeling lightheaded and dizzy. I go over to Genevieve and lean into her ear, the now loud club music playing since the sets are long over. I'm going outside for a little bit of air. I'll be back. Sounds good, she yells, and I head downstairs and outside, the cold air hitting me and feeling great against my warm skin. I head over to the left of the Iron Wolf entrance around the corner out of view, and lean back into the brick wall, closing my eyes slightly. Ivy, I hear a very unfamiliar voice and open my eyes to see 3 men standing in front of me, and I immediately get an unfriendly vibe from them. I look at all 3 of them closely. All of them are built similarly, 2 with blonde hair flanking left and right, and 1 with brown hair in the center. Brown hair has a scar on his eyebrow, and the blonde-haired ones look like they're twins. I respond. Can I help you? No, but you can keep your mouth shut, brown hair says to me. Excuse me, I question, and suddenly the one blonde man on the left lunges at me and I dodge his advance, my instincts kicking in and knowing I need to defend myself. I try to get myself away from the wall, but I'm not quick enough, and they all box me in. The blows start coming and I try to deflect them all, but it's almost impossible. I wince as my ribs and chest are hit hard, knocking some of the wind out of me. Do not let them get you on the ground, Ivy. I manage to stay upright and get a couple blows in, but one of the blonde twins pushes my hands out of the way and pins me by my neck against the wall. I cough and sputter and kick out, trying to loosen his grip, but it's no use. Just when I start to see stars, he lets go and I fall to my knees. It's short-lived, as a swift kick comes into my stomach, and it's with enough force that I'm knocked onto my back. I put my arms up to my face to block whatever other hits come my way, but I'm not expecting what comes next. A searing pain flares in my abdomen, and I feel wetness seeping out. I open my eyes and the brown-haired man is over top of me, and out of the corner of my eye I see the glint of a pocket knife, now stained red. I realize then I've been stabbed. I glance down and see the dark red blood come out of my wound and stain my dress darker. The pain is unreal, throbbing with every beat of my heart, and the blood just doesn't stop. Hope you lived a good life, Ivy, I hear one of the men say as they leave me battered and bleeding onto the asphalt. Genevieve's POV. I look around for Ivy since it has been well over an hour since I saw her last. I walk up to Kane and yell in his ear. Have you seen Ivy? She told me she was going out for some air, and I haven't seen her since. He shakes his head no and leans into my ear. Let's go see if we can find her, I nod, and we head outside, looking around. The scent of blood hits me and my eyes go wide. Do you smell that, I say as I look to Kane, and he nods, his eyes darkening, signaling his wolf is present. This way he points and I follow, and once we round the corner I gasp loudly. I see Ivy's body laying in a pool of blood. Ivy, I scream and run over to her, scooping her up into my arms. I feel a faint pulse coming from her, but her heartbeat is erratic and skipping. She opens her eyes slightly. Evie. Shh. I'm here. Kane is too. What happened? 3... attacked. Knife is all she manages, and I look down seeing her stab wound and I growl. What in the actual fuck? I'm going to go get Tobias, I nod, and Kane takes off. Mere seconds later he comes reeling around the corner with Tobias, and his eyes widen at the sight of her bloodied and battered in my arms. He kneels and checks her pulse like I did and lowers his head. She needs to get to a hospital. There's not one near here. Not close enough, Kane states plainly. Then she's going to Midnight Moon, Nate's Packlands. It's the closest aside from Red Moon, unless you want to get her home. She's not going back home. For all we know, Cole did this, I growl, and Kane nods. I agree, it's not safe for her to go home. Never has been. Midnight Moon it is then. I'll go get the car. 36 broken. Kane's POV. I help Evie lift Ivy up from the pavement and into the back of Tobias' car. Evie supporting her on the left side and me on the right, her still body laying over both of us, the metallic stench of her blood filling my nostrils. I keep my hand pressured on her wound as it's still bleeding, disgusted at the fact my friend's blood is seeping through my fingers from an injury that someone else did to her. Cole must be behind this, but until Ivy recovers, we won't know exactly what happened to her and who actually did this to her. If she recovers. I glance over at Genevieve as Tobias takes off, and I see her face is wet with fresh tears as she strokes Ivy's head that is on her lap. She's still alive, but barely. Her heartbeat is faint. Evie is covered in Ivy's blood just like me, and my wolf lashes out in my mind in intense anger. If she doesn't survive, I'm going to kill him. The coldness in her voice is highly apparent, which is a drastic difference from her usual bubbly self. I don't blame her, I feel the exact same. I'm raging inside. Ivy never deserved this. I know, I'll help you, I state, and she turns her head to look at me, her eyes glowing yellow. Did she say anything about what happened before she passed out? Tobias asks, his voice strained as he keeps his eyes on the road. She said 3 attacked with a knife. So I'm assuming 3 assailants, one of which stabbed her. I've mind-linked our nurses at the pack. They're getting things ready for when we get there. I have to warn you, Once Nate finds out he's going to rampage. I wouldn't expect anything less from him, I say, and he glances in the rear-view mirror, catching my gaze and nods. I know, Tobias. Nathaniel's POV. I walk out of the meeting room, and I stop in my tracks as I feel tension within my pack bond. I go and drop off my paperwork and other items from the meeting off in my office, and head down to the front of my pack house. I see my medical team of nurses, including my most trusted healer Nadine, in the front foyer. What's going on, I ask, and Nadine shakes her head, and I feel a mind link from Tobias. I let it through, and I feel his panic and unease as he speaks to me, each word deafening me. Ivy's been attacked. It's bad. We're almost to you. I asked Nadine to get everyone ready. Prepare yourself, my friend, my alpha. She's on the brink of death. I'm stunned into silence as Kiba roars in my head, his pain incoherent. I take a few deep breaths and look to Nadine. You must save her. Please. I will try my absolute best, Alpha. I nod and stare at the front door, the anticipation of their arrival making my heart beat wild. It's only another 10 minutes before Tobias bursts in the front door, carrying my mate in his arms, covered in her blood, and I snarl. He brings her straight to me and I take her from him as we rush to the medical wing. I look down at her pale face, eyes closed and shallow breathing as I move with her, trying not to jostle her too much. We get into the medical wing, and I place her onto one of the beds and stare as Nadine and her team get to work. Scissors cutting her clothing off, gauze being placed on her wound, and Nadine inspecting her for any further injuries. I turn to face Tobias, Genevieve, and Kane. What happened? The strain in my voice showcasing my pain. We don't know for sure. She went outside to get some air and then she didn't come back. We lost track of time, and when she hadn't come back, we went to look for her and found her like that. Genevieve spews out quickly, her panic evident. She said 3 people attacked her and she got stabbed. Kane adds, and I nod. Do we think someone is behind it? I question, and Genevieve and Kane both nod. I'm drawn back to Ivy by Nadine as she lightly grasps my arm. She needs your blood, Alpha. She's not strong enough. I nod and go and sit by her side and hold my arm out. Nadine is quick and effortless and gets a transfusion set up in record time, straight from me into Ivy. Why are you giving her your blood? Genevieve asks. That wouldn't have any effect unless she trails off as the realization hits her. She's your mate, she exclaims, and I nod. Yes, Ivy is my fated mate, I state, and she turns to Kane with wide eyes, and he can't help but chuckle. I always had a feeling he knew, but this confirmed it. It wasn't obvious to you? Kane asks her, and she shakes her head. I didn't even think about that, but now it makes total sense. Alpha, your blood will make her strong enough for us to check the wound and surgically close it. It's possible that they intentionally hit an artery, which is why she bled out so fast. What's your full opinion? I ask her, and she looks to Ivy and back to me. Honestly, Alpha, I am surprised she's even alive with the blood loss alone. Without her wolf, she heals slowly, but her still breathing by the time she got here is nothing short of a miracle. So it was that bad then. I look over at her, seeing her chest rise and fall slow and shallow, and it's hard not to rage out. My songbird, my beauty, my mate. I never thought I would see you like this. I look to Tobias. You all should go get cleaned up. Tobias, can you show Kane and Genevieve to the guest wing? He nods and turns to them. Let's get cleaned up and then we will come back. I know they don't want to leave their friend, but they eventually leave with Tobias. Her heart is getting stronger with your blood, Alpha. We can investigate the wound now, Nadine says, and I nod and watch her work her magic. She cleans and disinfects the wound and runs her fingers inside, feeling for any abnormalities. As quick as she investigates, another member of the team hands her surgical cord and she begins to thread together the damage caused by the blade. In a matter of minutes, she's closing the outer cut and tying off the stitches. That's the biggest problem taken care of. Now I can look at her other injuries, she says to me, and I almost wince watching her look over Ivy's body, verbalizing her injuries. Soft tissue bruising and swelling of the face, chest and torso. Broken ribs, 2 on the left and 3 broken on the right. Multiple small lacerations on her face, arms, hands, and legs. Most likely defensive wounds on her extremities. Nadine walks over to me and removes the transfusion tubing from my arm. You should go clean up yourself. She's stable for now. Alpha, I nod and look down at my shirt and arms stained with her blood. Call me if anything changes. I get up and walk out of the room, feeling my heart breaking. Please, Songbird, survive this. 37 battered and bruised. Nathaniel's POV. I'm restless. I haven't slept. Ivy hasn't woken up. It's been 4 days since her attack and she's still unconscious. Nadine has said she is healing at an accelerated rate now thanks to my blood transfusions, but it's hard to know how much damage was done until she wakes up. So far, it hasn't been positive. I've gone to visit her every chance I've gotten. Kane and Genevieve haven't left her side and said that they would let me know if anything changed. I wanted to be by her side this entire time, but I've had to keep to my duties and run my pack. The pack is uneasy due to my unease with her condition. They know she's my mate, and their Luna and the despair I feel from them, knowing she's been injured maliciously, has been a heavy burden to bear. I sigh as I sit at my desk in my office, mindlessly going through papers on my desk. I try to think of our happier moments, and I'm startled when Genevieve bursts in. She's awake. Ivy's POV. Ivy, you're stronger than this. Open your eyes. Wake up. My eyes shoot open, and I inhale deeply, my heart racing a mile a minute. I go to sit up quickly, and I wince in pain and groan. Take it easy, dear, I hear a soft voice with an English accent, and I watch as the woman approaches me and places her hands on my head and ribs lightly, her brown eyes looking over me intently. I'm Nadine, Ivy. I've been caring for you. Where am I? I say, my voice dry and raspy. As if she senses my discomfort, Nadine hands me a cup of water with a small straw and I take small sips, the cold water revitalizing my mouth. You're at Midnight Moon. Alpha Nathaniel's Packlands, my eyes widen. How did I get here? I try to remember what happened, and it all comes flooding back in a rush. The 3 men, the attack and the air. I look down at my stomach, seeing a bandage over my stab wound, and I run my fingers over it lightly. You were touch and go for a while there, but you pulled though. We were just waiting for you to wake up. Do you remember everything up to coming here? I nod. Yeah, my face scrunching with pain as I remember the pain of the blade impaling into me. It's then the doors to the room open and I see Kane and Genevieve and my eyes water seeing their faces. I put my arms out and then comes to my side and hug me gently. Evie looks at me with tears streaming down her face. You scared us. I'm sorry, I say quietly. We're just glad you're okay, Kane says, wiping a tear from his cheek. I'm surprised with the emotion from him, but it just means that I was hurt badly enough to elicit this from him. Oh shit. We said we would get Nate if anything changed. Be right back. Evie says, and she's gone again out the door. I have to change your wound dressing, Ivy, Nadine says, and I nod. She approaches with some gauze and other supplies, and I lay back down to let her work. She gently removes the old bandages, her fingers expertly dressing my wound with little discomfort. You're good at that, I state, and she smiles at me warmly. Thank you. How do your ribs feel? Sore, but not terrible. Can you sit up and take a deep breath? I push myself up, taking care to not pull on my new dressing. Once I'm sitting comfortably, I inhale deeply and wince a little. Nadine runs her hands over my ribs and presses gently. The fractures are healing well. Should only be sore for another few days. Thank you for taking care of me, I say, and she smiles again before grabbing her notebook and jotting down notes in it. I can only guess it's her medical notes on my condition. My pleasure. Call for me if you experience any more pain or other symptoms. Okay. I nod and the door opens and my eyes trail up to the beautiful man in front of me, but he looks more disheveled, tired. Nadine takes her leave from the room as Evie, Kane, and Nate all look at me in short silence. Ivy, his voice wavers and I feel more tears prick my eyes. Nate. He comes and sits down beside me and takes my hand in his, kissing the top of my hand. Are you okay? He asks and I nod. I'm sore, but so far I'm okay. He leans into me, being very gentle, and rests his head in the crook of my neck. I reach up and run my hand through his hair gently. I'm okay, I promise. He backs away again and looks at me, then to Evie and Kane. I need to know what happened here, and I need to know everything that could possibly be the reasoning why this happened. I know what he means, and I shake my head. Evie cuts in, and her sharp tongue makes me gasp. Either you tell him, Or I will. No more hiding. Evie, I trail off and she shakes her head. This is becoming a serious problem. You can't ignore it anymore, Ivy. You almost died. I look down to my hands and arms all cut up and bruised and I sigh. Okay. I run my hands over the light sheet covering my legs, feeling the anxiety rise, but I look between the most important people in my life, and I know the truth must come out now. Obviously, Nate, you know bits and pieces, but I guess I'll start at the beginning. Okay, he says, and his eyes focus in on me, and I look to Evie and Kane, and they nod at me. I'm not a native member of Red Moon. I was found on the outskirts of the Packlands as a pup. Cole's parents found me and took me in, raising me as their daughter. They never fully adopted me, but I was treated as part of the Alpha family alongside Cole. We never got along as kids, and it just escalated once we got older. I excelled at combat, so I went into warrior training, while Cole learned more of the Alpha role as it would be his one day. I worked hard and I became the only female warrior at Red Moon. And she was a damn force to be reckoned with. I trained her and she excelled at every single task or challenge given to her. Kane interjects and I continue. I was given the title of protector for Cole's parents, a high honor. I see Nate's eyes widen in realization just how good I was. I pause, knowing this next part is what plagues my dreams. We all went out for a run together and didn't make it off the borders. We were attacked by rogues. They swarmed us and there were too many to fight off. I tried my hardest, but what Nate asks, confusion evident in his tone. Neither me, the Alpha, or Luna could shift. I remember Cells screaming at me to let her out, but I couldn't. I don't know what happened, but because we didn't have our wolves, we were overwhelmed easily. They took out Cole's dad first and incapacitated me so I could watch them rip the Luna's throat out. You were left to live, he asks, and I nod. It wasn't long after she recovered from her wounds that Cole charged her with treason, saying she was in league with the rogues to murder his parents, Evie states, and I feel tears threatening to spill out. I lift my arms up, holding them out, my silver cuffs hitting together slightly. That's why these are on me, and Cole has had it out for me for the past 6 years. I am partially to blame. I failed in my duty to protect them, but I was not in league with the rogues. I was never interested in the politics. I respected it. But there was no way in hell that I would ever have the Alpha and Luna killed. Nate stands and paces a few steps. It doesn't make sense why Cole didn't report you the High Rank Council for your supposed crime. Plotting to kill an Alpha and Luna of a pack is one of the highest offenses, and it usually isn't left to the pack to hand out consequences. Personally, I think Cole is full of shit. He took the opportunity to make Ivy the scapegoat and turn the pack against her. Kane says bluntly, and I bite the inside of my cheek. There is clearly something else going on here. It just doesn't add up, Nate says, and I look at him bewildered. He doesn't think it's my fault. The tears flow from my eyes and he comes back over to me, wiping them from my cheeks. You never deserved any of this, Songbird, and I promise I'm going to get to the bottom of it with all of you. How are we going to do that, I ask, my voice quivering with emotion. The 3 of you are going to stay here. You can take asylum here in my pack. Hell, as far as I'm concerned, you are part of my pack now. Are you serious? Evie asks, and Nate nods. It's not safe for any of you to go back to Red Moon, and you can be more protected here. We can investigate it further and see what we can find out. Cole rubbed me the wrong way from the moment I met him, and I really think this was only the beginning. I feel Cole is a part of this, but we need more information. You can all take up some positions here at the pack and live here. Genevieve, you can work with Nadine. Kane, you can work with Tobias, and Ivy, you can assist me with some of my pack duties. You don't have to do this, I say quietly. Nate comes and kneels in beside the bed, taking my hands in his. Yes, I do. 38 new territory. Ivy's POV. I can't believe this is happening. We're part of Nate's pack now. It's only been a few days and I'm still recovering from my attack, but it's felt like we've been here this entire time. Kane and Genevieve have their own suites now and have fallen right into place with Nadine and Tobias. I'm still in the medical wing as I had a small setback with my stab wound. I accidentally pushed myself a butt too hard during exercise and ripped my stitching open, so now I'm on light movement until it heals. Everyone has been visiting me every single chance they get, and Nate has been texting me every moment he isn't in here with me. It's sweet. I feel a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders in telling Nate the entire backstory of my life and how I came to be in this present moment. It surprised me that he immediately knew something was off, like Kane and Genevieve had been saying for years, but I'm glad it's out now. He also made a full incident report on my attack based on what I told him, the 3 men and their descriptions, that they knew who I was, etc. And he's been speaking with some other packs, trying to see if he can find any leads on who these men were and who got them to attack me so brutally. I mean, we all suspect Cole, but there's no evidence linking him to it or anything else that's happened to me, so it's kind of at a stalemate until we get more information. I'm drawn to the door as it opens and Nathaniel walks in, wearing gray sweats and a t-shirt, and it's hard not to imagine him naked. I know he's dressed so causally since it's Sunday, and oh, how I wish it was Sunday every day. I love seeing him relaxed. "Ivy, how are you feeling?" he asks as he sits at the end of my bed. I smile at him. "I feel good. Nadine said everything is healing well again, so hopefully I can get out of here soon." "That's good, baby. I'm glad to hear." "Everything going okay with you?" I ask, and he nods. "As good as it can. Nothing new yet concerning your situation, and I'm up to my eyeballs in stuff for when I take over as king, but it's nothing I can't handle." He grasps my hands in his. "I have something I'd like to show you, if that's okay." I nod. "Sure." Nate then stands up and helps me out of bed, taking great care around my stomach to not irritate my wound again. I'm in a loose-fitted nightgown that falls just below my knees, and I swishes with movement as I start taking steps forward. Nate walks closely with me, making sure I don't fall, and we walk together out of the medical wing, into the main foyer and into the other side of the pack house where all the rooms are. I see Kane and Genevieve in the hallway, and they stop and smile at me. "Glad you're up and about," Kane says, and I nod. "Me too." "I'm showing Ivy the new thing I got. Care to join us?" Nate says to them, and they nod, Genevieve smiling widely at me. Something's up. They know something. We all keep walking down the hallway and into the main common room. I look around and see that it has a lot of different games and activities, plus a huge lounge area. I see a door on the right, and that's where Nate leads me. "Close your eyes," Nate says, and I obey, shutting my eyes and letting him lead me into the room, with a small creak of the door, the only noise letting me know we're going in. "Open," he says, and the moment I open my eyes I gasp loudly. It's a music room. This is I trail off as I feel tears prick my eyes. This room was empty. I had no idea what to do with it, but I got some inspiration from you, Nate says, and I look at him and smile. There's full mic and speaker equipment, a piano, guitar, drums, and even mixing equipment that I see from first glance. It's a rustic-themed room, but oh, so beautiful. Wow, this is amazing. "Thank you," I say, walking slowly and inspecting the room. "Did you want to play something?" he asks, and I nod. Of course, I sit down at the piano and begin to play something simple, my fingers flowing over the keys effortlessly. Nathaniel's POV. Seeing the joy in her face was worth the struggle of getting items in this room. Kane, Genevieve, and I were working non-stop the past 2 days while she was recovering to make this little space for her. I watch her play the piano and admire this moment. She's here, staying in my pack and closer to me. I turn as I see Genevieve approach me, her eyes trained on Ivy playing as well. "She needs to know what she is to you," she says lowly, for Ivy not to hear, and I nod. "I know. I'll tell her soon, I just want her better first." "I get that, just please. She's gone through enough, she needs something positive like this in her life." "I will give her a positive and happy life, I'm sure of it." 39 Crystal Moon. Ivy's POV. It's still hard to believe that I'm living at Nate's Packlands. It's been weeks since my incident, and there's been not a single sound about our departure from Red Moon, which Nate has found highly suspicious. Surely if 3 of your own pack members just up and disappeared, you'd look for them, no? Apparently to Cole, it's a no. Honestly, I don't care as much about it at this point. This is the freedom that all 3 of us have been wishing for a very long time. Not looking over our shoulders. Not worried about our actions. Not getting verbally or physically abused. The pack has taken us in fully, and it's like we were a part of it this whole time. Now that I've healed fully from my wounds, I've been helping Nate with his pack work, almost like an assistant or secretary. I help keep track of his meetings and help him organize his paperwork from other packs and inform him when he gets new requests, organizing them by importance and whatnot. It's been a steady pace, and I'm thankful, only because being around him most of the day consecutively makes me more obvious to my attraction to him. I've been keeping myself in check, not wanting to make a bad impression on his pack by pining over him on his own packlands. But oh, how badly I want to touch him. Even right now, as I sit at my desk in his office, going through papers from yesterday's meeting and typing out the minutes, I can't help but look over and steal glances at the handsome man near me, dressed in his usual black dress clothes, having just finished another meeting mere moments ago. I've been feeling the pressure he's under, but I can't fully comprehend exactly how he's doing since he hasn't spoken much about how he's handling it all, and I don't want to bring it up. We've had small moments together, but nothing like how the retreat was, and secretly I'm missing it. I've been fighting with myself to help him somehow, but I'm not sure how to exactly. We may have said we were dating, but that was when we weren't in the same pack, let alone his pack. I'm confused by my feelings, but I'm still just as drawn to him as I was when I wasn't around him almost 24/7. Just talk to him, you idiot. I sigh loudly, and he lifts his head up then and looks at me. You okay, Songbird? Crap. Yeah, of course, Alpha. Ivy, he says in that all-knowing tone, showcasing he knows something is up. He gets up from his desk and strides towards mine, sitting on the corner to my left. It's nothing, Alpha. Seriously. Just tired of typing for today. Then stop. It's not like you have to work all day and night like I do. Then who's going to keep you organized, I say cheekily, and he chuckles, reaching down and pulling my chin up slightly, towering over my sitting form in my own chair. Yeah, I know. Honestly, you've been a wonderful help these past few weeks. Thank you. You're welcome, Alpha, I smile, and he goes to lean in to kiss me when there's a knock on the office door. He pulls away and sighs. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's okay, I reach up and cup his face with my hands, and he places his hands over mine. I stand and kiss him quickly on the forehead before heading to the door and opening it to reveal Tobias. Hi, Beta Tobias. Come on, and I stand aside, and he smiles at me and walks past as I close the door, sitting in one of the chairs in front of Nate's desk. What's up, Nate states as he makes his way back to his desk and sits down. I'll leave you two to talk, I state, and Tobias turns and looks at me. Ivy, stay, you can hear this. I return back and stand beside Nate, and I see Tobias look between us. For God's sake, Nate, just have her sit in your lap. You guys tiptoeing like this is driving me insane. My face blushes crimson as I look to Nate, and he smirks, patting his lap. I take a seat, feeling Nate wrap one arm around my waist to keep me steady, and Tobias snickers. That's better. I looked more into Red Moon, as you asked, based on Ivy's admittance of the Alpha and Luna's deaths by rogues. It was never reported as a rogue incident, only that they died in battle. He tosses a file onto Nate's desk, and he picks it up with one hand and skims through the documents within. That's odd. What is, I ask, and Nate points to the paper he's on. Read that, Ivy. I peer down and read the sentence aloud. My parents died in battle fighting valiantly beside their protector and guard Ivy Pierce, who also sadly died in the same battle. She protected my parents with her life, and for that I am grateful, even though they are no longer with us. What? He said I died. How can he state that when I'm walking around perfectly alive? I think it's part of whatever he had planned for you, Ivy. You being dead makes it easier for him to inflict these ancient punishments on you without any interference from the High Rain Council. Nate chimes in. He knows it's impossible to monitor all the packs in the land, so he knew this would get overlooked and filed away since his parents were dead. All that would matter is what he did as Alpha moving forward. That motherfucker, I clap my hand over my mouth. Sorry. Don't be. There must be a reason he did this, Tobias states softly. I stand and pace a little. That's why he was so opposed to me leaving the Packlands at first. He was probably worried that someone from the council would recognize me and realize he lied. But if it was never officially announced that I died, which he never did, and that information only exists in that report, no one would be the wiser. The council thinks I'm dead, having not even met me, and the world can live on with me in it, no one knowing about my treatment and punishment at the hands of him for a crime he never reported. Why would he go through so much trouble? Tobias asks, and Nate closes the file. That we don't know. But this is good. We've caught him in a lie, a major one at that. So if he comes knocking, we've got something to work with. Later that evening. I'm finished with my work for today. Alpha, I state, and look to Nate, who is sitting in his office chair, seemingly unaware I've even said a word to him. Nate, I say, and he looks to me. Are you okay? I ask, and he shakes his head. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of this. You've thought about it enough for today. Believe me, I know, I say as I watch him closely, the irritation obvious on his face. Let's go do something to take our minds off of it. Ivy, this is serious. Serious concerning you. The annoyance in his tone is evident, but I don't back down. I approach and stand beside him at the desk and pull his face up to look at me. I know it is, Nate, but without any more information or an actual confession from Cole, I would be worrying myself over something I don't know enough about, and the same goes for you. You're going to make yourself sick over this, and you don't need to. Why don't I need to, Ivy? This is utter bullshit and doesn't need to happen, he states coldly. Because face it, there are more important things for you to be dealing with than my previous idiotic alpha falsifying reports and using odd punishments. You're better off just leaving me alone. He looks at me with disbelief. Leave you alone? You want me to? I glance to the side. I'm just saying that you should concern yourself with something more important, not some wolfless girl who is struggling. Ivy, you're wrong, he says softly, his tone calmer. How am I? Nothing is more important than you, he states, standing up and towering over me as usual. I go to back away and hit the desk, and he grabs me, lifting me and settling me down onto the desk, standing between my legs, keeping them separated. Nate, I say breathlessly as he places his head into the crook of my neck and kisses me softly, making me shiver. I wrap my arms around his neck, and he lifts his head up and looks at me directly, his blue eyes swirling with gold. Seconds later, his lips collide with mine, fierce and passionate. I moan lightly and I hear a low growl come from him, and he presses into me more. He pulls back from me abruptly, putting space between us. I shouldn't keep using you like this. What are you talking about? I ask, it being my turn to be irritated. I got my touch, but it was ripped away just as fast as it came. I'm sorry. He walks away without another word, me still sitting on his desk, utterly confused. Nathaniel's POV. I swore to myself that I wouldn't touch her again until she knew I was her mate. After her being here around me more often, I found that to be very difficult, but I was hanging on. I lost that battle tonight. After hearing her talk about herself as if she wasn't and shouldn't be important to me, I lost to my emotions for her. She smelled incredible. The taste of her lips is intoxicating. I missed it. Oh, how I missed it. Her. You need to tell her, Tobias says as he sits with me in my quarters, me having confessed it all the moment he arrived. I know, but how do I? This is your fear talking, my friend. Just tell her. Otherwise it's going to blow up in your face. I sigh loudly. How am I supposed to admit it? 40 admittance. Ivy's POV. I'm angry. It's been 2 days since Nate just walked away from me without an explanation, and I've been avoiding him. I don't understand how he can just keep playing with my feelings this way. The retreat was absolute bliss, and ever since we came back, it's been an utter shit show. I'm sitting in the music room, plucking away on the piano, trying to sort through my feelings. Confusion. Well, anger. Attraction. I've never been so emotionally confused in my life, and this is proving to be hard to navigate. I want to yell, scream, and kiss Nate all at the same time, and it's driving me insane. I sigh, beginning to play, and I hear the door open, and I stop and turn to see who is coming in, and I see the familiar face of Genevieve. Hey, a stranger, she says with a smile, and I half smile back. What's wrong? I shake my head. I don't even know. Let's talk about it, like we usually do. She comes and sits beside me on the bench, and I nod and sigh loudly. It's Nate. What happened? I thought everything was going well. It was until he started pushing me away after I healed up from my attack. He stopped texting, being close with me. I thought it was just due to the stress he holds on himself and his duties, but I don't know for sure anymore. I think I was trying to convince myself that it was anything but me. What makes you think it's you? We got talking last night after we had finished work for the day. Tobias told you about what he found. I nod. Okay, so I get that. Keep going. I had told him that he needed to focus on more important things than a wolfless girl like me, and he got offended and then got close to me again, like before. Kissed me, and then apologized, said he shouldn't use me, and then walked out on me. I look to Evie, and I see her processing the words I said, and she half smiles. Seems to me like you two need to have a talk about what you are to each other and your feelings. You think so? I ask, and she nods profusely. Definitely, things are getting more complicated, and it seems like you need to be open and navigate it together. But what if he doesn't want me? That isn't the case, Ivy, and you know it. I lean down and rest my head on the edge of the piano, looking down at the ivory keys, plucking them one by one absent-mindedly. A few moments of silence pass. I guess I should talk to him, huh? That's what I would do. Go find him and talk to him. Okay, thank you, my friend. Anytime. Evie stands up and side hugs me before leaving, and I take some more time to myself to mentally prepare myself. I don't know how this is going to go, but I have to try right. I stand and head out of the music room and down towards Nate's office, determination fueling me. I turn the corner and see Tobias, and I wave to get his attention. He approaches me with a smile. Ivy, what can I do for you as Alpha in meetings? I know he had a few today. He nods. Yes, he's got 3 of them back to back today. He's in the second one now that should be finishing up. Do you need him? I glance to the side and back to Tobias. Yeah, but I just need to talk to him. I can wait until after he's done. Stay here. Let me see how things are going. I nod. He turns around and heads into the meeting room that is adjacent to Nathaniel's office and enters quietly. I walk back and forth in the hallway, and a few minutes later the door clicks open, and Tobias comes back out, closing the door just as quietly as when he entered. I walk up to him, and he smiles again at me. Second meeting is almost done. I told Alpha you'd like to speak with him, so he asked if you were okay waiting in his suite. The last meeting is a short one, so he shouldn't be long at all. Oh! Okay, sure, I can do that. I'll take you up there. Not many people have access. Follow me. Tobias walks past me, and I follow. We go back into the main foyer and up the grand staircase and onto the second floor. We stop at an elevator near the back of the right hallway. Tobias turns to face me, and I shuffle my feet awkwardly. This will pass between you. There's clear attraction between you both. Why are you avoiding it? I shake my head. I trail off, not wanting to really answer the question. Ivy, he asks me, and I look at the wall. Sighing, I respond. It's not my place while I'm here. I want to be respectful to the pack and not pine over their Alpha. That is false. But you and Alpha need to talk about it, so it's good you will be soon. Without another word, Tobias inputs a code into the panel beside the elevator, and the doors open. This leads right into the living area of his quarters. He will be up soon, he said, to make yourself at home. I nod. Thank you. My pleasure. I walk into the elevator and Tobias smiles at me until the doors close and I feel the upward movement. It's short-lived as the doors open again and I gasp as I enter. Nate's quarters are massive, with an entire living area, kitchen. Hell, it's his own apartment. Whoa, I state as I walk around taking in all his modern decor, dark wood, white gray, navy blue, black tones. I walk into the living room and see the giant window that looks out onto the Packlands, the night sky alight with red, pink, and orange tones as the sun sets. I make my way around, taking in my surroundings, checking myself in the big standing mirror before one of the hallways. I dressed simple today, not thinking I was going to be having a serious conversation, but alas, it is what it is. I adjust my gray leggings and smooth out my black cotton tank top and tighten my ponytail before settling in on the couch as I wait for Nate to finish up. After about an hour, I start to panic with my own thoughts. God, should I really be doing this? I talk to myself as I stand and pace around the couch in circles, struggling with sticking around. I walk over to the window, the sun having now set and the moon shining brightly in the sky. I close my eyes and take deep breaths trying to ground myself. You can do this, I say softly to myself. And I hear a quiet ding and spin around as the elevator doors open and Nate walks through. The breath is knocked out of me as I see him for the first time in days. He looks at me with such emotion, I almost lose my resolve and go to him. I keep myself still as he walks further in, running his hands through his hair. Tobias said you wanted to talk to me, I nod. I do. Are you okay if I change first? It's been a long day. Of course. I'll be here, he smiles and heads down the hallway near the mirror I was at earlier. I turn back and look out the window once more, waiting patiently. It's now or never. I hear Nate come back out and I turn as he reaches the couch and signals for me to sit down. I sit across from him and I hear him sigh loudly as he sits down, resting his elbows on his knees. He's put on black sweats and a black tank. He's also tied his hair back loosely. He looks at me and I sigh. What did you want to talk to me about? Songbird, he says quietly, as if he's unsure if he wants to hear it. I pull my legs up onto the couch, sitting cross-legged as I look at him. What am I to you? Confusion crosses his face. What do you mean? What do I mean to you? Why are you asking that? Stop deflecting. Why can't you answer? I want to know why you're asking. I wanted to talk to you. That requires you to answer me, not question me, Nate. I sigh loudly in frustration as Nate lowers his head, resting it in his hands. The silence is deafening, but he finally answers as he lifts his head to look at me again. You mean a hell of a whole lot to me. Hell, more than that even. But I want to know why you're asking. I'm asking because I'm really confused. I'm confused from your actions, my feelings. What about your feelings? He interjects and I tilt my head slightly. My feelings for you and if I should be having them. Why would you be confused about that? He asks genuinely and I look away, tears brimming. Because, Nate, I have a lot of feelings for you, and I need to know if I need to stop. Stop, I look back and he notices my tears. You've been pushing me away ever since I got hurt, but my feelings for you have only grown. I need to know if I'm crossing some sort of boundary with you, because if I need to stop feeling the way I do, I'd rather know now before I fall too deep. Ivy, he says softly, and the tears flow freely now. I try to wipe them from my face but give up. Nathaniel, you are soon to be Alpha King. You're unmated, and I don't want to be pining over someone that I know I shouldn't be. You don't have to worry about that. What do you mean? You just won't take a mate at any point in your lifetime or your reign. You'll just be alone. He stands and paces. No, I won't be alone. I stand as well and go to stand behind the couch, not trusting myself as my anger rises. Stop giving me half answers. I'm not going to be some sort of side chick to your fated mate, Nathaniel. I refuse to. Like I said, you won't have to worry about that. I raise my voice. Why do you keep saying that? Because why? Nathaniel, answer me please, I sob, everything coming to the surface. He walks behind the couch towards me and pulls me into him tightly. His hands trail up my body and rest on either side of my face as he looks at me with such adoration and worry. This isn't how I wanted this to go. This changes everything. What does? Ivy, you don't need to worry about your feelings, my feelings, or anything about boundaries and the like, because my mate is standing right in front of me. My eyes widen as I process what he's saying. My mate is you, Ivy. 41 shock and awe. Ivy's POV. What I say, bewildered as what he told me sinks in. You're my mate, Ivy, Nate says lovingly but with hurt in his voice. You've known this entire time. My voice shakes with emotion, and he nods. I've known since the first day we met. I back away and bring my arms up, lightly touching my cuffs. I never felt anything because of these. Most likely. But I think you felt some sort of connection, just not as a mate bond. I look at him, tears still streaming down my face. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I see the pain cross his face, and I know it must have been difficult for him to keep this hidden, and as shocked as I am, I'm sure he had his reasons. Come into my room, let's talk. I nod and follow him down the hallway. We enter his bedroom and we sit on the bed together, the darkness of the blacks and grays of the room aligning with how I feel at this moment. Nate takes my hands in his and I look directly into his eyes as he speaks. I didn't tell you right away because I was scared. Your situation at Red Moon was a lot for you, and I didn't want to add to it without knowing you more. You're mated to a royal, and I wasn't sure how you would feel about me, my title, my responsibilities. Plus, after seeing how you were treated at your pack, I didn't want to give Cole anything else to use against you when I couldn't be there. You didn't want to add to my plate, I state, and he nods. I was trying to look out for you, but then I realized I was doing it out of my own selfish fear. Honestly, I had just come to terms with having to tell you, but you approached me first. This wasn't how I wanted you to find out, but I'm glad it's out now. I take a few minutes to process, and I feel the tension from Nate. I'm sorry, Songbird, I really am. I should have told you sooner. None of this would have happened if I had just said it. The attack, the high emotions, and not knowing if you were good enough. He pauses, his voice trembling. I've probably made things so much worse for you. No, I state, and he looks at me with confusion. You are right. There was too much happening and too many unknowns. I get the hesitation. I'm not mad, really. I'm shocked, but you were looking out for me in a way. I'm pretty sure I would have reacted negatively if you had told me sooner. I wouldn't have believed you. I am having some internal struggles right now, sure, but every time I was with you, you made me feel accepted, heard, and cherished. If you were hiding this from me with ill intent, this would be different entirely. As for the attack, probably wouldn't have mattered regardless. If I was there that night as your mate, they still probably would have tried to kill me once you left. I look at him, and the torment on his face eases a little. You sure, he asks, and I nod, wiping my face. Yes, I was not in a state to handle much before, let alone a mate bond with a royal alpha. The time with you made me more accepting of the things around me, more aware of myself and how I needed to stand up for myself again. I inhale and exhale deeply, trying to ground myself as I continue. We need to get it all out. Is that why you also distanced yourself from me once I got here? He nods. I didn't want to keep taking advantage of you without you knowing. I just didn't know how to tell you. He pulls me into his lap, and I rest my head on his chest. You didn't take advantage of me. I also chose to get close to you. I pause. I'm sorry for yelling at you. It's okay. I was fighting telling you anything straightforward. I would have been pissed at me too. I do feel a connection with you. I have since we met at Iron Wolf. Really, he leans and kisses the top of my head. I made up a shitty excuse to come back upstairs so that I could see you again. Not sure why I did it at the time, but now I do. It must be because I'm your mate. You said you forgot something, right? He says, and I chuckle. Yeah, when I hadn't brought anything up with me when I came up to see you for the first time. I'm sure Tobias knew I was lying. Nate chuckles. Oh, he did, but he knew what you were to me, so he played along. I smack his chest playfully. No way. That's so embarrassing. Does your pack know? I look up at him and he nods. They do, but I had asked them to give you space for me to tell you. Kane guessed it once I came to Red Moon, and Evie just found out the night you were attacked. How, I ask, sitting up in his lap a bit more. I gave you my blood when you arrived. It helped you get strong enough so Nadine could patch you up. Blood doesn't help unless we're mates. That's how I recovered faster than normal. Correct. See. I wish I could feel a bond with you. Nate caresses my face as I look up at him, and he smiles. You will, I have no doubt of that. First thing is we're going to get those cuffs off you. They're spelled, I state sadly. I know. I have a good friend in the witch covens. She's already agreed to come by to look and see if we can remove them. Might take some work, but she's willing to try. Seriously, I exclaim, backing off of him and sitting back on my knees as I look at him in disbelief. They could come off, he nods. More than likely, and then we can work from there. Nathaniel, I trail off. Yes, mate, my body tingles at his words. I love you. His eyes widen but then soften immediately after. He leans towards me, grasping the back of my neck. I love you too, my little songbird. He pulls me in and kisses me softly, and I wrap my arms around his neck. We break away, and he looks at me with admiration. So, So what I question and he laughs. Should we be moving all your stuff from your room up here? I chuckle and nod. Yes, very much so. The next day. Nathaniel's POV. The ease I feel at having her know is surreal. I know why I hesitated, but her knowing means I don't have to hold back now. We're only going to get stronger. No more secrets. Where should this box go? Tobias asks as he exits the elevator. We're currently moving Ivy's stuff upstairs to our room. Ivy walks in front of me and looks inside it. That's books. Those can go in the bedroom. She doesn't have much from her time here since we haven't gotten hers, Kane's, or Evie's belongings from Red Moon. We will eventually, but decided against it for now. You got it, Luna Queen. Tobias addresses her with her title and I see her stiffen, but then turn around to look at me. Still getting used to that, she sighs and I open my arms and she walks straight into them. I kiss the top of her head. It'll come with time, princess. I know. I'm glad I know now, Maid Ivy says, emphasizing our bond title, and I chuckle. That means we must accept them soon. The bonds. Yes, Songbird. Not sure how that will go with me being wolfless. I can't mark. There are other ways to accept the bonds. Wolves have human mates sometimes. They accept them temporarily another way, and then once they turn or shift, then they mark like us wolves would. We will figure it out, my love. I promise. I know we will. Together. No doubt. My mate, my love, my Luna Queen, we will figure it all out. 42 bonded in silver. Ivy's POV. I still can't believe it. I'm Nathaniel's mate. I'm still getting used to seeing all the pack members bow and address me. They've been doing it over the past few weeks, and honestly, it continues to baffle and wonder me. I'm mated to not just a royal, but the future king of our race. Nathaniel has completely gone back to the endearing, loving, and sexy man that I'm used to, and thank God, because now that I know we're mates, I can't keep my hands off him. We've been spending every waking moment together between his work, and he's been showing me around the packlands and allowing me to help him with his pack work in a more official capacity, considering it's now my pack too. We've briefly discussed making a trip out to the Witch's Coven to see about getting my cuffs removed and accept our mate bonds once they're off, which I am extremely excited for. These cuffs have been the biggest burden and hurdle for me in terms of coming back into myself and the woman I know I can be. I'm currently sitting in Nathaniel's office, going through some paperwork of his when he enters the room. I look up at him and he smiles at me. I have a surprise for you, Songbird. Someone is here to see you. I tilt my head in confusion, not quite understanding who may be here to see me, but I stand anyways and follow him out to the front foyer of the pack house. Nate grasps my hand tightly as we approach the front door, and I see Evie and Kane standing at attention. I look to their faces to get some sort of hint as to what is happening, but I get no such flicker of knowing in their eyes. I look see a tall, black, hooded figure standing in the middle of the foyer, with 3 white-robed figures around them. The figure turns and I inhale sharply as I'm met with lavender-purple eyes under thick lashes. So this is her. Beauty of a mate, Alpha King. Her voice is melodic, smooth. I glance at her in wonder, her sculpted features accentuating her tan skin. She lowers her hood and long blonde hair flows out in waves underneath it. She approaches me and reaches her hand out, grasping mine lightly. I'm confused and fearful. Why is everyone else so calm? No need to fear me, Luna Queen. My name is Althea. I am one of the Witch Coven leaders. Specifically, the largest coven located close to Alpha Nate's packlands, called Reyndell. My eyes widen in realization. Witch Coven? As in who can remove my cuffs? She nods and smiles widely. One and the same. I thought that we were going to plan a trip. I look to Nate, and he shrugs. We were, but I told Althea about you and your situation, and she decided to come here instead. Can you really take them off? I ask, the nervousness in my voice highly apparent. She squeezes my hand and proceeds to pull both of my hands up to inspect the cuffs that adorn them. I'm confident, but what worries me is how long they've been on. The silver doesn't affect you anymore, correct? I nod my head. They burned me for the first year. After that, only minor discomfort, but in the past year they haven't hurt at all. It's as if my skin is numb. That's what I thought. Seems like I may have my work cut out for me, but I'm happy to assist. My associates and I will get settled, and then we will get started on the process to remove them. You have a large area in which I can cast if needed, Alpha King. She questions Nate, and he nods. Anything you need, Althea. Thank you. My pleasure. See you both soon, she says, and turns to walk away with Tobias leading the way into the guest wing. I turn to Nathaniel. You could have told me, he smiles. I like surprising you. Althea is one of the best. Here's hoping she can actually remove them. Nathaniel's POV. I know she's worried simply by her body language as she stands in front of me in the far side of the training grounds in my packlands. The sun is only starting to set, but I watch as my mate paces back and forth. Althea had asked us to meet her here, wanting to not waste any time in removing the spells that bind her cuffs to her. Baby, you're going to run a hole in the grass. She stops to look at me, her red hair flowing slightly in her face, still having momentum from her movement. Sorry, she says quietly before approaching me and wrapping her arms around my waist. I wrap my own arms around her and squeeze gently, resting my chin atop her head as she sighs. I'm just nervous. What if they don't come off? What if something goes wrong? What if... Stop worrying about what might happen, Songbird. We will deal with it. I know you're worried, but I'll be here, and Althea is sure going to try her hardest to remove you of this burden. You bet I am. Althea's melodic voice graces us, and I see her walking towards us in stride. Once she's beside us, she sets a small bag down and starts pulling out items from it. A large blanket, herbs and containers with tinctures, and some small alchemy equipment. Could you please lay out this blanket, Alpha King? I nod and take it from her and walk a few paces away, laying it flat out in the grass. Althea follows behind me, setting up all her equipment while Ivy watches intently. Okay, Luna Queen, let's get to work, Althea says with a smile. Ivy's POV. I sit in front of Althea and her equipment, my body on edge. I have no idea what is going to happen, and to say I'm nervous is a major understatement. Alpha, could you sit behind Ivy? I turn my head to see him nod and settle in behind me, giving me a small peck on the shoulder. I feel his warmth, and it helps settle my racing heart. I smile and turn my focus to Althea, who pulls my wrists into her hands to inspect them again. I'm going to do a basic incantation to test the degree of enchantment that are on these. That will give me a baseline to start at with everything else. They may get uncomfortable and burn as I investigate the binding magic. I wish it didn't cause pain, but unfortunately it's unavoidable. I can handle it, Althea. Believe me. I've no doubt. Just warning you, I nod, and she lowers her head slightly and begins chanting her incantation. After a few minutes, I feel the metal heat up and a tingling feeling arises on my skin. It's only mild for a moment before the pain sears and shoots up both my arms into my shoulders. I grit my teeth and try to keep my breathing even as I work through the pain that continues in waves up my arms. I feel Nate wrap his arms around my torso, supporting me. Are you okay? He asks quietly in my ear, and I nod. I can feel the pain you're experiencing, but only at a mild degree. Let me know if it gets too much. I will, Alpha. Promise. He kisses my shoulder again. Soon the pain subsides and Althea looks at me, puzzled. These are interesting. The enchantment is there, but it's been weakening over the years. I think the caster meant for them to come off eventually. Whether your previous Alpha knew that or not is up to speculation. How long was the enchantment meant to last? I ask, and she shrugs. I'm not sure. She lets go of my wrists and stares blankly for a moment, clearly in deep thought. Does the silver burn you, Alpha King? She asks Nate, and he shakes his head. I've touched them, and they don't affect me at all. She looks up and locks eyes with me and smirks. I think they're linked to your mate, Ivy. What? How is that possible? A fated mate bond is earthly magic from the moon goddess that even we as witches still don't fully comprehend. In saying that, there are some enchantments that can be based around a mate bond and only allow your mate to break them. So, you think Nate is the key to removing the cuffs? The spell of them, yes, but first we need to weaken the metal. Althea grabs some of her herbs and begins to grind them up and mixes them with other items that in all honesty confuse me, but I know she's the expert and I let her do her work uninterrupted. Alpha King, the first needs some of your blood, she says a few moments later, and he moves from behind me to beside me on the right side of Althea, and she hands him a small knife. Nate, you don't have to. It's only blood, Songbird. I'm okay, I promise, he interjects me, and I sigh and watch as he slices his palm and raises his balled fist above Althea's bowl, blood trickling into it. Althea says another incantation and then smiles. This should do it. Nate's blood will help release the enchantments, and what I've mixed here should weaken the metal so they can be removed. You ready? She looks at me and I nod. Never been more ready. Althea moves closer as I hold my wrists out, and she pours the contents of the bowl onto the cuffs, and they immediately start smoking. I gasp in surprise as Althea begins to chant again, louder this time, obviously working on breaking the enchantment using Nate's blood to help her. I feel the same pain as before, increasing in intensity. I close my eyes, clench my jaw to keep myself from crying out. Ivy. Ivy, can you hear me? I'm still here, warrior. My eyes shoot open, and I gasp, tearing brimming in my eyes. I look to Nate, and he looks back at me with concern. I heard Sills. She's still here. She's still hearing me. 43 accepting the bonds. Ivy's POV. Cells. I heard her. She's still with me. I'm still in shock, staring blankly ahead, solely focused on the fact that I still have my companion, my woven partner. Ivy, I snap my attention to Nate, who looks at me with a smile. They're off. I scrunch my face in confusion, but it dawns on me. The cuffs. I look down to see my bare skin where there once used to be silver. I raise them up in front of my face, inspecting my jewelry-free arms. I see some scarring along the borders of where the silver used to sit, but it's not too noticeable. Oh my God, I say out loud in disbelief, and I catch Althea's proud gaze between my arms. I lower them and look at her, tears falling freely. Thank you, Althea. Thank you so much for this. My pleasure. Luna Queen, she turns her attention to Nate. Did you still want to do a bond acceptance with your mate Alpha King? Or did you want to wait and see if her wolf resurfaces? He looks to me. What do you think, baby? I want to accept them. If Seals awakens again, then I can just mark you after that, right? That won't interfere with anything. He shakes his head. No, it won't. I guess we will do an acceptance as well, Althea. Understood. I'll need you both to stand facing each other. I rise to my feet as Nate does the same, and we stand facing together, eyes locked. Arms to your sides, palms outward. I comply with Althea and wince slightly as she nicks my palm with her knife and does the same to Nate, placing our palms together. We entwine our fingers together, and I feel warmth radiate from where our hands are connected. I glance down and see Althea tying knots in small ropes around our connected hands before standing back to attention. Alpha King, repeat after me: ex solis ad acasum, ego sum tenetur ad vos aeternum. He repeats the phrase effortlessly, and I feel a shock come from our hands and a more intense feeling of warmth. Luna Queen, repeat after me: ex solis ad acasum, ego sum tenetur ad vos aeternum. From sunrise to sunset, I am bound to you for eternity. I repeat the phrase, surprised at my ability to say it. The warmth moves up my arms and all over my body, and I see Nate's eyes change to his woven yellow, and I can't help but admire them, knowing his wolf is present. Althea chants around us, and the wind picks up, blowing intensely around Nate and I before settling back down again. You both are now bound in the eyes of the moon goddess. Once Celes awakens Luna Queen, you and Nate can go ahead with a regular marking, but your bonds are accepted as of today. She removes the knotted ropes, allowing Nate and I to move more comfortably and stand side by side. You think she will awaken again? I ask as I hold onto Nate's arm, and she smiles. I do believe so. A strong wolf like her will not be held down for long. She survived you being bound with silver for 6 years, which shows her resilience and connection to you. Be patient. I'm sure she will return. I will leave you now to retire for the evening. Don't hesitate to come find me if there's any questions or issues. With that final statement, she packs up her items quickly and leaves Nate and I in the training field. Do you feel our bond? Songbird Nate asks quietly, and now that we're alone, I realize I can feel us connected. I nod, and he embraces me with a tight hug followed by a sweet peck on my lips, leaving tingles wherever he touches. The tingling. I never thought I would feel this ever in my life. I know it's not the traditional way, and our bond won't be fully complete until we mark each other, but this feels perfect right now, Songbird. I agree. This is perfect for right now. Nathaniel's POV. The connection with her is more perfect than I ever could have imagined. For it only being a week since we accepted our bonds, the strength of it is baffling. I feel the bond between us every waking moment weaving, tightening, and twining. I know Ivy can feel it now just as intensely as I do, as I've seen her peek over at me multiple times already today from her desk in my office. It's been this way since the acceptance, and I think it's been a bit of a shock to her, as well as an adjustment from before. She's acted like this before our bond, but now it's more intense and I can sense her arousal. Every single time. I chuckle lowly as I catch her yet again, and she notices my gaze and laughs. I'm sorry, I'm staring at you too much. I can't help it. I don't mind, baby. Stare all you want. All of me is yours for the taking. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment and my cock twitches in response. The desire to fuck her and claim her body again has made for quite the tormented time. I know she would gladly allow me to take her any time and anywhere, but I'm secretly waiting for her to take control and act on her impulses. She's been close a couple of times but has reined herself in, and I must give it to her. She's stronger than I thought when it comes to the primal impulses, physical feelings, and enticement of intimacy that comes from accepting a mate bond. Are you done your work for today? Songbird, I ask, and she nods. Was done a long time ago. Oh, really now? I question, and she bites her lip. Yes. Fuck. So, you've just been pretending to be busy to stare and gawk at your mate. Yes, Alpha, she addresses me, and I internally groan. Fuck, I love it when she uses my title. I feel a mind link and my guard goes up the moment I let it in. It's Tobias, and his unease makes me worried. I see Ivy's face change into a look of concern, and I shake my head at her to try and ease her worry as Tobias informs me of a rogue attack on a local pack nearby. I stand and Ivy rises and follows me out into the main foyer where Tobias stands, the anger and rage on his face all too obvious. The entire pack was wiped out, Kiba growls in my head. I am seriously getting fed up with rogues attacking packs on my lands, I say sternly. I feel Ivy grasp my arm and I pull her into me, the tingling of our bond calming me down slightly. Tobias hands me more paperwork, and I don't even want to read it. I know what it's going to say. Rogue attacks, Ivy questions, and I look down to her and nod as she takes the paperwork from me and skims it over. Yes, there's been quite a few attacks recently. This is the first one where the entire pack was wiped out, though. Usually it's been an alpha, Luna, or a beta being attacked, causing a ripple in the hierarchy of the pack. That doesn't sound normal to me at all, she says quietly, her eyes still scanning the papers in her hands, and Tobias nods. It's very odd, but we haven't had any connection between the packs or those who were killed other than being attacked. He pauses and then continues, we've had other packs taking in some wolves, but they can't accommodate all of them. Unfortunately, there have been many that have turned rogue themselves. There is a connection, Ivy states, and moves to stand between Tobias and me. What do you mean? Luna Queen. Tobias questions her intently, clearly wondering what he has potentially missed. These packs were all attacked by rogues, their highest-ranking wolves killed or incapacitated. Why would rogues continue to attack packs that could possibly accept them into their ranks if not to make them rogue as well? It's then it dawns on me. Someone is orchestrating the attacks to eliminate the competition and gain wolves. Just like Red Moon was. Just like how Cole's parents died. It's only slightly different, but who the hell knows? It could have been a test run. You think Cole is doing this, don't you? She nods, looking at me with anger and irritation. He's either planning it all, or at the very least, a part of it. 44. Disgust and determination. Ivy's POV. I can't get the idea out of my head that Cole's parents' deaths are related to these attacks in the northern continent that are plaguing Nathaniel and the High Rain Council. I'm angry. No, I'm furious. The fact that their own son could have potentially planned something like this and arranged their deaths, no planned their murder, makes me sick to my stomach. Cole's parents were nothing but welcoming to me and allowed me to thrive in their pack, even though I wasn't a born member. I know we haven't confirmed it, but my gut is telling he must have something to do with this. It's too much of a coincidence that his parents died the exact same way as these current packs are. What they're being subjected to is disgusting and heartbreaking. We must get to the bottom of this. I'm going to help any way I can, I state to Nathaniel as we stand in his office with Tobias, Kane, and Evie, having briefed my best friends on the potential revelation. It might not be safe for you, Tobias states, and I glance at him and sigh. You're supposed to be dead. If you make it known to Cole that you're alive, he might come after you again. He's going to find out either way. I'm Nathaniel's fated mate, the Luna Queen. It's going to come out eventually, especially when Nathaniel becomes king officially. You're not wrong there, Songbird Nathaniel says softly, looking at me with worry in his eyes. Are you sure you'll be okay if things escalate, he asks tentatively, and I nod firmly. Yes, he can't hurt me anymore. If it's publicly known I'm your mate, he can't make a move without it blowing back on him to some degree. If he's truly a part of this like we think, then he wouldn't jeopardize all the work he's put into this plan or whatever he's calling it. His hatred of you might change that, though, Kane states plainly. Is that a risk we're willing to take? Before I can answer, there's a knock on the office door and Tobias goes and opens it, revealing Althea. Could I come in and speak with you? Nathaniel nods and Althea enters the room gracefully, her robe trailing behind her. The rogue issue has been presenting a problem with us in the witch covens as well. Their increasing numbers have resulted in more deaths than we would like to admit. I spoke to many of my brethren, and we've decided that we will help you in every way possible to figure out exactly what is going on. Althea, I trail off and she smiles. We respect you and your mate Ivy. Nathaniel and his parents have always treated us with respect and don't abuse their power. We're glad to be an ally to you. Thank you, Althea. I appreciate it. We don't know what will happen, but it will be good to have some magic on our side. She nods and looks to me again. I have something for you, Luna Queen. She approaches me and places a small glass vial in my hand of some sort of green liquid tincture. What's this? I ask. I need you to take this. It's something to help purge your body of all the silver that is in your system from having those cuffs on for so long. It may help seals resurface faster. You want me to take it now? She nods. I look at the swirling liquid for a second, pop the top and chug it down, placing the vial on Nate's desk. It tastes awful, but it's only for a moment. Althea looks at me as I feel off, my stomach churning, and I cover my mouth with my hand. I'm going to be sick. Nathaniel quickly grabs the garbage can beside his desk and hands it to me just as I throw up the entire tincture. As soon as it's out of my system, I feel completely normal again. Hisham, Althea says quietly. I wonder if there's just too much silver in your system to be purged. I chew my lip nervously. Does that mean that seals won't ever awaken again? My unease is highly evident as I look between Althea, my cuffless wrists, and Nate. Don't count her out just yet. You know she's still there. It just may take a while for your body to get used to having a woven presence before she can be, as she was with you. Althea takes the vial off Nate's desk before she turns back to me. I'll see if there's anything else I can do to assist you and Cells, Luna Queen. Keep me posted of your plans regarding this rogue problem as well, and I'll let you know if the witch covens notice anything strange. Thank you, Althea. She nods and takes her leave, the door closing gently behind her. Nathaniel's POV. I'm worried about exposing you back to Cole, I say as I walk hand in hand with Ivy around the Packlands. She squeezes my hand in reassurance, but it does little to make me feel okay with the idea of Cole, knowing she's alive after we're almost 100% sure he planned the attempt on her life. Please. It's about time the High Rain Council knew of me and you. We can't hide it forever. We could, I say, and she chuckles and shakes her head. You know it yourself that we can't. Maybe if we were a regular old wolf couple we could pull it off. But you're a royal, Nate. I sigh quietly. I know, Songbird, I know. She stops and moves in front of me, placing her hands on my chest lightly before raising and placing them around my neck. Our eyes connect and she smiles. I respect the fact that you want to protect me considering all that's happened, but I'm not some weak wolf. I may not have seals, but before all of this I was a fierce warrior, and I've kept up with all of my training to the best of my ability. Please have some faith in me. I do, Songbird. I do. I just worry about losing you. I don't know what I'd do. I know you're worried, and I'm not trying to invalidate how you feel. I'm just asking to work with me to get through this together because I know we can, one step at a time. I lean down and gently rest my chin on the top of her head before making my way down to her lips, kissing her softly. She returns it just as soft with a light moan that is music to my ears. We pull away and go to continue our walk, but I stop her, sniffing the air. It's Ivy's scent, but muskier, and my eyes widen. Ivy, we need to get back to our room and call the nurses. She looks at me with wide eyes, clearly reacting to the slight panic in my voice. Why, what's going on? She questions, and I grasp her hand tightly and squeeze. You're going into your heat. 45 panicked preparation. Ivy's POV. I start to panic as I hear the words come out of Nate's mouth. How could I have forgotten about my heat? Because I thought without cells, I wouldn't have one. But I know she's still there, and now that my cuffs have been removed, I guess all is fair game. Do you feel anything right now? Nate questions me, and I stop for a second and focus on myself and my body. I shake my head. No, I don't feel any different right now. No pain, nothing. Okay, regardless, I can smell it on you. I think we should go prepare because it's for sure coming, baby. I look at him and I see the worry in his eyes. I don't really understand exactly why he is so panicked, but I nod anyways. We immediately head back to the pack house and into the medical wing where Nadine is sitting at her desk near the front. Nathaniel looks at her and speaks quietly. We need to speak with you, Nadine. It's urgent. She nods and leads us into one of the private medical rooms, closing the door quietly behind her. What is it, Alpha? She questions, and he looks to me and then back to Nadine. I can smell Ivy's heat coming on her eyes widen as she turns to me. How are you feeling? I shake my head. I'm fine. I don't feel anything right now. I state the truth, and as I watch her and Nate's uneasy stances as they stand in the room with me, it dawns on me that there is clearly something I don't know and decide to question it. This isn't going to bode well for me, is it? I question, and Nate runs his hand through his hair, signaling his stress as Nadine shakes her head. You are correct, Luna. Can you both just talk to me about this so I don't go into a complete panic? I ask softly, but my voice shakes. Of course. Alpha, will you permit me to explain? She looks to Nate, and he nods. In normal circumstances, a female wolf going into heat isn't something to be concerned about, but in your case it's different. How? So I ask, and Nadine clears her throat. You are mated to a pure-blood royal of our race. As misogynistic as it sounds, part of your mating is obviously for you to produce heirs. Royal mates usually have more intense heat cycles than that of normal female wolves. So what? More painful? Nadine nods. It's more painful, lasts longer, and could severely affect you mentally and physically. I take a deep breath and exhale. I know what she's getting at. It could kill me. Nathaniel growls lowly then, and I look to him. He grasps one of my hands, squeezing tightly. Yes, Luna, it could. Is there anything that can be done to increase the chances of it not killing me? I squeeze Nate's hand in response to him tensing. Yes, there are some herbs, salves, and of course intimacy from Alpha that can increase the chances of it not affecting you negatively. Okay, Nate lets go of my hand, steps in front of me, and lifts me onto the bed in the room before he kneels and looks up at me. Songbird, the challenge for me is going to be my stamina. You're going to be insatiable. What if we were to try and plan it out? Use everything we can in moderation, so we don't exhaust everything. I glance at Nadine, and she nods. We can try. We won't know exactly how severe this will be for you until it hits, but spreading every option out so that Alpha can recuperate could work well. Could we ask Althea if she has anything that can help? I glance down at Nathaniel and he nods. I will go ask her. You can go now, Alpha. I have to do a full workup on Ivy anyways. Will you be okay? He asks me and I nod. Yes, he stands and kisses the top of my head. Before you leave, Alpha, we're not trying for pups this time around, are we? You know it's almost guaranteed Ivy will get pregnant. He looks at me, and we don't even have to talk about it. I shake my head, as does he. Not yet. Then I'll give Ivy the injection to prevent it then. You make sure you come back for yours. With another nod, Nate takes his leave from the room, leaving Nadine and I alone. I inhale loudly and exhale shakily as Nadine approaches me. She rubs my arms to try and soothe me, and it works to a small degree. You and Alpha will get through this. I know you will. I hope so. What do you need to do for the checkup? Some blood draws, weight, and a pelvic exam if that's okay with you. I nod. You do what you need to do. Nathaniel's POV. I know I worried her, but I can't help it. The amount of royal mated females that have succumbed to their heat is more than I really would like to admit. I know that there is a chance that she will come through unscathed, but obviously I'm still concerned for the fact that she may not. I knock on the door to Althea's room, and she opens the door. Yes, Alpha. Ivy is going to be in her heat soon. Is there anything that you can do to ease the process in any way? I watch her lavender eyes glance to the floor in thought before she raises them again to look at me sternly before nodding. Yes, I do have some magic I can perform to dull the pain, and I can help Nadine make some salves that could assist. Is there concern for her life? We're just trying to prepare in case of anything, I state sadly, and she nods. Of course. I will go visit Nadine and converse with her and get started right away. Thank you, Althea. Honestly, you've been such a help while you've been here. My pleasure, Alpha King. The first wish all the best concerning this. I turn and head back to my mate, hoping that when her heat hits, we will be as prepared as possible. Ivy's POV. The tension has been thick all around as we wait. It's been a few days since Nate could smell my heat on me. It's hard to say when it would come, but there's no doubt. It is coming. Nate has been able to smell it on me continuously ever since he sensed it the first time. We've made as many preparations as possible, and now it's just been an unfortunate waiting game. Although I think it's coming soon. I know Nate can sense that I feel off, which I can now say with 100% certainty is true. Nadine gave Nathaniel and I our shots yesterday to prevent me from falling pregnant and brought up a massive cart full of salves, creams, medications, and some other items to help assist, including bath salts and herbs for soaking in the tub with. It's sitting in the living room across from me on the couch, making it obvious as to what I'm about to experience. Nathaniel has canceled all his duties for the week, since we expect this to last at least 4 days, which is twice as long as a normal heat. But it could go longer, we don't know. I pull my blanket in tighter as I groan, resting my head onto my knees. Ivy Nathaniel questions as he walks over from the kitchen to sit down beside me. I'm okay, just feeling a bit achy. Come here, he pulls my back into his chest and massages my shoulders, and I sigh. Thank you, I say quietly. We sit like that for a few moments and I start to doze off. I don't get much of a nap though, because almost immediately sharp stabbing pains shoot through my body and I gasp, breaking away from Nate's contact, the blanket falling from the couch as I shoot forward and wrap my arms around myself. I think it's starting, I manage to say before I feel myself getting warmer, as if I'm going to burn from the inside out. 46 caring for her. Ivy's POV. I try to stand, but the pain hits in waves. I shudder in response as Nathaniel jumps to his feet faster than I can register. He scoops me up bridal style and carries me into our bedroom, sitting on the bed with me in his lap, cradling me. I hear him cooing softly in my ear as he rocks me, the tingling of our bond increasing in intensity wherever he touches me but easing the sting of the pain. Nathaniel, are you okay? I say softly into his chest. He pulls me tighter against him. It's okay. I can handle it. I can only imagine my scent is driving him wild. I've only really heard stories of mated males and how their female scent in heat can be maddening. Thankfully, the need for him hasn't grown too intense, but I know it will the more time passes. I groan loudly as another wave hits me and I hear his low growl reverberate in his chest. How's the pain so far, Ivy? He asks me as he pulls my chin up and places a small kiss on my lips. It's manageable, but it does hurt like a fucking bitch, I state, and he chuckles softly. He continues to rock me and comfort me as wave after wave continue to assault me, and when I have a small reprieve again, I decide to ask him something that is on my mind, and I move to sit in front of him. Were you wanting to hold out on having sex with me until I can't take the pain anymore? I don't want you to suffer this whole time, Ivy, but we said we would try our best to spread things out, so I would prefer to wait to have sex with you. With that, you need to keep telling me how you're doing. Don't try to push past it if it's excruciating. The concern in his voice is highly evident, but I think it's a sweet sentiment. You know, once we start, I'm not going to want to stop, I say cheekily before I wince in pain. He reaches to cup my face with his palm. That's supposed to be my line, you know. There he is. It's mine now, I state proudly as I push him playfully and start to laugh lightly. Suddenly my vision blurs and instantly, I'm on fire. Nathaniel's POV. I hear Ivy gasp loudly as she sits in front of me, and I immediately reach out to grab her. Her skin is heated, and I can hear her heart racing faster and faster. Here we go. I know she's going into her full heat now, and we're in for a wild ride. I watch her grit her teeth through the waves of pain, but I can see her physically weakening, which puts me on high alert. It hasn't been that long yet, and it's already putting her in a state that I don't like at all. I'm going to run a bath with the herbs for you, baby. Be right back, she nods, and I get up quickly and make my way to the bathroom to run a cool bath. I get the water started and go out to the cart and grab the salts and one of the bottles of herbs that Althea and Nadine told me I could put in the bath for her. I return with it in hand and pour the proper measurements in. I stop dead in my tracks as I hear Ivy moan loudly, and I also catch Ivy's scent again and groan myself, my cock hardening with each inhale of it. Her scent is intoxicating, damning, and fucking delicious. Mate needs us. We need to please her to appease her heat. We need to make her feel good and safe. I hear Kiba whine in my head, afraid for our mate in her time of need, and I can't help but feel helpless. I can only hope that I can help her get through this safely. But fuck, I want her so badly. Trying to control myself has been a challenge. Once the bath has finished running, I walk back into the bedroom and see Ivy writhing on the bed, rubbing her legs together, and I try to keep a level head. Her need for me is increasing. Let's get into the bath. Songbird, I go over and pick her up again, bringing her into the bathroom and gently setting her down on the chilled counter across from the tub. She shivers and her arousal flares out strong. God damn, Ivy, I say out loud, and she looks at me sheepishly. I'm sorry, she states softly as I shake my head. Don't apologize, I reach for the hem of her shirt and pull it over her head, exposing her to me. Her skin is slightly pinker as more blood is flowing through her as her temperature rises. Fuck me. I always loved the look of her flushed. She gently slides off the counter and pushes her sweats off her legs and to the floor, followed by her underwear. I help her into the cool bath, and she sighs in content as she lowers herself into it. Better, I ask, and she nods. It's helping. Thank you. We sit there quietly as she relaxes in the bath, her head back and eyes closed. Time passes with only a small moan here and there from her, which seems promising. You're so beautiful, you know that I state, and she turns to look at me with those green eyes of hers. You tell me all the time, she says as she laughs softly. I lean in to kiss her gently, and she moans into the kiss, putting her damp arms around my neck, soaking my shirt with water. We pull away and look at each other for a moment before I crash my lips to hers with such fervor that I startle her. I pull away as her arousal flares out again and she cries out, splashing water on the floor as she holds onto the side of the tub for support. I'm sorry, baby. I lost control there for a second. It's okay. I think the bath isn't helping anymore. I'm feeling hot again. She places her head in her palm. I nod and stand up to help her out of the bath, her legs shaking as if I'd already fucked her. I go to pick her up, but she stops me with a light hand on my chest. Nathaniel, I need you. Please, she grasps my shirt tightly before pulling herself into me, and I wrap my arms around her naked body, feeling every single point of contact between us. Let's try rubbing you down with the salve Nadine made first, she nods, and I quickly walk out to grab it and bring it back in as Ivy balances herself on the edge of the tub. I open the container and gather the salve in my hands, rubbing it together and smoothing it over every inch of her skin, making sure she's thoroughly covered. This feels nice, I hear her say softly as she moans softly, reacting to my massaging of the salve into her skin. The burning and pain have gone down a bit. That's good. Really good. I can sense your heart rate has gone down too. You should rest a little while you can, she nods, and we head back into the bedroom, and I tuck her in, kissing her forehead before leaving the room. I check my watch. 6:30 p.m. Hopefully she can get some good rest. I check my watch again. 9:30 p.m. Thank God she's been able to fall asleep. I head out of the living room and into the kitchen to make some finger foods for us in case either of us gets hungry. And once that's prepared, I head back into the bathroom to tidy up the mess of water from the floor and hang up towels, etc. I go to turn around, and I'm startled as Ivy is standing in front of me, still fully naked. I try to restrain myself, but I start to lose the battle. I embrace her and let my hands roam the entirety of her body as she wraps her arms around my neck. I know exactly what she's asking for, and honestly, it needs to happen. You sure? She looks up at me and nods. Yes. Good. Because I don't think I can hold out any longer. I'm fucking you into oblivion. Nathaniel's POV. She moans at my words, and that's all it takes. I pick her up and place her on the counter, at the most perfect height to see every single inch of her. I back up and remove my own shirt and pants while admiring the beauty of her. Skin flushed pink, nipples erect, and her pussy swollen, wet, and clearly ready for me. God, songbird, you are a sight. She looks at me with her lustful gaze and places her feet up onto the counter and spreads her legs wide for me. I growl low with my own arousal, and I watch with desire as she trails her hand down the side of her body, running over her breasts and lower, reaching down to stroke her clit with her fingers. Ivy, I taunt, and she giggles lustfully, and I almost come undone at the sound. You like watching me? She asks, and I nod. You damn well know I do. I sit on the edge of the tub, palming my own erection. Play with yourself for a moment, baby. I want to see you. She bites her lip and gladly obliges with my request, playing with herself, rubbing her clit, and moaning loudly with every flick and stroke. I feel myself get harder and harder for her, and when her breathing hitches, I know she's close to making herself come. Come for me, I say lowly, and she comes apart, legs shaking and her breathing erratic. I stand then and approach the counter, lean into her while kissing her neck, making her shiver. Good girl, I praise her, smelling her arousal as I do, stronger than before. She whines with need as she looks at me, and I let my hands graze her body before pushing 2 fingers inside her. She clenches around them immediately, and I moan myself before starting to pump them in and out of her, lifting her right leg onto my left shoulder to get deeper. I make sure my hand is facing palm up, and I curl my fingers inside of her, and the moan that comes from her is one of the most beautiful sounds. I continue to stroke her while supporting her as I increase my pace. I feel her clench again and start to bear down, so I know her orgasm is close. Sure enough, mere moments later she comes apart again. Fuck, Nathaniel, she says breathlessly as she comes down from her orgasm. I withdraw my fingers and lick them, savoring the taste of her as she leans forward and rests her head on my shoulder. The warmth I feel radiating from her is intense. She mumbles lowly, but thankfully I can still hear her. Wow, that helped. We're not done yet, I say as I lift her up, her wrapping her legs around me as I carry her back into the bedroom and set her on her feet. I sit down on the side of the bed and spread my legs apart and pat in between them. Sit! She gasps quietly and listens to me, sitting between my legs facing outwards, my length nestled against her back and oh, so obvious. I trail kisses all along the back of her neck and nip her lightly, eliciting a small moan to escape from her lips. I take that moment to lift her legs up and over my knees, spreading her as wide as she will go, and she arches back into me in response. I reach around and fully palm her breasts, rubbing and massaging her soft skin before rolling her nipples between my fingers, eliciting a breathy but needy gasp from her. Nate, she trails off as I move my hands, wrapping one arm around her waist to hold her in place as I slowly move my other hand lower, putting pressure slightly on my 2 fingers that slide around her clit. I move slowly at first with slight pressure and then pick up pace, focusing solely on that little bead of pleasure. Her body tenses as she gets more sensitive, but she takes everything I give her. The sounds coming from her make my body come alive and even more ready. I feel her starting to sweat a combination of her pleasure and her heat, and I remove my hand from her pussy before reaching up to pull her hair back to whisper seductively in her ear. Are you ready for me, songbird? Ivy's POV. The sensations are unbearable, but oh so good at the same time. My heat has made my entire body sensitive, and if I thought I felt good when we fucked before, this can only be better. I feel so vulnerable and needy, my legs spread wide as he whispers, asking if I'm ready. I was born ready. Yes, Alpha King, I say breathlessly, and with one swift movement, he lifts me off him and nudges me onto the bed on my hands and knees. Oh fuck. Ooh. He pulls me back a bit by my thighs and I feel the entire length of him rub against me. I shudder with need as he teases me, getting his cock wet before he enters me quickly. I groan loudly, and he gives me a moment to adjust to him in this position. I push back on him, signaling that I'm good and holy mother of God. He pulls out of me and thrusts in again, and I shove my face into the bed to stop myself from screaming out loud. He feels so good. He continues to thrust into me at a slower pace, and I can hear his light moans and whispers as he takes me. I gasp as I feel him reach up and fist my hair, pulling it back so my back arches slightly, allowing him to penetrate further into me. It's then that he picks up pace, slamming in and out of me relentlessly, and I scream out in utter bliss at the sheer pleasure. He slows his pace again, and I push back on him in response, pushing him deeper into me, before reaching down to rub my clit with him still inside me. "That's it, baby. Pleasure yourself while you take me," he says lowly as I feel myself building up to another orgasm. It's not long before I explode, my legs shaking, and my breathing labored. He withdraws from me and flips me over onto my back before hovering over and covering me with his entire body, the heat radiating from him warming my already hot skin, which I didn't think could be possible. "You feeling good, baby girl?" he asks, kissing my forehead, and I nod. "More than good." He smiles before pushing my legs together and up, resting on his shoulder before entering me again, deeper this time. I shudder and gasp loudly, as this is the deepest I've felt him inside me, and it feels as though I'll come apart with even the slightest movement. He starts to move slowly, pushing my legs up a bit more with one hand and supporting himself with the other. In. Or out. In. Blushin'. Or out. Fuck. Just as I feel myself building up yet again, he pulls himself out of me and quickly lowers my legs and spreads them again before dipping his head low and licking my pussy long and slowly. "Oh," I moan, words escaping my foggy, lustful brain as he starts to devour me. My back arches out of sheer pleasure, and I grip the sheets to try and stabilize myself, but it's no use. The way his tongue feels as it flicks my clit makes my body jerk in response. As much as this is helping reduce the pain from my heat, I can't take much more. Almost as if Nathaniel knows my exact thoughts, he pulls his mouth away and keeps my legs spread as he enters me with a forceful thrust, making me cry out. He leans down and grasps my hands as pounds into me relentlessly, and I come apart a final time as he does the same mere moments after, pulling out of my throbbing pussy as he comes all over my stomach and my chest. My breathing is heavily labored, and I shudder as I come down from the high of orgasming for the fourth time. I keep my eyes closed and try to calm my racing heart, and I almost jump when I feel Nate wiping me down with a towel. He lays beside me after cleaning me up, and I turn to face him, smiling. "Pain gone for now?" he asks, and I nod and lean in and kiss him sweetly on the lips. "Yes, for now, but I'd like to do that again. Heat or no heat." He chuckles darkly. "That definitely could be arranged," I laugh as he pulls me on top of him, holding me in place. "We will take a few minutes to rest, and then I'm fucking you again." "Yes, Alpha," I say as I lean down for another kiss. 47 billion dire realization. Ivy's POV. I'm spent. It's now day 3 of my heat, and thank God for both Nathaniel and I, it's at the end. All the plans went out the window the moment that he fucked me for the first time on the first night. After that, it was like a dam opened. We had sex a total of 8 times. The bed. The bathroom counters. The floor. The couch. The kitchen. Not to mention the times he just played with me and I him. I blush as think back sitting on the edge of the bed, having just gotten out of the shower with Nate. I look around at the bedroom and it's a complete mess. Our pillows are scattered on the floor. The bed sheets are half on the bed and half off, and clothes are strewn about. We had attempted to get dressed a couple of times after the first round, but after ripping them off each other, we decided to just stay naked until my heat was over. "What a mess," I say as I chuckle, and I hear a low chuckle as Nate comes back into the bedroom. "You've got that right. We will have to tidy up a bit today, I think." "I think so too," I smile as he approaches me and places a light kiss on my lips, and then walks over to his dresser, pulling out clothes for himself. I stand then and walk over to my own and pull out some black leggings and an oversized gray t-shirt and my bra and underwear. I start to get dressed and I feel Nathaniel come up behind me and he wraps his arms around me, engulfing me. "You feel okay?" I nod. "Yeah, I feel fine." "I'm glad we go through your heat." "Okay." I was worried. He rests his head on my shoulder and I sigh. I was too. The moment it hit me, I just thought it wasn't going to stop. But you did a hell of a job keeping the pain at bay. I turn and face him, wrapping my arms around his neck. He kisses me lightly and I smile. I guess I did, didn't I? He says cheekily and I chuckle. We should go check in with the others, let them know we're alive. Nathaniel runs his hand through his damp hair. Yeah, I guess we should. As Nate and I come into the main foyer of the pack house, I spot Kane talking to Tobias and Genevieve lingering with them. They catch a glimpse of me and Eve runs over, engulfing me in a big, tight hug. Oh my God. There you two are. I was getting worried. We're good, Evie Nate says just before kissing the top of my head. I look up at him and he smiles. I must check in with Tobias. Are you okay here for a while? I nod and Evie grabs my hand. Yes, she will be fine, Alpha. See you later. Evie makes a little scooting motion with her hands and Nate laughs before he turns and heads in the direction of his office, Tobias falling behind him moments later. Evie pulls me out the front door and we start to walk. So Evie says with a smirk and I scoff. What you're wanting details, she nods excessively and I laugh. Not sure if your ears could handle it, she slaps my arm playfully. Yeah, okay, I'm not some Miss Prude over here. Tell me. I start to tell her all the dirty details as we keep walking closer to the border of Crystal Moon's packlands, but I notice a large group of people near the gates. I glance over and clearly people catch sight of me and all I hear are screams and commotion. I continue to look and go to walk closer, but I hear Nate's booming voice behind me. Ivy. I don't get to turn around to even see him, because all I see is jet black fur that comes and stands in front of me, blocking me from prying eyes. I gasp as I realize it's Kiba, Nate's wolf. It's the first time I've seen him, and my lord, he is gigantic. I feel a hand on my shoulder, and I turn my head to see that it's Tobias. What's going on? I ask, and Tobias sighs. Someone let it out that you're Nate's mate before it was officially announced. Nate was worried when he saw the crowd at the gate. Kiba's trying to block the view of you since it's a big frenzy and he wants to make sure you're safe. Thank you, Kiba, I say softly and I get a small huff in return. If someone got a picture of you, Evie trails off and I gasp. She continues, it'll be all over every single piece of media. I clench my fists tightly and I feel my body start to shake. Cole is going to know I'm alive. 48 heart to heart. Ivy's POV. We have to announce it officially now. There's no getting around this, Nate, I say matter-of-factly, and he sighs loudly as he puts a shirt on. We manage to get back into the pack house with Kiba's large body blocking me from any further pictures and the like, but the damage is probably already done. I stand there with my hands on my hips alongside Tobias, Nate, Evie, and Kane in the main foyer. We don't even know if anyone got an actual picture, Nate says sheepishly, and I scoff, slightly annoyed. Someone revealed it was me, Nate. Picture or not, they know my name and it's only going to put a face to it at this point. Every single person that saw me at the mating ball, at any performances, are going to know it's me. I look at him and I can see the worry on his face and I know he's panicking inside. I walk over to him and place my hands on either side of his face to try and calm him down. I know you're worried about me. You always have been. I'm not alone anymore, though. There's an entire room here, our entire pack and majority of the werewolf race, that will protect me and my integrity as your mate and their queen. It doesn't have to all be on your shoulders. Ivy, he says sternly, but then trails off as he knows I'm right. We will just have to be diligent. I know there's going to be a target on my back. I know Cole is going to try something, he's too stubborn not to. But this time, I've got everyone behind me. Nate engulfs me in a tight hug before releasing me. I turn to face everyone and half smile. I guess we're planning a ceremony or something, I see Tobias nod before he goes to speak. We will hold something, yes, where people can come and visit you both in an official capacity and give their well wishes. Nate and his parents will have to put out an official announcement of your mating. Which means we're going to have to get dressed up, Nate states with an annoyed tone, and I laugh. What don't you like getting dressed up? You always look great. I never feel great, he states before he chuckles lightly. I'll talk to my parents and get the official word out by the end of the week. That will give us some time to plan. I'm sure Cole will make an appearance, Evie says quietly, and I look at her. Let him come. I'm ready this time. Nathaniel's POV. Sitting in my office, I sigh loudly. Ivy went with Genevieve to go shopping for a gown with Tobias and a few of my guards in tow while Kane and I set up some training drills for when she gets back. I hate this whole idea. I'm worried as hell for Ivy, but I know I've got to back off. She's right. She's stronger than she was before. She's got more support and love here from everyone around her. My selfishness in wanting to keep this secret has played a major part in this and has backfired in my face. I have to accept that. If anything happens to her. I'm pulled away from my thoughts as my phone rings. I pick it up and answer. Nathaniel, my son. Mother. Hi, Mother. Did you get my message? Yes. So, we need to do an official announcement regarding you and Ivy. Yes, her identity has been leaked, and I'm concerned for her safety. I know, my sweet boy, but she's tough. Give her some more credit. I'm trying, I swear. Trust in your mate, Nathaniel. Believe in her. Your father and I will put out the announcement soon. Will the meetings be happening at Crystal Moon or at the palace? I figured here at the Pack, smaller and easier to control. Okay then. I'll keep in touch with you. Give Ivy my love. I will. Thanks, Mom. Of course. I love you. Love you. I hang up and sigh, placing my phone on my desk before putting my head in my hands. I feel so weak, so unsure. I don't like it at all. Ivy's POV. I stand in front of the mirror, gazing upon myself in the floor-length black tulle gown that glitters with all the sparkle. The tight bodice accentuates my waist and chest, and for once my arms are on full display with only small coverage on my shoulders. I was getting defeated that I wouldn't find a dress I liked, considering we've been shopping for hours trying to find a proper gown, but finally I think I found it. If I thought your mating ball gown looked good, this is Evie trails off as I turn and face her, Tobias and the guards. Better Tobias finishes her sentence and I smile. You think so? I thought I wore too much black. I tease Evie and she scoffs. You do, but honestly it looks good on you, so who am I to judge? Wear what works, she shrugs and I chuckle. Okay, this is it then. I go back to the changing room to remove the dress, and once I'm back in my regular clothes I exit again, hearing Tobias talking but not really registering what he's saying. He turns to face me. I catch his gaze and tilt my head a little in confusion. What's going on? The announcement was made a few minutes ago. Tobias holds up his phone and I lean closer and peek at it. I see a lovely photo of myself from the mating ball in my other gown in the headline. I guess it's official now, I say softly, feeling a state of both happiness and oddness at the same time. I clasp my hands together in nervousness and start to massage my fingers, looking away from the group and just hoping everything will be all right. I tried so hard to convince Nate that it would be fine, but I didn't really think much about myself and what this might mean for me. I'm going to have royal duties and responsibilities alongside him, and I'm up for the challenge, but what I'm not sure of. The attention I'm going to get. I gasp lightly as I feel my hands being squeezed and I'm brought back to Tobias standing in front of me, his one hand clasped around both of mine. You've got this. After everything you've experienced, this is going to be a walk in the park for you. I hope so, I reply, my voice lacking any confidence whatsoever, the clear unease settling in. Can I actually do this even after all I've gone through? Ivy, Tobias states sternly. I'm going to be honest with you here. I do plan on speaking with Alpha about this, but I feel like you need to hear this first. I nod, and he continues. Nathaniel made a mistake in keeping your mating secret from you and the rest of our race for so long, but this is how it must be now based off his actions. He's always been a bit off-put about his title and role, but always took it in stride and with strength. He pauses as he leads me to a nearby bench in the shop and we sit down, Evie and the guards giving us some space. I think honestly he was surprised to even find you. He had gone a long time thinking he would never find his mate, and when he did, he panicked. He didn't know what to do, and instead of using his head to determine what was the best course, he went the wrong way about it. I know he didn't mean anything in a harmful way to me, though I state, defending him, but deep down I know he's right. This could have been completely different. but it still was. I was hoping that he would realize it, and I think he is starting to fully comprehend the repercussions here, since you're now being thrown into this after just finding out you're mated, even though he could have prepared you more by telling you sooner. Are you angry at him, I question, and Tobias shakes his head. No, I'm annoyed at how this has transpired, but I support him. I've known Nate for so long that it's hard to be sure that I'm serving him in the best way possible as a friend and as his beta. It's not your job to make sure he makes the right decisions all the time, I tell him as we stand up, and he embraces me in a hug. I know, and I thank you for telling me that, but it's now also my job to help protect and support you alongside him, and I just wanted you to know that I will have your back and I'll try to be a reasonable sounding board for you both. Oh, and call Nate out on his shit better from now on. He chuckles. I laugh myself. I appreciate that, Tobias. I really do. Honestly, I'm scared, but it is as you said. It is how it must be, and I have to navigate this next step now. Hopefully I can. 49 threat. Ivy's POV. I smooth my hands down my dress in an attempt to rein in my raging nerves, it being mere moments before Nate and I are to go down into the throne room in the pack house. I'm so thankful that Nate decided to do this at the pack where it's smaller and more controlled, but even in saying that there are an estimated 2,000 people attending the Packlands today in various time increments. It's going to be a long day. I've fully accepted my position and the need for me to be a strong person beside my mate, but going from being strong to weak and back to strong has me feeling some sort of emotional whiplash. I had given up on everything, and here I stand about to be welcomed as the queen of our race in a matter of what? Half a year. Nathaniel's coronation is mere months away once winter hits, and it's been a whirlwind of a time to say the least. Evie told me that you chose a black dress. But damn baby, you look good, Nate emphasizes the last word loudly as he walks up behind me as I turn to face him, my gown sweeping with my movement. Why thank you, Alpha. You look striking yourself. I step back and take him in, my eyes wandering over his entire ensemble. He's in an fitted all-black dress suit with a small red scarf tucked into the chest pocket, with a clasped chain that extends from the pocket to his collar. I look closer at the chain and its clasps, which I notice now have his family crest on them. I step closer and run my fingers down the collar of his suit jacket, tugging ever so gently. This makes me want to not entertain all these people today and just stay with you in bed. He chuckles lightly at my words before leaning down to whisper in my ear. Oh, believe me, Songbird, you'll be bent over, still in this dress while I take you later this evening. I blush madly as he takes my hand and places it over his now obvious bulge in his pants, and I bite my lip. I look forward to that, I state before Nate backs away and looks away from me, seemingly distracted, but I know that he's in communication with someone via mind link. They ready for us, I ask, and he brings his attention to me and nods before reaching out, and I place my hand in his. I look around the throne room and marvel in its decor, still very much the work of Daciana, I'd assume. White and black marble flooring with a wide dark gray carpet that leads up to the front of the room, with a massive assortment of greenery throughout the room, bursting with color against the ash-colored walls. As Nate and I walk up towards the front, I notice the throne sitting upon a raised platform with a 3-step small staircase surrounding the entire platform. The thrones themselves are very simple gold framework with black fabric for the seating, adorned with some jewels and molded branches of gold vines with leaves. It reminds me of Nathaniel's forearm tattoo, and I smile. It's beautiful in here. It rarely gets used, but yeah, my mother did it again with the design. She should do it as a job, seriously. Nate laughs. I agree with you. It's then we step up and stand in front of our thrones. I notice a few other pack members and guards take their places, some for crowd control, some for protection. A small rope fence is placed just ahead of the staircase with a podium to the right side for announcing our visitors before they come and meet Nate and me. As all this comes together quickly, I see a few familiar faces approach us, walking down the carpet. Kane, in his regular tuxedo, hair styled messily. Evie, in a blue fitted mermaid gown, her hair artfully placed upon her head. Tobias, in a similar ensemble to Nate, his hair tied back securely, with a chain donning his chest exactly like Nate's, showcasing the family crest. Finally, Althea, in a long black dress with a black cloak settled on her shoulders, her blonde hair braided back. I smile as all 4 of them join us up on the platform and take their places. Tobias and Althea on Nate's right and me on his left, with Evie and Kane together on my left. All four of them stand slightly angled behind us, but not far. "Are we ready?" Nate asks before looking around to all of us, and we all agree. "Let's do this," I say, and Nate gives the signal for the doors to open and the first set of people start to walk in and line up, waiting for their turn to approach. Announcement after announcement is made, some Alpha and Lunas from packs within the northern continent, also some who traveled from the east, south and west continents, to give us well wishes. After a while, I notice the next three who approach look oddly familiar, and it's only when their names are announced do I recognize them. Lord Thyrius, Eastern Reign. A tall, older male with a gray suit and black floor-length cloak, dark eyes, gray hair beard with chiseled features. Lord Sebastian, Western Reign. A more boyish-looking guy with black shaggy hair and piercing gray eyes, dressed in black casual pants and a white dress shirt that is slightly undone. Lady Athena, Southern Reign. A small lady with bright blue eyes and blonde hair that falls effortlessly in curls down her back. She wears a purple sequined gown that accentuates her body, tailored to perfection. Oh my God. These are the other wolven leaders of the neighboring continents. They're high-ranking royal wolves just like Nathaniel and his family, but rule under them. Nate takes my hand as we step down to approach them. Lady Athena embraces me with a soft hug and smiles as she releases me. "Well, aren't you a pretty thing?" her southern accent accentuating her words. Nate shakes all three of their hands and chuckles. "Thank you for coming to visit us. Surely you didn't have to." "We wanted to see the special lady that has captured our king's heart," Sebastian says softly, his gray eyes glancing at me and back to Nate. "She is a beauty." Welcome, Thyrius states and holds his hand out. I place mine in his and he kisses it gently. "Thank you. I appreciate you all coming to see us. We've got some other things to discuss as well. After all this, do you think we could have a meeting?" Athena states, and Nate and I nod. "Of course. I was already planning on calling you all down anyways, so might as well while you're all here." "Splendid. Well, we wish you both the best and we will all chat again soon," Sebastian says, and with a few brief embraces and waves, the southern, western and eastern reigns take their leave, heading back the way they came. I yawn softly as the day finally comes to an end, the last few people trickling out the doors. I look around and see the piles of gifts that were left for us and the pack and smile in adoration at how well everything has gone today. Nate had stepped away for a moment to speak with Tobias, and Evie and Kane are sitting on the steps, clearly just as exhausted. I approach them with a soft smile. "Thank you for standing with me today." As exhausting as it was. "It was a pleasure," Kane states, and he stands and hugs me tightly. "So many people came. I bet it must have made you feel good," I nod. "It was nice and reassuring." I was worried, but I'm cut off as I hear loud clapping coming from behind me, and I turn and inhale sharply as I see who's approaching. I clench my jaw as Cole walks up to Kane, Evie and I, smirking slightly. He drops the smirk and glances behind me as I feel Nate's presence. "Congratulations, Alpha King, on finding your mate. I hear she's a resilient one," Nate growls low and steps slightly in front of me, and Cole steps back slightly. I place my hand on Nate's arm and step forward, standing right in front of Cole, head held high. "Thank you, although I know you're here for other reasons, aren't you?" "And what reasons would there be other than to support you and Nathaniel?" I glare at him. "I'm not believing for a single second that's all you're here for." I see another person walk up behind Cole and I don't recognize him, but Nate clearly does. "Caden. Nice to see you." There's some tension in his voice, putting me on alert. He bows in respect and stands straight again. "I'm sorry I am so late, but it seems I am interrupting something." I look at this man with short blonde hair, tall stature, and green eyes like mine. I look at him with confusion as he walks past Cole with only a dirty side glance and approaches me, bowing slightly in respect. "Luna Queen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Caden, the somewhat leader of the Rogue Wolves." I freeze in my spot. "Rogue Wolves," I say softly, and he rises and nods. He oversees a majority of the Rogue Wolves in the northern continent, Nathaniel states plainly, and the gears in my head finally start to turn. He may be responsible for the attack that started my whole downward spiral that was my life. "Do you rule them?" I ask curiously, and he shakes his head. No, not at all like an alpha or say a king, but I just make sure that no one gets hurt and resolve issues. Speaking of that, I would like to have a word with you, Alpha King, in private if you don't mind. Hisham. Okay, well, it's nice to meet you, I say sweetly, feigning happiness and positivity as Nate nods. Will you be okay, Nate asks me, and I nod as Tobias, Kane, and Evie stand beside me. Yes, you can go with another swift nod. He walks away with Caden and exits the room. I turn my attention back to Cole and clench my jaw as I look at him. Evie growls lowly. You're not wanted here. I don't even know why you bothered to come. If you think the three of you can just up and leave Red Moon with no consequences, you're sadly mistaken. There he is. There's the asshole we all know. We can, and we did, Kane states plainly as he steps in front of me to get in Cole's face. You're stupid coming here after what your idiot thugs did to Ivy. Don't think for one single second that we don't know what you planned. You're going to get what is coming to you. Is that a threat? Kane Cole says with a smirk. No. It's a promise I say with the most unwavering voice I've ever used with him. He chuckles lowly. Guess we will see, won't we? Don't try too hard. You may regret it, he says before he turns and walks away with a backhanded wave. I step forward in anger, but Evie pulls me back. Let him go, I scoff, and stay put. I promise, asshole. 50 accused. Bay. Nathaniel's POV. I watch in admiration of Ivy as she trains drills with Kane, connecting every hit with ease. I see her smirk and chuckle lowly as Kane directs her, her eyes filled with passionate emotion. Her hair is pulled back into a loose ponytail, some of it falling out in her face as she exerts herself. There's something about watching her that brings such pride to me. We've all been training together for a few weeks now that things have settled down. There hasn't been any more attacks or surprise visits from those who we obviously don't want to see, and Ivy, Kane, and Genevieve have settled in well here at Crystal Moon. There have been some problems with the rogue wolves from what Caden had told me, but he didn't know much else. He said he just wanted to bring it to my attention and would let me know if anything else suspicious occurred. I haven't heard a thing, so it's fine for now, I guess. I do suspect that a lot of things are connected, but there's a lot of speculation and no proof. It's irritating, but hopefully something will pop up. She really knows what she's doing. I'm surprised that even without cells she's managed to keep her technique up, I say to Evie as she stands beside me. Kane kept on her to maintain it. He hoped it would distract her from things and give her confidence without her wolf. Well, it was sure successful. Now it is. Back at Red Moon, she picked her battles. Over time, Cole and Alaric wore her down and she stopped fighting. It's nice to see that desire in her eyes again. I missed it, and her Evie says, her voice full of emotion as she watches her friend in admiration. A moment later, Ivy connects a hit with Kane, and he skids backwards. What the Ivy says as she looks at her hands, I shouldn't have been able to do that. Evie and I look at each other and then make our way over to her and Kane. Did I hurt you, she says as she looks at Kane with pain in her facial features, worried she did something to him. He shakes his head. No, I'm not hurt, but sure as hell surprised. You hit me with the force you used to, back when you had cells. I wonder if she's starting to resurface a little bit, I state, and Ivy sighs. Maybe, I don't know for sure. I haven't heard her since the cuffs were taken off. Althea said it would take time. This could be the start of things. I hope so, Ivy states with a twinge of sadness in her voice. Damn, how I wish I could bring cells back to her. Ivy's POV. I pluck out notes on the piano in the music room as I sing, feeling the music flow through me, relaxing me. I've settled in well, but there is still so much unanswered and it's irritating me to say the least. Nathaniel is meeting with the other Rains and his parents again today to discuss the overall state of things and to begin plans for his coronation. They've all met quite a few times now since I was revealed and announced as his mate, and I've kept myself away from most of the discussions, only because I haven't felt comfortable. I know I'll have to start attending, but my nerves have gotten the better of me. Nate has tried to reassure me that I can join in when I'm ready, but I know it must look odd to not have me there. I'm the queen, for fuck's sake. I've done everything else with ease, visiting packs, meeting wolves and the like, but actually getting involved in major discussions for the entire race? Nope. I sigh loudly, my irritation getting the better of me as I closed the lid on the piano keys with a soft thud. I think part of it is that even after my cuffs being off for well over a month now, Solace still hasn't resurfaced and I'm losing hope. I know she's still there, but I have no idea how to help her come forward again. I don't even know if my body is even capable of doing so anymore, but it's not like I can test that theory either. How the fuck am I supposed to be the Luna Queen with no wolf? I get up abruptly and walk out of the music room and go outside to get some fresh air. The seasons have changed again and it's getting even colder, but the cool air does wonders as I inhale and exhale deeply, controlling the timing of my breathing to try to calm myself down. I close my eyes and continue before they shoot open again when I hear Nate call me. Songbird. I look at him with a small smile as he approaches me and engulfs me in a hug, resting his chin atop my head, his warmth radiating through me. You okay? He asks and I nod. Yeah, just working through it. I'm feeling really frustrated. Because of the meetings? Or because of seals? Both, I think. Let go do something to take your mind off it for a while. How about we go out for dinner? I look up at him and wrap my arms around his neck. He leans in and kisses me softly and I smile in the kiss. Sure. Where do you want to go? How about we go to the same restaurant we did before? I chuckle. The one where I almost fell flat on my face after dinner, and you caught me. He smiles widely. That same one. I shrug my shoulders and laugh. Okay, sounds like a date. Dinner was delightful and exactly what I needed. I laugh loudly as Nate and I walk out of the restaurant towards the car and I pretend to trip and fall. Nate shoots forward and snakes his hands around my waist in a panic and I start laughing. It's short-lived and I shriek as he pulls me up over his shoulder. Don't think for 1 second that you're getting away with that. I playfully hit his back as he carries me back to the car like a little brat. And I can't help but feel turned on as he fully palms my ass as he holds me up with one hand, while opening the car door with the other. Nathaniel. I have a dress on, put me down. I listen to him inhale deeply and growl low as he smells my arousal, putting me down in front of him and smacking my ass as I climb into the back of the limo. He climbs in behind me and I go to sit, but I don't get there as Nate quickly sits and pulls me into his lap, making me straddle him, his obvious erection pushing against me as he lifts the bottom of my dress so that it's no longer caught between us. He pulls my underwear to the side as he undoes his pants, pushing them down slightly and slides into me easily. I groan and lean into his shoulder as he nips my neck, eliciting a moan from me, and he chuckles. You're going to sit here like this for the entire ride home, he whispers into my ear, and I shudder as the car starts. Fuck. Oh, and you need to be quiet. Don't need the driver hearing what I do to you. I gasp quietly as the car starts to move, making me move slightly with him inside me, and I bite my lip. Damn you, Alpha, I say, trying to keep myself focused on being as quiet as possible as every bump and turn of the car threatens to make a sound come from my lips. I fix my hair as Nate and I walk back into the pack house, him having told the driver to leave us in the car where he deliciously fucked me senseless. He laughs as he tries to help me, and together we manage to make it look like he didn't just grab and tug my hair excessively for the past 20 minutes. I take my shoes off and he does the same, and as we go to head up to our room, we're stopped by Tobias. I really hate to do this, he says solemnly, and I look to Nate and then back to him. What is it? I say with concern. Nate walks up beside me and Tobias hands out an envelope. Nate takes it gently from his hand and opens it, unfolding the letter neatly and skimming it before a deep, angry growl comes from his throat. What the actual fuck? I just spoke to all the Rains today and this wasn't even mentioned. I guess they had to wait until the letter was delivered, Tobias says, and I look between them, my temper getting the better of me. What the fuck is happening? Nate looks at me sadly and hands me the letter. I read it out loud. This letter is to inform that Ivy Pierce of Crystal Moon is being summoned to attend the High Rain Council for the charges laid against her for her part in the murder of the previous Alpha and Luna of the Red Moon Pack. If she doesn't attend, this will be considered as an admission of guilt, and she will be sentenced to the fullest extent of werewolf law. No fucking way. 51 trial. Ivy's POV. Charges? I'm being charged for their deaths, I say desperately, my voice cracking slightly in nervousness. Seems this is the next play in whatever Cole is planning. Tobias states plainly. Shaking my head in disbelief, I turn away and pace a few steps, the letter trembling in my hand. That motherfucker, I yell, crumpling the letter into a ball and whipping it to the floor in anger. I know it's frustrating, Ivy, but think about it, Tobias states, and I turn to look at him, trying to calm myself down, my shoulders raising with my deep intakes of breath. Nate approaches me, taking my hands in his and squeezing before pulling me into an embrace. He's desperate, baby. He knows you being my mate makes you important and very much untouchable, and he knows he's losing his grip on you. Tobias sighs before continuing. This is his last card to play to try and get something out of you. We already know he lied about you in the report on the attack, and that's going to be hard for him to explain away when you are alive and well standing right in front of the council. Tobias pauses briefly before continuing. There are witnesses to his abuse in all of us. Kane, Evie, Nate, and I witnessed him beat you. I even got it on video when we were at the Packlands. Believe me, he's doing this without much of a thought. I can only hope so. I don't think I can handle much more. I need to be done with him, and that god-awful pack. I sigh loudly, my anger dissipating into sorrow. I look upon the large ornate doors of the council chambers in front of me, biting my lip nervously. We're back at the palace, on the very top floor that I didn't see much of when I was here during the mating ball. I dressed simply for today in casual black pants with a nice long-sleeved floral top. My hair is down and wavy, and with some minimal makeup and lip gloss. I'm ready to face whatever is coming my way. I look to my right as I feel Nate take hold of my hand and leaning in to kiss my temple. Ready? I nod, and he pushes the doors open and we walk in. I look around the ornate cream-colored room. It looks almost like a courthouse, with the Rains seating up at the front of the room on an elevated platform followed by small podiums on the left and right, and behind them, rows of more seating. It's all in the familiar mahogany wood with gold and brass accents, the room giving an ominous feeling as I approach my podium with Nate by my side, with Tobias, Genevieve, and Kane sitting right behind. Tobias and Nate had told me not to worry, as they submitted all the evidence we had found currently in my defense, and that they would all speak to the treatment and torture I received over the years. I can't help but feel dread as I watch some familiar faces walk in and sit down on the opposite side, with Alaric and Cole walking in last, taking their places at the other podium. It's then that the Rains all enter and sit at their respectful places, Nate parents Daciana and Orin, followed by Thyrius, Sebastian, and Athena. Thyrius speaks first, thanking everyone for attending, and then turns his attention to me. Luna, Queen Ivy, do you understand the reason as to why you were summoned here today? I nod. Yes, I am being charged with the deaths of the previous Alpha and Luna of my old pack, Red Moon. Good. We will proceed with some questions for you if that's all right. I nod again. Were you with the Alpha and Luna the day they died? Yes, I was their guard and was accompanying them out on a run. Based on the report surrounding their deaths, it states they died in a battle. Is that correct? Partially. I wouldn't say it was an official battle. They died in an attack by rogue wolves. I hear some gasps and murmuring from the rows behind me. Rogue wolves. Are you sure? Thyrius questions, and I nod firmly. I was attacked alongside them, and I can say with certainty that it was rogue wolves. What happened during the attack? Athena questions next, and I sigh. We were swarmed. There were too many of them. Surely a guard like you and a Luna and Alpha Wolf should have been able to take on at least some of them. No. We were not able to. We couldn't shift. What do you mean? Athena says in confusion. The Alpha, Luna, and I couldn't shift into our wolves at all. At the time I heard my wolf in my head, but I was unable to let her out and take control. It was as if something was blocking my ability to do so. This resulted in the injuries you all sustained, killing the Alpha and Luna, correct? Daciana asks, and I nod. Yes. Sadly, the rogues took the Alpha out first, then incapacitated me and then killed the Luna in front of me. Did you recover from your injuries? I did a few weeks later. My wounds took a long time to heal. Longer than a normal wolf. Do you know why? Daciana continues, and I shake my head. I have suspicions, but nothing of merit. Have you fully recovered from your injuries to this date? I sigh. I healed from the physical injuries, but the emotional ones were harder to recover from. I currently do not have access to my wolf, and I haven't had access to her for 6 years now. Why is that? Oren states, his tone firm. I was bound with silver cuffs for the better part of 6 years after the deaths of the Alpha and Luna. Who bound you? Sebastian questions angrily, and I turn to look at Cole. Cole Hammond, the current Alpha of Red Moon. The growl that comes from Sebastian startles me and others in the room. That is an illegal punishment. What made you think that you could use that punishment on Ivy? Alpha, he questions as his attention turns to Cole, and the shock on his face is obvious as he looks to Alaric with a glare. It's hard to not smirk. It was Alaric's idea, and Cole didn't even check to see if it was a proper punishment for the crime. Idiot. I didn't realize it was a banned punishment. I went of advice from those around me and made the decision that way. Well, it was an idiotic decision. This whole thing should be thrown out because you used an illegal punishment for a crime that you never reported with the council until now. Cole flinches, and it's then Nate squeezes my hand in reassurance. Oren turns his attention to Cole and speaks. You wrote in the report that Ivy had died, yet she is here in front of us. Care to explain that? I didn't write the report. What? Someone else wrote an official report on your behalf for an incident that happened within your own pack. Are you just wasting our time here? Alpha Cole, Oren states coldly, and I look to see Cole shake his head. No, she should pay for her part in their deaths. What part did she play in their deaths? To me, it sounds as if there were circumstances out of her control that contributed to the death of your parents. She wasn't directly involved from what I've heard today. She worked with the rogue wolves. That's why she survived. Cole raises his voice and casts an accusative finger towards me. Reigns, Nate says sternly. Yes, Alpha King. Do you have anything to add? Athena asks curiously. Ivy has not been associated with the rogue wolves. When I first met her, you couldn't even say the word rogue without her going into a freezing panic. If she had worked with them, do you really think she would have such a debilitating fear of them? This is true, Sebastian mutters. You've by now seen the evidence we have presented on behalf of Ivy's defense. She had nothing to do with the Alpha and Luna's deaths at all. She was an unfortunate victim and has been unfairly treated because her own weak Alpha couldn't get past his anger towards her surviving. It very much seems so. Cole, do you deny physically abusing Ivy while she was at Red Moon? I never laid a hand on her, he says sternly, and Nate growls lowly. I witnessed it myself, asshole. You watch your lies. The anger radiating off Nate is worrying to say the least, and I wrap my arm through his, hoping to settle him down at least a little bit. Enough, Sebastian says loudly, his voice echoing throughout the room. Based on what we've discussed today, I can say with certainty that the wrong person has been charged today. Ivy, you are free to go. I turn to look at Nate, and he smiles warmly at me, my heart fluttering in response. Alpha Cole Hammond and Beta Alaric Esten Oren calls them out by name and title, and I see all the color drain from Cole's face across the room. For the use of illegal punishment, abuse, and falsifying reports, you both will be charged for those crimes and removed of your stature and title within your pack. A new Alpha and Beta will be selected to take over your duties. But first, a full investigation of Red Moon will be done while you both are held in the dungeons. Hopefully we don't recover anything else. You can't take my birthright from me, Cole yells frantically as his hands are bound behind his back by one of the royal guards. You abused it. Now deal with the consequences. Just because you're born into an Alpha family doesn't mean that you will keep it. You've disgraced your family's lineage. I hope you're proud, Daciana says, her voice full of disdain. I've never felt such a freeing feeling in my life, watching Cole and Alaric being taken away. Fuck you, Cole. 52 missing. Ivy's POV. I never thought I'd be back here again. I look upon the packlands surrounding me, and although the past 6 years of my life here were absolute hell, I can't help but feel the pang of familiarity as I look around. Red Moon. I stand outside the pack house near the steps and sigh. The investigation has been ongoing ever since the trial, and the entire pack was moved out temporarily while the grounds are being searched top to bottom. It's eerily quiet but almost comforting to be able to take in my previous home without the glares and abuse. Cole and Alaric are currently sitting in the nasty dungeons back at the palace, and I couldn't feel better about the outcome that occurred. They finally got what was coming to them, and am I ever thankful that I don't have to suffer at their hands anymore. I can finally move on with my life with Nathaniel by my side and being a great leader alongside him to our people. All our stuff from the house is pretty much packed up and ready to go, Kane says as he comes up beside me, placing a small box down by his feet. He sighs and places a comforting hand on my shoulder, causing me to look at him. How are you feeling? He asks gently, and I nod briefly. I'm okay. Still processing all that's happened, and I feel bad for everyone here, having to vacate their homes for the time being, but I trail off. But it's necessary, he finishes though, and I nod, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear. I shiver and rub my arms, my thin sweater not being the best choice for today, apparently. Winter's on its way, I say, and Kane nods. Yeah, the air and wind have more of a chill lately. Seems like it may come earlier than last year. I hate the cold, Kane laughs. I know you do. After I've helped get all our things settled into the moving vans alongside Kane, I reach into my pocket and call Nathaniel. He answers on the first ring. Hi, beautiful. How's it going over there? His deep voice making me melt. It's good. Everything is packed up and we should be leaving shortly. How are things back at the palace? I hear him sigh. Nothing of note has come up yet, but things are still being sorted through by a shit ton of people here. There wasn't much organization, so it's taking a while to get through, but I'm sure something will be found. Well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'll see you soon. Love you. Love you too, Songbird. See you. Click. I hang up and walk up to Kane, who is talking with the driver. I'm going to go do one more pass of the house, make sure we got everything. You want me to come with? I shake my head. No, you finish up here. I'll be back soon. He nods and I make my way back to my old house, humming as I go. Nathaniel's POV. The amount of disorganization in this pack is unbelievable. We've gone through all the finances from the last few years and made some notes of the massive expenditures for the new building that initially had made me question Cole in the first place. Currently, I'm looking through Cole's personal files on his laptop alongside Evie on Alaric's, her having proved she's quite the tech. I scan my eyes through page after page, and I hear Evie gasp slightly, and I look to her on my left. What is it? It's as she hesitates briefly, but then continues, her voice shaking. It's a recipe for some sort of potion or tincture or whatever you want to call it. What does it do? I ask as I stand and walk over to her, looking over her shoulder slightly, scanning the screen. It's to suppress a wolf. What I question, and she nods. There's more. Down here she scrolls and I read the last few lines. A 225 pounds. L 140 pounds. I 130 pounds. Is that I question, and Evie completes my thoughts. It's the weights of something, but I look at it a little more, racking my brain before it clicks, and I growl low. It's the Alpha, Luna and Ivy's weights. That would only need to be used if they... Oh my God, she looks to me and I nod. They used this the day of the attack to suppress their wolves when they got attacked by the rogues. There's no doubt about it. Which means they planned the entire thing, probably were in agreement with the rogue wolves for something too. I growl again. More than likely. Keep digging. Evie nods and goes back to the computer when my phone rings. I pick it up and hear Kane breathing heavily. Kane, what is it? I question. It takes a few moments before he answers me, still out of breath, as if he's been running. I can't find Ivy, he says breathlessly, and I stiffen. What do you mean? She decided to go take another look and make sure we didn't miss anything while I finished up at the trucks and never came back. I went to look for her and she's nowhere to be found. Suddenly, 2 of the royal guards burst into the room, breathless. My king, the prisoners have escaped. I roar loudly, knowing full well that this isn't a coincidence. I'm going to rip some fucking heads off. 53 assault. Ivy's POV. I groan as I come to, feeling a massive pounding headache behind my eyes. I blink them a few times to try and clear the blurriness in my vision, and eventually they clear, revealing that I'm in a dimly lit room, with a small light hanging overhead, only slightly illuminating the concrete floor below and walls to my sides. It smells damp and musky, as if old rainwater had been leaking in somewhere and settling. I glance around but can't make much else around me. I move slightly and wince as I feel something pinch my wrists. Looking down, I notice my arms are bound with silver wire around the arms of the wooden chair I'm sitting in. I furrow my brows in confusion as the silver isn't burning me, even though my forearms had never been exposed, even when I had my cuffs on. "Oh, you're finally awake," I snap my head up quickly as I see Alaric slowly come into the dim light. Wearing all black, he looks as if he's trying to blend into the darkness, which I can only assume is because he's in hiding. "What the fuck are you doing out?" "Let me go," I state angrily, and he chuckles. "No can do, Miss Luna Queen. You're going to regret this, Alaric. I swear." I'm shaking in my boots. "What the fuck do you think you can do to me, oh wolfless queen?" I glare at him and clench my jaw. "Where are we?" I question, and he shakes his head. "Can't tell you." "Then where the fuck is Cole? I'm surprised you're not with him with your dick up his ass as usual." "Ooh." Feisty, he snidely remarks before approaching me and slapping me across the face. The sting burns on my cheek, but I bite back a reaction. "This is going to be fun," he states before striking me a second and third time. My hair falls in my face as I lower my head. My breathing is labored from the sheer assault, and I notice blood dripping onto my shirt. I'm pretty sure my nose is broken, and my lip is split open from the force of the slaps I've received from Alaric. It feels like it's been an eternity since I woke up here, but I know it probably hasn't even been a day. My resolve is weakening, but I've managed to keep myself quiet with every slap, punch, and kick. I'm sure by now my body will be littered with bruises, but that's the least of my worries. I've got to try to get some answers. "Why the hell are you doing this?" "For fun," I say as I raise my head to look at Alaric as he wipes his hands on a towel, smearing and staining it with my blood. "You'll find out soon enough when Cole gets here." "Why? 'Cause you're going to kill me. Even if you do, there's no way that things will ever go back to normal for you two. You'll be hiding and on the run for the rest of your lives." "Not if we change our appearances and live with the rogue wolves." I glance to where the other voice is coming from, and I see Cole step into the light, also in all black like Alaric. "You really want to live with rogues for the rest of your life? Seems like a good enough plan for now until we can get revenge on your stupid mate." I glare at him. You'll never even be able to get close to him, let alone touch him. "If you're dead, we will." My eyes widen. "You're going to try to weaken him by killing me and severing our bond. Is that it?" "That's exactly it," Alaric says as he leans against one of the walls to my right. "Good luck, 'cause I'm not going down without a fight." I see the glaring them both down. "Good. I always liked it when you put up a fight," Cole says sweetly before approaching me. Nathaniel's POV. It's been 2 weeks since Ivy was taken without a trace, and Cole, as well as Alaric, escaped. We reviewed all the footage from the dungeons, and a cloaked figure had let them both out but had avoided all the cameras and any means of identification. I've sent scouts out to Red Moon to look for her, catch her scent, anything. But nothing. I've been starting to feel weary from now being separated from her for so long, but I've been trying to keep my hopes up that we will find something that will help us find her soon. We've all been working around the clock searching for any type of clue. We will keep going. We have to. For her. Ivy's POV. I don't know how long I've been here, but I know that if I don't find some sort of way out of here, I will die here. Cole and Alaric have been spacing out the beatings, allowing me to recover slightly before starting the next one. So I've used that time to try and get some sort of hint about where the fuck I am. They have been feeding me and giving me water, so at least I'm able to keep somewhat conscious and keep my strength up and focus on my task at hand. I hear a door open and close, and I quickly lower my head and even out my breathing so try and make it seem like I'm asleep. I hear footsteps and scuffling of shoes on pavement, and I know both have returned due to those sounds alone. Alaric walks heavy with more thumps, and Cole shuffles as if he never learned to pick up his feet as a child. Looks like she's still out cold, Alaric says as I feel him stand over me and lean close to me and growl low. When can we kill her? Seriously, it's been 2 weeks. So I've been here that long. Soon we've got to wait until our place with the rogues has been secured. I'm still negotiating Cole answers while placing some sort of bag down, the rustling echoing in the small space. You need to hurry the fuck up, Cole. The longer we're out here, the less time we have until they all figure out where we are. I know, asshole. This shit takes time. You like torturing her anyways, so why don't you just focus on that, Cole says with a sneer tone, and I hear Alaric growl low at him. You made me this way. Don't forget that. I just tapped into your own abilities. Bullshit. You forced me to kill your dad's beta. You made me a killer. Now my wolf likes it. Just get the fuck over it already, Cole says with a sigh before I hear him approach and roughly grab me by the throat. I gasp and open my eyes. Wake up, bitch, I narrow my eyes and spit at him. He retaliates with a swift slap to my face and then leans down with a sly smirk on his face. Do you wish you'd died outside that bar? I clench my teeth and stop the remark that dares to leave my mouth. You're going to wish you did, cause you're going to die by my hands, Cole. I promise. 54 Revelation. Ivy's POV. I'm breaking. I'm losing track of time and the beatings are getting more severe. Cole and Alaric have released me from the chair into some dark cell they made down here, and it's here I sit currently, shivering due to the dampness of the room. Blood is caked on my face and neck, streaked all down my arms, and has now permanently stained my clothes having sat for so long. I managed to re-break my own nose and set it a little better, but I know my entire bridge of my nose and sinus area is purple with bruises that followed. I'd hate for Nate to see me now. I can feel the strain on our bond and wish I could reach out to him and let him know I'm okay, but without cells and the ability to mind link, it's useless. All he can probably feel is that I'm still alive, since the bond isn't severed like it would be with my death. I push my matted hair out of my face and sigh, trying to relax, but it's impossible. I hear the familiar door close, and I stand and back against the wall of the cell in case I have to defend myself. I wait patiently until Alaric makes himself known in front of me and unlocks the cell. My muscles tense, thinking that another beating is coming, but I'm surprised as he places a bag at my feet. I hesitate to reach for it, and he speaks lowly. It's new clothes for you. Undergarments, sweats, and a t-shirt. Why is all I say, and he shakes his head. You can't sit like this the entire time you're here as much as Cole wants you to. I managed to convince him to let you shower upstairs and clean up, with my direct supervision, of course. Again, I don't move out of fear that it's a trick, and Alaric scoffs. I'm not going to hurt you. I know I'm an asshole, but I can't keep seeing you like this. I slowly reach down and grab the bag, still hesitant, but Alaric steps aside and allows me to walk out of the cell. He steps in front of me and walks forward, and I follow slowly behind him. We walk up the stairs and out the door into what looks like a regular house but very much abandoned. No furniture aside from a small couch in the main room that we enter. I see a small kitchen ahead of me and stairs to my left by the front door. The floors are wooden and walls and off-white, but full of cobwebs and dust. Let's go. Bathroom is upstairs. Alaric grabs my arm tightly and leads me up the stairs to the second floor where the bathroom is in the hallway. 2 more doors are upstairs, which I can only assume would be bedrooms if the house was actually occupied. Go in and get undressed and start the shower. Once you're in, I'll be coming in and standing by the door. I sigh loudly. Okay. I walk into the bathroom and start the water, noticing some brand new bottles of shampoo and other toiletries sitting on the counter. I grab them and place them on the inside rim of the tub before stripping down and getting in. The water is hot and warms my chilled body, but I wince in pain as it goes into the cuts and scrapes that are all over me. I hear the door open, and I hear a couple footsteps before the door closes again. How long do I have in here? I ask, and Alaric sighs. As long as you need. Okay, thank you. I let the water run down my face, and I wipe it gently, trying to loosen up all the dried blood. Eventually it starts to wash away and down the drain as I see the brown and red stained water at my feet before draining down the tub. I put my hair under the water and put a lot of shampoo in it and scrub as best I can, inhaling through my teeth as it stings. As much as it hurts, I need to get it clean. I do the same with my body, finally feeling the hot water take effect and loosen some of my muscles as I wash myself. Did you want to be a part of this? I ask Alaric, and I hear him shuffle his feet before responding. Truthfully, no, but it's not like I had a choice. Once Cole set his sights on this, there was no deterring him. What does he have on you? Ivy Alaric trails off and I scoff. He's probably going to kill me, so it's not like you can't tell me anything. I'm not supposed to. Who cares? You may be the last person I talk to in my life. I hear him shuffle again and sigh loudly. It's not like he has anything on me now that we're exiled, but before he used to hold it over me that I killed his dad's beta. I didn't do it willingly, he forced it, made some stupid situation in which I had to kill him. He pauses and I stretch in the shower as I wait for him to resume. When it was done, he said if I ever told anyone that he would turn it so that I would be charged with murder, but he had done more damage than I had originally thought. My wolf was already unstable, and since killing the beta, he's goddamn bloodthirsty and wants to kill all the time. I'm sorry, I say genuinely with concern. I had heard that some wolves were more susceptible to killing their own kind if they did it enough, and sometimes even one kill could set it off, which seems the case for Alaric. It doesn't matter now. I've made my bed and now I've got to lie in it. It's not too late. I'm sure Nathaniel would help you. I appreciate the gesture, Ivy, but I don't deserve it. Do you know why Cole's going through all this trouble? I ask, and he sighs again. He wants power. Always has. Really? This is all some big power trip. I know it seems ridiculous, but honestly, he's so hard-headed when it comes to this. He's trying to even plot to take over the rogues once him and I are accepted into their ranks. He's delusional, I state as I turn of the water. All finished, Alaric asks quietly. Yes, thank you. Your towel is on the counter here. Just knock when you're done and changed, and I'll walk you back downstairs. I hear a click of the door shutting and I step out of the shower and wrap myself in the towel and start to dry myself off. I glance in the mirror and freeze. I see the bruises, but they're not as bad as I once thought. I continue and finger comb my damp hair before changing into the clothes from the bag. Sighing, I knock on the door and Alaric opens it and gives me a half-sided smile. You look better. I nod and follow him back down through the house and back into my cell, an odd feeling settling in my chest. Is this really all for power? Nathaniel's POV. I sigh as I get up for the day again without my mate beside me. I quickly shower and head down to my office and sit down to go through more paperwork from Red Moon like I've been doing alongside Evie, Kane, and Tobias for the past while. We've only come across minimal things in addition to the information we found out about the tincture used to suppress a wolf and speculated that it was used on Ivy and Cole's parents. We're no closer to finding her than we were when she first disappeared. It's not long before the others join me, and as we work through pages and pages of paper, I hear Evie groan loudly. You okay? I watch Kane ask, and she scoffs. No, I'm not okay. I'm sick of this. I furrow my brow. Sick of what? Looking for your friend and making sure she's still alive. Evie glares at me and stands up from her seat. You better watch what you're about to say, Alpha. You better remember who you're talking to, Evie. I stand as well, my temper flaring and getting the better of me. She stalks over to me and shoves me back. I see Tobias and Kane approach and I hold my hand up, signaling them to stop. Evie, I state coldly, and she shrieks. Don't. This all could have been avoided. What do you mean? Tobias asks, and she runs her hands down her face in frustration. If Alpha King Idiot here hadn't been so damn selfish and would have just fessed up and told Ivy she was his mate from the get-go, we wouldn't be here now. You both would be off living your happily ever after, and Cole would be a mere afterthought. I watch her, feeling my heart sink as her words hit home. She continues in her exasperated tone. You could have taken her away from everything. Not let Cole continue to manipulate this entire situation and get the better of all of us. Which he clearly has, if you haven't noticed. It's been a month without her. A fucking month. We've been doing all we can, Tobias states sadly, and Evie shrieks again. No, I'm not accepting that. There must be someone that knows something to put us in the right direction. Looking through all this nonsense is useless to us right now, until we find her. We all stand there in silence, before Evie walks out with a slam of the door. Kane approaches me and places his hand on my shoulder. She's just upset. I know she is, but she's right too. We could have avoided at least some of this if I had just told her from the start. Ivy should be just as mad at me, if not more, than what Evie is right now. Then you'll just have to apologize when we get her back. I nod and head out of the office myself to track Evie down to apologize as well. She didn't deserve any type of attitude from me, regardless of how I feel right now. I walk down the hallway and head into the main foyer of the pack house, where I see Evie talking to someone. As I approach, Evie turns, and I can tell by the look on her face that she's in shock. It's one of the rogue wolves. Caden sent him. I look to the man in front of me. What is it? Caden wants to speak to you at the rogue compound. It's about your mate. 55 glimpse of hope. Nathaniel's POV. I glance around as my car pulls into the rogue compound that is mostly run by Caden. The scent of rogue wolves is strong in the air, as so many have collected here for refuge. I don't look down upon them at all. Majority of them have just been dealt an offhand, and I welcome what Caden is trying to do. Make a place where they can live peacefully. As the car engine stops, I take another quick glance around before stepping out of the vehicle. The compound is well put together, almost similarly to a pack. There are housing buildings all over the lands, with some main gathering areas for everyone as well as some recreational buildings. I exhale and see my breath cloud in front of me as small snowflakes fall around me. It hasn't fully snowed yet, but it's coming. As thankful as I am that Caden has provided some sort of refuge for these wolves, it makes my heart pang with hurt that I still don't know where Ivy is, and if she's safe and out of this creeping coldness. I see Caden approach me, bundled in a dark gray jacket with a fur-lined hood and heavy cargo pants. He gives me a half smile as he stands in front of me. I'm sorry to hear that Ivy was taken. I nod. Thank you. You said you had some insight about her disappearance. I think so. Follow me. Let's get somewhere warmer to discuss. I let him lead, and we walk across the mainlands to a large building on the southern side, entering a main living area and then upstairs into what I can only assume is Caden's office. He removes his jacket, as do I, and we sit down on the large couch in front of the fire, but not before he offers me a drink of whiskey, and I gladly take it to calm my high-strung nerves. I don't know exactly where she is, but I've got some information that may help you find her. Okay, please tell me, I ask nicely, my pleading tone not going unnoticed. Cole and Alaric are trying to gain some ground here at the compound since they were removed from their pack and title after the trial. I spoke with them briefly, explaining that they could take refuge here, but only after the investigation and whatever time they serve for their crimes. My eyes widen as Caden has been in contact with them recently, maybe even before that. I know what you're thinking, and I was not a part of it, but I started looking into things after details came out in the trial of how Cole's parents died. And I question intently. Before I was chosen as leader here a few years ago, I do remember hearing of a rogue attack at a local pack, which I now know was Red Moon. He shifts in his seat before continuing, clearly uncomfortable with what he's about to tell me. I know the wolves that participated in that attack. Most of them are gone from here now, but there are two here that remain, Leela and Volmir. Are they willing to talk about what happened, I question, realizing this could be the final thing that seals Cole and Alaric's fate concerning this whole ordeal surrounding his parents' deaths and Ivy's unlawful punishment. Yes, they've agreed to talk to you and write into the council with what they know. After seeing how Cole acted after they helped him, they're more than willing to assist in getting his ass handed to him. His eyes glaze over briefly before the door opens and two wolves come in, address me, and bow before sitting down in chairs near Caden and I. They look between each other and back to me before speaking. Alpha King, my name is Lila. The female speaks first, and I nod to her. My king, the first AM Volmir. We are sorry to hear of your mate's disappearance. We hope we can help you find her. Thank you. So, you both know Cole and Alaric. They nod, and Volmir continues. We met them about 7 years ago now. Cole had come here when this compound was just starting and asked if some of the wolves here would help him with something, and in return we would be taken into his pack when he became alpha. I sigh. He played on your vulnerabilities. Yes, he did. Many wolves took him up on the offer, at least 20 of us. All filled with hope that we could become part of a pack again. What did he ask you to do? He said that there were 3 people that were causing issues and that if we took them out, we would be bettering the pack to prosper and grow. Leela says, the distaste coming off her in waves. He said it would be easy to take them down, that he would take care of their wolves and we just had to kill them and we would have a pack to call home. Obviously he lied, Volmir states angrily. Once we all had gone through with the attack, Lila and I realized that it was his parents and unbeknownst to us, your mate who was attacked. After the news of this spread throughout the group, many of them ran in fear of retaliation from the council, but Leela and I stayed as we didn't want to leave our home. So Cole asked you to attack them, and then after it was done, did nothing else. Exactly, got us to do his dirty work and then fucked off like a damn coward, Lila says with a growl. There were no repercussions, I continue to question, and both shake their heads. Nothing came. Not a word, Lila says softly. Thank you for telling me this. It solidifies some other information we found. I pause and make a split-second decision. You both are welcome in my pack. Both Leela and Volmir stand and look at each other before smiling at me. I stand as Leela outstretches her hand and shakes it gently. Thank you, Alpha King. We're grateful and may just take you up on the offer. Just let me know. Oh, last question for you both. Yes? Go ahead, Volmir states happily. Was there a place that you ever met Cole and Alaric? Somewhere away from prying eyes. I see the gears turning in both their heads as they think, and a few minutes pass before Leela gasps in realization. Yes, there was an abandoned stretch of houses that was between here and Red Moon's Packlands. I'd say maybe an hour or two south. She looks at Volmir and he confirms with a shake of his head. Yes, if I remember correctly, it was south of Red Moon. I think the houses were used for shelter for rogues before the compound was created. I wonder if maybe he took your mate there, Alpha King Caden questions softly. Very possible. I'll check it out. It's more than we had yesterday. Ivy's POV. I scoff as I see Cole and Alaric pacing in front of my cell, in clear panic. I told you that Caden wasn't going to go for it. Why the hell would you push so hard? Alaric yells, his frustration clear. I had to do something. I don't see you doing anything to help our situation, Cole retorts, and Alaric growls low and threatening. You never allowed me to. You had to always take control. You always had to be the decision maker, and look where it's gotten us. You're a fucking idiot, Cole. He states as he stalks away. I can't stop the chuckle that escapes my lips. Cole's face whips in my direction and I smirk. Not going well for you now, is it? I say mockingly, and he growls. Shut it, Ivy, before I beat you again. I'm not scared of what you can do to me, Cole. I can die happy knowing you're going to meet your maker, either by spending your life in prison or dying by my mate's hand. I'd like to see your mate try to kill me. In empty words. He would wipe the damn floor with you, and you know it. Shut it, he raises his voice, and I don't know if it's just my own delusion or that I'm just done with everything, but I laugh out loud at him. I've really lost it now. I try to compose myself, but it's no use. I laugh hard until my sides hurt, and I collapse onto the floor of my cell. Cole just watches me, anger building in his eyes before he stalks away, just as Alaric did. I stir awake to a soft clanging noise. Opening my eyes, I rub them until I register what is making the sound, and I gasp quietly. My cell door is slightly ajar, and scrapes against itself every few seconds. What the? I say quietly as I scramble to my knees and push it open gently. I stick my head out and I see no sign of Alaric or Cole. Do I make a run for it? Yes, I tell myself out loud before I stand and swing the cell door open, making sure not to make too much noise. I tiptoe quietly over the concrete floor and make my way to the stairs that lead up from the basement. I look up and see that door is ajar too. This must be a trap. Even though the terror of it potentially being a trap scares me, I keep pushing along and open the door with a small creak. I look around and see no sign of anyone again. I shiver as I walk into the living area and see that the front door is wide open, snow blowing around aimlessly through the open door frame. I spot my sneakers near the door and move silently and quickly toss them on and make my way outside. It's cold, but the snow is only light, so thankfully I can see in front of me. I still shiver, as I'm still only in sweats and a t-shirt, but it will have to do. My sneakers crunch in the small amount of snow that has collected and stuck to the ground, and I look around and see a few other houses in the small area. I make my way to each one and try to open them, but the doors are either boarded shut or just plain locked. I make my way to the third house and the door opens easily and I'm greeted with warmth, but again no sign of Alaric or Cole. It looks like a small office, with some papers on an old desk with a space heater on the floor. My eyes widen as I look to the large whiteboard stand that has my picture on it in the right corner. I approach it and see Nate, Evie, and Kane's too. There are scribbles all over notes on the board, and I glance towards the top and see a picture of me and Cole's parents the day I was assigned as their guard. I look to the right and see a small letter pinned beside it. I recognize Cole's father's writing, and when I read it, my jaw drops. I pluck it off the board and hold it in my hand as it shakes. I read it aloud quietly, my voice trembling. I, as the Alpha of Red Moon Pack, am requesting that the title of Alpha is to go to my adopted daughter, Ivy, instead of my son Cole when the time is right. She has beyond proven herself as a capable leader and fighter. She's responsible, caring, and would be a better fit to make Red Moon grow and prosper than that of my son. Please contact me so we can discuss this appropriately and make the changes needed. I place my hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. He wanted me to take over. He was going to give the title to me instead of Cole. This wasn't just for power. This was for revenge too. You weren't supposed to find that, but I guess the cat's out of the bag now. I gasp as I look and see Cole standing in the doorway, holding a few rabbits in his grasp. He tosses them to the floor in front of me, landing with a soft thump, before his gaze darkens with anger and he stalks towards me. 56 together again. Ivy's POV. I inhale sharply as I dodge Cole's advance, his hands barely missing my shoulders. I duck under his arm and try to run past, but I'm yanked back by my hair roughly. I reach behind me and scratch at his hands with my nails, and thankfully he lets go. I scramble away and turn to face him, my hand on the door frame leading outside into the cold. I glare him down before he advances again, going to grab me, and I deflect his grasp and deliver a swift punch to his face. He stumbles back into the whiteboard, grasping it to balance himself. A lot harder to hit me when I'm not bound by silver or have my hands tied down, isn't it? I taunt, and he snarls as he cups his nose, some blood dripping from between his fingers. You'll pay for that, you bitch. Oh, you think so? Prove it then, asshole. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. He lurches forward again, and I bring my elbow down on his outstretched arm, forcing him to fly past me and into the desk face first. I turn around quickly as he pushes backwards to try and knock me over, but only manages to bump into me slightly enough that I can recover pretty quickly. I deliver another punch to his head, and he falls to his knees briefly, and I take that moment to take off outside. I hear him roar my name loudly as I run through the snow and into the trees close to the line of houses. I look around and try to figure out where I am, but since I didn't leave the pack much, I'm unsure of my surroundings. I keep running to put as much distance between Cole and I as possible, and I run into a clearing and I slow down for a moment, shivering as the cold seeps into my bones. I hear a low growl behind me, and I whip around to see a brown wolf stalking towards me, and I recognize that it's Alaric. He must have been out on patrol or something while Cole was hunting. My guard goes up, considering how he had said his wolf likes to kill, but he doesn't approach me as if to take me down. Instead, he comes in front of me and sits down, cocking his head to the side. It's then I put the pieces together. You left my cell door open. A brief nod of brown fur confirms my thoughts. Which way should I go? He stands and turns back where he came from, nudging his head ever so slightly to the left, signaling that I should go there. I walk up to him and reach out, petting his fur. Thank you, Alaric. Honestly. I'm sorry for what happened to you, and I hope you and your wolf can find peace. That will never be possible. His wolf is a bloodthirsty animal when it comes to other wolves. I whip to my right as Cole comes into view, walking slowly towards Alaric and me. Alaric growls lowly. A warning, but Cole shrugs it off. You won't be able to hurt me, you mangy mutt. You're just as helpless as her, he points to me, and a sickening grin starts across his face. Guess I'll just have to kill you both then, since he helped you and all. I position myself into a warrior stance as Alaric lowers his head to the ground before leaping forward towards Cole, snarling and snapping his jaws and teeth. Cole dodges him and walks towards me, and before he can reach me, Alaric tackles him from the side, latching onto his shoulder and throwing him with all his might. Cole skids across the snow-covered ground, stopping his momentum a small amount before getting to his feet again. He shakes with rage. You dare side with her now? After everything I've done for you, he spits as he yells, and Alaric only growls low in response before leaping into action again. He manages to throw Cole another time, before Cole himself shifts, his blonde wolf making his appearance. He's large and strong considering his alpha blood, but Alaric keeps up. I go to try to run past them, but Cole catches me at the last second with a clamp of his jaws down on my shoulder, tacking me to the ground. I screech in pain as he releases me, and I roll in the snow before getting up, as Alaric tackles Cole again. I feel the warmth of my blood dripping down my arm from my wound, and I wince as I try to lift and inspect the damage. Cole and Alaric are still going at it in front of me, and I watch intently for some sort of opening, back and forth between the blonde and brown fur that is whipping around, the snarls and growls echoing in the air. I gasp as I hear Alaric whimper as Cole pins him down by the neck with his paws. He looks up at me and snarls before ripping Alaric's throat out, and I bring my hand to my mouth to muffle the cry that comes out. Tears spring to my eyes before a raging fire starts to burn in my body. He wasn't the best person, but he didn't deserve to die that way. Not by the hand of a power-hungry asshole of a wolf like Cole, who manipulated him and used him. He redeemed himself. He tried to save me, help me get away and back to where I belong. The warmth radiates through my whole body, and I shake as I yell. I'll kill you. Cole growls as he stalks towards me slowly, and I plant my feet, ready to fight. I run towards him, anger, sadness, frustration, and grief overtaking me as I leap into the air. Take him down, warrior. I hear Cells in my head briefly before I land on all fours. Cells is snarling and snapping her jaws at Cole, who stopped advancing towards us, clearly shocked that my wolf is in front of him. I mind link him. You better fight for your life. I'm not making this easy for you. I don't get a response, which I expected. I circle him like a predator. Time to take this asshole down, once and for all, together. Cells says as I leap into action with her for the first time in 6 years, ready and willing. 57 fatal. Ivy's POV. Muscles coiling tight, Cells leaps at Cole, who sidesteps briefly to avoid our advance, but he's not fast enough as she collides into him, knocking him off balance in the snow. White dust kicks up from the top layer of snow as he scrambles to get back up on his paws. He growls low and deep, trying to manipulate us with an alpha command, but we don't even feel its effect. Cells responds with a low growl of her own, before leaping at him again and clamping her teeth around his shoulder and pulling hard with all her strength. She throws him effortlessly, and before he has time to recover, she's on top of him, snarling and snapping her jaws near his neck. Cole tries to push us off, and eventually is successful. We tumble in the snow a little before regaining our footing. Cells huffs in annoyance before training her gaze on Cole again as he paces around us. She doesn't allow him to get behind us, and matches his pace, circling, paws softly crunching in the snow. Blood stains Cole's blonde fur as he snarls, clearly another threat of attack. He leaps suddenly and Cells dodges in time, Cole sliding and slipping before whipping his head back to growl at us again. Here we go. Nathaniel's POV. My feet crunch in the snow as I make my way in the direction Volmir and Layla had told me. I glance around, feeling the cold air blow gently through my hair, making goosebumps rise on my skin. I glance over to Evie, Kane, and Tobias, who are walking alongside me. We've been out here looking for almost an hour, having started at Red Moon and worked our way south. They all came as fast as they could after I informed them that we had a possible lead, and I'm thankful. I don't want to think of it, but if I found my mate and something had happened to her, being here on my own would not be a great outcome. So this is just as much for my safety as it is hers. Alpha. Over there, Kane states as he points. I follow the direction he's directing my attention to, squinting my eyes to focus. I inhale sharply as I see a line of 3 of 4 houses and I pick up pace, pretty much running to close the distance. We approach, and I hold my hand up, signaling them all to be careful. We make our way around before coming to one house with the door wide open. We walk in and I immediately pick up Ivy's scent and growl. Kane and Tobias check the remaining houses as Evie and I enter. She was here I follow where her scent is the strongest and I step down into the basement. I clench my jaw as I see a chair with silver cord wrapped around the arms and dried blood surrounding it. They bound and beat her again, Evie says quietly, the hurt in her voice obvious. I glance to my left and see a makeshift cell with a flat pillow and small blanket. I step in and pick up the blanket, smelling it and inhaling my mate's scent deeply. Fuck, I miss her. Seems like they're not here anymore. The other house we can access looks like an office. There are signs of a confrontation in there and plenty of evidence, Kane says as he enters behind us. Call the council, get them to send people out to gather it all. Yes, Alpha. We all move back upstairs and I note that her scent goes out the door, but due to the wind and the cold snow it dissipates too much for me to pinpoint. Kane dials out on his phone and moves to the corner of the room as Tobias, Evie and I all look at each other. Okay, so they were here. They couldn't have gone far, I state, and Tobias nods in agreement. There's no way to tell which way they went, Evie says, her tone defeated, but I shake my head. We could probably find them. Based on what we've seen, it's possible Ivy got out and they're trying to find her outside. Let's keep searching out there and see what we come across. They both nod as Kane rejoins us. Council is sending out a team. They'll be here in the hour. I nod in acknowledgement before we all head back outside. We walk forward from the front of the houses for maybe 10 to 15 minutes before I pick up the sound of a wolf growling. I look back at everyone, and their eyes widen as they hear what I do, and we all take off running the direction of the noise. A few minutes later we come into a clearing and I hear Evie and Kane's loud gasps as we look at the sight in front of us. 2 wolves, one white-silver, and another blonde fighting aggressively. The blonde one is bleeding from injuries to the shoulder and legs, the white one bleeding from the shoulder and head. I glance behind them and see a human body in the snow. I recognize who it is immediately, and my eyes widen. Evie and Kane stand beside me, their mouths open in shock. Ularic's body is over there, which means Evie trails off. Ivy and Cole are the wolves fighting right now, Kane finishes her sentence. She got her wolf back, I state proudly, watching her for a quick moment before we all run in her direction. Ivy's POV. Cole has put up one hell of a fight, but I can tell he's fatiguing from his injuries. Sellers is only partially injured, and there's a reason we were always so skilled at fighting. Sellers knows how to conserve her energy to last a long time in a fight. Even now, I still feel her full strength with only minor fatigue in her legs from dodging most of Cole's attacks. She's maintained a steady pace avoiding his attacks, making him act more out of frustration rather than tactics. The way his paws hit the snow sloppily clearly shows his wolf is getting tired, and I feel Seal's smugness in knowing this is going to come to an end shortly. Cole stops suddenly and whips his head behind him for a brief second, and Seals glances over to follow his gaze and finds our mate, Evie, Kane, and Tobias all running over in our direction. She's overjoyed that everyone is here, but I feel her snap her attention back to Cole in the quickest of seconds before leaping close as his head is still turned away from us. She clamps her teeth down hard into the back of his neck, and Cole howls loudly as she plants her paws sturdily and pulls in the opposite direction as Cole tries to rip himself out of her jaw. In doing this, he allows Sells to rip the largest chunk out of the back of his neck. It's a large wound, and he staggers back before shifting back into his human form due to the sheer trauma, blood pouring onto the white snow, staining it crimson. Dropping the chunk of flesh, Seals gives me control, satisfied with her fatal attack, and I feel myself being pulled back into my body as I shift back myself. I walk over to Cole, watching him shake and tremor from the loss of blood in combination with the cold on his bare skin. I crouch down over him, and he looks up at me with anger. I told you I was going to kill you. I watch him choke and sputter as he takes his final breaths before standing and seeing everyone else staring at me. I glance at all their faces as they take in what just happened. When my eyes land on Nathaniel, he smiles softly and opens his arms, and I run to him. 58 reunited. Nathaniel's POV. It feels so good to have her in my arms again. Kane takes his jacket off and drapes it over my mate, covering her chilled, naked body as she clings to me tightly. I hear her sniffle and I rest my face in the crook of her neck and too lightly to her. Shh, baby. It's okay, you're safe now. I glance over her shoulder, looking at the now 2 dead bodies of Alaric and Cole as I squeeze her tighter. Let's get home, I say as I adjust her weight, keeping her as close to me as possible while walking back to the car. The trip continues in utter silence, the air thick with tension and emotion. I look over in the car at Ivy to my left, now dressed in black sweats and a long-sleeved gray shirt that I had brought in the chance we found her. I watch as she stares out the window, seemingly entranced by the blowing snow outside. Her eyes are wet, but no tears fall, as if she's afraid to let them go in fear they'd never stop. I feel her heart break through our bond, and I want to comfort her so badly, but I know she needs space. I can sense cells in her now, and I know they'll need time to process all that's happened. She will talk when she's ready. I glance across the back seat at Kane and Genevieve, and they both give me half smiles in silence, thankful that we found her, but clearly worried about how she is. I clear my throat and glance out my own window for a few moments before Ivy speaks. Alaric tried to save me. I turn my attention to her, and she turns to face me and wipes a stray tear away. I don't respond, giving her time to collect herself to continue. He started pushing against Cole in the last week or so that they had me there. He wasn't happy with how Cole was handling things and was feeling manipulated and used. He was disagreeing with him more often. She shifts her weight and rolls her neck slightly. He told me that Cole convinced him to kill the previous beta and that it tainted his wolf so badly that he didn't react well around other wolves. He left my cell open in the house so that I could get out. He came to find me after I confronted Cole and ran off. He defended me, She rambles out her sentences quickly before choking back a sob and covering her mouth. She takes a few deep breaths and then looks to me. I don't want his name tarnished for this. Cole was the instigator of all of it. Can we do something so that his memory isn't tainted by this? I nod. Of course. In the end, he knew what he had to do. He knew what Cole was doing was wrong and redeemed himself by trying to make sure you got home safe. She nods and half smiles. Thank you. As much as I didn't like him, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. His death was the catalyst for Seals to come forward again. He saved me in more ways than one. Speaking of Seals, Kane says quietly before continuing, she was just a white wolf before, right, Ivy? She nods. Yeah, just white. Why, she questions as she looks at him. Her fur seemed to almost shimmer like silver. Was it ever like that before she got locked away? Ivy shakes her head. No, I remember clearly. She was just white. I have a theory, but I think we will need to test it when we get back. Which is Evie questions, joining in on the conversation. I think Ivy being bound by Silver for so long may have affected them both in some way or another, but we can figure it out when we get back home. Ivy, you should rest if you can, you've been through a lot. He states with concern, and I see Ivy go to protest but shut her mouth as quickly as she went to open it. I should. I lift my arm to signal for her to come over to me, and she curls into my lap, resting her head on my shoulder like a little baby. Her green eyes look up at me, clear exhaustion evident in them. I kiss her forehead and wrap my arm around her to keep her in place. Sleep now, songbird. I love you. She smiles. I love you too. Ivy's POV. It's been a few weeks since I killed Cole and I'm still processing, but I feel a hell of a lot better than I did before. I've just been taking it easy, making sure to take the time I need to get myself right again. Nathaniel has been nothing but supportive, and I'm so thankful to be back home, safe and with him again. I'm getting back to myself each day. We buried Alaric in the graveyard on the Packlands and held a ceremony regarding his bravery and sacrifice, and the council officially cleared him of all charges as Nathaniel had promised. I'm still sad that he passed, but will forever be grateful to him for protecting me and looking out for me in the end. Solace and I have been working on our communication again and becoming more and more stronger each day. I can shift easily now, and all seems well. We've been going on runs with Nathaniel, Evie and Kane, and the sense of belonging has been heartwarming and welcoming. I don't feel like such an outcast anymore. I stretch and groan loudly as I step outside, the sun shining brightly, making all the undisturbed snow sparkle like diamonds across the lands around me. I'm currently waiting for Nathaniel to get back from a visit to the rogue compound, as Lila and Volmir are transferring to our pack today. It's odd to know that they were part of the attack that had started all of this in the first place, but I feel oddly comforted that they are going to be a part of the pack now. I don't feel any ill will towards them, as I know Cole manipulated them as well, played on their vulnerabilities. He was a sick and twisted individual, but hopefully now we can all heal from his torment and scheming and live together peacefully. I squint as I see a car pulling up and my heart stammers in excitement as I can sense Nate's presence in the car even more now that I have cells again. Our bond still isn't complete, but it's stronger, heightened by our wolves feeling connected. I plan to change that soon, warrior. I hear cells in my head, and I laugh lightly. We've both been planning something special for our mate, and as nervous as I am for it, I'm excited too. The car pulls up and Nathaniel is out of the car first, and walks up to me and pulls me into an embrace, peppering me with kisses, and I laugh. Hi there, I state happily, and he backs off and flashes me a wide grin. I missed you, Songbird. I missed you too. I peek around him and see Layla and Volmir exit the car and approach. Nathaniel moves to stand behind me and they both bow in respect to me. Luna, Queen Layla and Volmir both say with pride and rise. I reach out my hand and shake theirs both before pulling them into tight hugs. I'm glad you're both here now, and I hope you can find some peace living your life with our pack. Layla smiles at me. Thank you, Luna. We wanted to apologize for our contribution to what happened to you. I accept. It wasn't your fault, I say quickly, and I watch as the two look at each other and tears brim in their eyes. It's time to start over fresh. Welcome to Crystal Moon, I say proudly as Nate grasps my hand, squeezing it tightly in reassurance. Leela and Volmir bow before taking their leave, and I turn to Nathaniel and wrap my arms around his neck. How are you, he asks, and I smile. I'm really good. Finally feeling more like myself. I hated having to leave you. I thought I was being selfish again. I'm not mad, I promise, I state calmly as I grasp his face in my hands. I shouldn't have left you were still recovering. Hell, you still kind of are. You made a promise, and I swear it was fine. You've given me the space and support I've needed to get through this. Stop thinking that you're not acting proper towards me. You have duties. I have duties. You're fine to leave me occasionally. Evie didn't think of it that way. Of course she didn't, but that was different. I massage his shoulders as I continue. You've identified those flaws and you've worked so hard to not let them affect us. I'm proud of you owning up to what happened, even though I don't think it was as serious as Evie stated it to be. I back away from him slightly. But that's how her and I are different, I guess. All that matters is that I love you, and that we're together wholeheartedly. His gaze softens as he pulls me in for a hard kiss, and I chuckle lightly as he pulls away from me, my lips slightly throbbing, and desire pooling in my belly. I push the feeling away to keep myself composed, but I know Nathaniel caught my arousal, and he smiles wickedly. A low growl escapes his throat, and I put my hand out and laugh. Stop right there. Sells and I planned our whole evening, so don't go all crazy on me now. Oh, he questions seductively, and I can't help but bite my lip. Yes, so keep it in your pants until later, okay, I joke, and he laughs loudly before taking my hand to head back into our home. 59 T's. Ivy's POV. Nathaniel didn't like being sent away. I'd chuckled to myself when he'd pouted when I told him to go find something to do while I did the finishing touches for his surprise. I couldn't let him see the room, nor the outfit I had laid out for myself. I stand in front of the bed admiring my masterpiece, having just gotten out of a nice hot bath. I did good, I say to myself as I run my hands over the black lingerie set before grabbing it and placing it on my side of the bed. I drop my robe and walk over to my nightstand. Grabbing my body lotion, I begin massaging it into my skin thoroughly. It scents my skin lightly while keeping it soft and supple. I finger comb my damp copper hair before braiding it away from my face in a single warrior braid at my back. Smiling, I sit down on my side of the bed and begin to dress, pulling on my fishnet tights, followed by a micro skirt and black lace bra. I apply minimal makeup and some lip gloss and sigh lightly. Standing, I glance around, reflecting on everything that's happened in these long months since I met Nathaniel. I've gone from a battered, unstable woman, lost in her fear, to a strong, capable woman with perseverance and ambition in my veins once again. I wouldn't have even thought that one day I would be planning a special night for my mate. Ever. But here I am, scantily clad and ready for the ravishing I'm sure he's going to give me. I chuckle to myself before spraying my favorite perfume while I call Nathaniel's cell phone. It rings twice before he answers. "Hello, my little songbird." "Can I come upstairs now, please?" he asks with a hint of darkness to his tone, and I smile widely before responding. "Yes." Nathaniel's POV. The moment she says yes, I hang up and quickly stride out of my office, my pace quickening. I'm sure I look like an idiot to whoever sees me, but at this point I could give no fucks. My mate is back and I want her. No, I need her. The elevator dings and I walk in and watch the doors close painfully slow. I growl low in frustration, my impatience clearly getting the best of me. It's not long before the doors open again, and I walk into mine and Ivy's suite. I inhale sharply as it's in complete darkness, with some candles lit to illuminate the black rose petals that she's clearly laid out in a path for me to follow. My cock hardens uncomfortably in my jeans, and I readjust quickly before following the path. My heart is pounding in my ears, the anticipation killing me slowly. I call out to her. "Songbird, where are you?" In the bedroom. I exhale before taking the last few steps and stop at the closed door, grasping the handle lightly and turning it. I open the door slowly with a light creak. It's still completely dark with some more candlelight, and I wait for my eyes to adjust a bit more to the darkness before I look around fully. I almost fall to my knees when I catch sight of her, sitting on top of my dresser, her legs crossed at the ankles. Black fishnet tights up her slender legs, leading to a very short skirt that barely covers her. She's leaning slightly back on her hands, showcasing her toned stomach and lace bra that I cannot wait to rip off with my teeth. She catches my gaze and her eyes darken, and it's then I notice her hair and I inhale sharply. Warrior braid. She knows I love her hair like that. "Hiya, handsome," she says before giving me a small smile. I approach her slowly, keeping my eyes trained on hers as I close the distance between us. Once I'm close enough, I run my hands up her legs, gently nudging her to uncross her ankles. I palm the inside of her thighs and spread her legs apart, and she gasps lightly as I close the space even more, placing myself in between them. She groans lightly as I press myself into her. "Well, isn't this a nice surprise?" I say before leaning into her and giving her a small kiss on the lips. She wraps her legs around me and squeezes, and I chuckle. "You like it?" she asks, and I nod. "You know I do." "There's a reason I planned this all out," she says quietly, and I gaze at her for a moment before she leans into my ear and whispers quietly. "I'm marking you tonight, mate." Oh, fuck me. Ivy's POV. Nathaniel trails his left hand up my body before closing his hand around my neck, pushing me back. This forces my back to arch and pushes me into his erection more as I sit atop his dresser. I let my head fall back as a low growl escapes his lips before he leans down and peppers kisses across my chest before grasping my lace bra in his teeth and tears at the fabric, it easily ripping apart with the help of his wolf canines. I gasp lightly as the cooler air hits my exposed skin, my nipples hardening. It's short-lived as Nathaniel takes one in his mouth, sucking and rolling his tongue around it, making my body come alive. He kneads the other breast with his hand, switching every so often one hand around my neck, another on my breast while his mouth ravishes the other. I sigh in content as he pulls away and back up to kiss me hard. He nips at my lip, making me groan, and he chuckles. "I love the sounds that come from you." He kisses me deeply before his eyes darken. Lay back against the wall and bring those legs up. Feet on top of the dresser, I bite my lip as I obey, raising my legs and resting my feet on top of the dresser. I see him glance down and growl low as he sees exactly what kind of tights I bought. "Well then, that's less work for me, songbird." I like, he says lustfully as he leans down slightly, kissing my inner thighs before blowing his breath across my naked core. "Might have to get you a few pairs of these. I love the look of your pussy bare and the netting digging into your thighs." "God damn, baby." He flicks his tongue out to taste me, and the brief contact has me shivering with need. I whimper in frustration as his lightly licks me, building me up but not enough to push me over the edge. Nathaniel, I plead, gripping the sides of the dresser tightly with my hands. What, baby? Am I going too slow for you? He chuckles darkly. And before I get a chance to answer, I yell out as he fully devours me, licking and sucking intensely, making my legs shake with every pass of his tongue. He nips my clit and I cry out as I come undone. He stands to his full height, and I peer down and watch as he undoes his jeans, letting them fall to the floor with a soft thud. I'm still coming down from my climax, but I moan loudly as he pulls his cock out and rubs it against my soaking wet pussy. He continues to rub himself on me, covering himself with my juices, but focusing on my clit with the tip of his cock, deliciously teasing me. What a beautiful pussy, baby, so fucking wet for me. Always, I say lustfully, and he growls before stepping away and pulling my legs down. He grips me by my waist and lifts me off the dresser and walks beside it, kicking his feet free of his pants and underwear as he goes. He pushes me back to the wall and I see him glance up. I look up and gasp as I see a bar with leather cuffs affixed to the ceiling. I didn't even notice it there before, which means he must have added it without me knowing, and I was so busy planning things out that I didn't notice the new addition to our bedroom. When the fuck did you put that there? I ask as I chuckle. Just after we got you back. I didn't think we would be using it so soon, but if we're marking tonight, I want you completely ravished. You can either just hold on to the bar or you can cuff yourself. Your choice. I feel blush creep to my cheeks as I reach up, lift the bar off its hook and pull it down. It sits just in front of my face, so I won't be completely outstretched, but I do notice that the height can be adjusted. I tighten the cuffs around my wrists. There's a small amount of cord, so I grab the bar myself. I look down at him and he kisses my belly. You're going to dislocate my shoulders, I tease, and he chuckles. I've got you. Don't worry. He places his hands on either side of my hips to support me and hold me in place, and then positions himself at my entrance and slowly lowers me onto his cock. The feeling is insane. I can't move my hands much aside from gripping the bar. It heightens the desire since I can't touch him like I want to. He slowly penetrates me, filling me up and slowly withdrawing before entering me again. Listen to yourself as you take me. Someone's dripping, Nate says darkly, and I only get wetter as I hear the sounds coming from where we're joined. He continues his slow torment, and my legs shake. Time to scream my name. Songbird, he says lowly before increasing his pace, slamming into my pussy with such force that it almost knocks the wind out of me. I try to control my breathing, but I give up with his relentless thrusts and mewl and moan, taking all he's giving me. I feel the familiar build of my orgasm and Nate doesn't relent. He continuously slams into me as I come apart again, his name leaving my lips in a shriek. He holds me as I come down from my euphoria, and when I'm able, I release my hands from the bar and uncuff my wrists. Nate carries me to the bed, laying me down softly before laying beside me. I take a few seconds to recover before I'm up and straddling him, growling low as his hard cock pushes against my belly. Fuck. Growl again, he says, and I do, feeling his cock twitch between us. You like that I can do that now, huh? I tease, and he nods slowly. I lift myself up and seat myself down on his cock again, eliciting a hiss from him as I take him as deep as he can go. Fuck, Ivy. I slowly roll my hips and watch him as he puts his hands behind his head, watching me intently. Bounce is all he says, and I bite my lip before readjusting and begin to slide up and down on his shaft, placing my hands on his abdomen for support. I find my pace and bounce myself up and down while rotating my hips slightly, and I moan from being so full of him. Good girl, he praises me, and I gush, feeling more of my wetness coating him. He sits up after a few minutes and wraps his arms around me and pulls me down harder, using my shoulders as an anchor for his hands. Mark me, baby. Then it's my turn to fuck you senseless. While embedding my canines into you, I let Seals come forward and feel my canines elongate as Nate moves his hands to my hips again and sets the pace. Beautiful, he says as I ride him, eventually leaning my head down into his neck, finding that sweet spot near his collarbone and biting down hard. My canines pierce his flesh, and he growls lowly as I make my mark on him, solidifying my side of our bond and feeling it snap into place fully. I withdraw and he wipes his blood from my lips before flipping me onto my back while still inside me and doesn't let up on his thrusts. I moan loudly as I feel myself building up again, and he clearly senses it as he leans down and whispers in my ear. I'm going to fill you with my come this time songbird, and every time going forward I gasp and nod, thrill shooting through my body at the idea that I'm going to feel his climax for the first time, inside me. He leans into my neck and bites down just like I did, and I hiss followed by a low growl as I feel his mark take its place just as mine had. Our mate bond blooms fully, and I sense him wholeheartedly for the first time, and my body comes more alive for him than it ever has. He pulls out of my pussy and slams into me relentlessly for a few more minutes before I hear him groan loudly before he shouts my name. I climax with him, feeling every single pulse of his cock as he releases his cum inside me, and my pussy clenches him in response, seeming like it wants more. That's it, songbird. Take it all, he whispers in my ear as we both come down from our respective orgasms. He withdraws from me and lays on his back, both of us panting heavily, trying to catch our breath. Holy fuck, I say, and he chuckles. You got that right, he snaps the netting of my fishnets lightly. Definitely getting you more of these. No doubt about that, I laugh. Was it really a question? He leans in and kisses my temple. No, it wasn't. 60 billion final steps. Ivy's POV. Our most recent night together was the best one yet. I feel so much more connected to Nathaniel, more content and alive. But there's one last thing I'm worried about. Nathaniel's and my rise to power. Planning for our ceremony has been underway for a few weeks now, and needless to say, I've been intensely stressed about it. The invites, dress code, catering, and the gown. The number of gowns I have tried on is completely mind-boggling. I have yet to find one that I feel suits me for accepting my new title as Luna Queen, and I'm running out of time. I brought Tobias and Evie with me to the dress shop that Nate's mom recommended, and I feel the nerves creeping up as I glance around the racks, feeling anxious that I still won't find what I'm looking for. My eyes scan the dresses, looking for that one color I know I want, navy. I see Evie a rack over from me with a few dresses of her own in her arms, and I glance around for Tobias, and I don't see him right away. Giving up on the current rack I'm looking at, I make my way over to Evie, and she smiles at me. Found anything yet, she asks, and I shake my head. Not yet, but it seems you've found some choices for yourself, she nods and chuckles. Yeah, I think one of these might work well. I admire her excitement and move over to the next rack over. I continue to glance through before I hear a light whistle. I turn towards the sound and see Tobias smiling at me. Come over here, Luna. I narrow my eyes slightly in confusion, but head over to where he's standing. He tilts his head to the left and my eyes trail over in that direction, and I gasp loudly. The most perfect navy gown graces my eyes, and I smile and turn and give Tobias a tight hug. He chuckles. I thought this screamed you, so he trails off as I approach the gown he placed on a mannequin. It's a loose long-sleeved evening dress with a V-neckline bodice. The skirt neatly flows out from the waist and is floor-length and stunning. Pleated, chiffon material. I can't keep my eyes off of it. It's perfect. Beyond perfect, I state happily before going to find the seamstress to arrange a fitting. Nathaniel's POV. The final step is almost here. The day I take my official title as Alpha King and rule the entire werewolf species alongside Ivy is fast approaching. I've prepared for this role my entire life, but now that it's coming to fruition, I'm nervous. I know with Ivy by my side we can conquer any obstacles that come our way, but I think there's always going to be that hint of doubt in the back of my mind that I may not be cut out for this. I sigh loudly as I sit in Ivy's music room, plucking keys on her piano mindlessly as I process my feelings. I stepped away from some ceremony planning for a little break and found my way here. There you are. I lift and turn my head to see Ivy approaching me, a look of concern on her face. Are you okay? She asks before she sits down beside me. I nod. Yeah, just thinking. How did dress shopping go? Did you find one? She smiles and nods. Yes, it's perfect. Tobias found it. I chuckle. He has a good way of coming through when you need him. That he does. Ivy pauses slightly before continuing. Nathaniel, what's going on? You seem off. I sigh again and place my hands in my lap, lacing my fingers together to stop me from fidgeting. I'm nervous, baby. I just hope that I will be a good enough king to you and our species. I guess I'm just feeling the pressure. That normal to feel that way. It's a big transition. I feel it too, she states solemnly. She reaches over and takes one of my hands in hers and squeezes. Nathaniel, You are the most thoughtful, understanding, and intelligent man and alpha. You are going to succeed as king, and I'll be beside you the entire way." I half smile and lean in and kiss her cheek. "Thank you, Songbird. I appreciate you so much." I pause. I should get back. There's still a lot more to plan. "Yeah, me too. It sucks we've been so busy getting this all arranged, but it's looking like it's going to be a night to remember." I laugh. After everything that went into it, it better be Ivy laughs with me before we both stand and walk out hand in hand to get back to work. 61 The night to remember. Ivy's POV. It's here. The night everything changes again. I stand in my room ready, with my hands visibly shaking from my nerves. I haven't been allowed to see Nathaniel since the night before, so needless to say I'm allowing my nerves to get the best of me. This is seriously the biggest gathering I have seen in my entire lifetime, bigger than any pack gathering, and even the mating ball from months ago. Speaking of, we're back at the castle where the mating ball was held, and the memories flooded back of my time here the moment I walked in the front door a couple days ago. Dancing with Nathaniel out on the terrace, performing for everyone and singing a song just for him before I knew what I was to him, pouring out my feelings and desires unbeknownst to everyone around us. I smile as I focus on those feelings and how I've changed and grown into a person I can be proud of again. Luna Queen, my title, is used, and I turn to face a lovely young she-wolf in the doorway of my room. It's time. If you'll please follow me, I nod and take the first steps into my new future. I walked for what felt like ages, but it was only a few minutes. The she-wolf led me up to the top balcony of the foyer, in front of the main doors that lead to the royal balcony, which is where Nathaniel and I will be announced from before heading back down to mingle with everyone. I exhale shakily and bite my lip. "Pull yourself together," I mumble under my breath, clearly frustrated with myself. A hand touches my shoulder and I jump a little in surprise and turn around quickly. I'm met with those blue eyes I love and a handsome face that I could stare at until I die. I smile seeing Nathaniel in all his royal attire, looking absolutely fierce and feral. I clear my throat awkwardly as I continue to look him up and down, clearly enamored by him yet again. He leans into my ear. "Your eye fucking me again, Songbird." "I can't help it, you look good." "So do you, baby." "Ready to do this?" he asks with a smirk, and I return it. "With you?" Definitely. He comes to stand beside me, linking my arm with his, and a few moments later the door opens, and Nathaniel leads me through onto the royal balcony. I glance down and see so many faces of wolves who have joined to witness Nathaniel's ascension to king, and I feel a burst of pride seeing all the support he has from his people, people that know he's going to rule them fairly and sternly and will look after the needs of everyone. We're announced, and the cheers and shrieks that follow make both Nathaniel and I chuckle. Nathaniel's father comes and stands around us to stand in front of his son, and his mother does the same to stand in front of me. I glance down and see each of them holding a soft cashmere pillow with the new royal crowns atop them. I gasp lightly with how beautiful they are, and I look up to meet Nate's mom's tearful gaze. "There's no one else more deserving of this crown, Ivy. Rule alongside my son and keep him humble," I nod, my own eyes tearing up as she places the crown upon my head. Mine was designed with my name in mind, rose gold framing that is molded to look like vines with black adorned crystals and diamonds giving the illusion of leaves. It's sparkly, has my favorite color, and fits like a glove. I see Nate's father place his golden crown atop his head, and he turns to me, smiling. He takes my hand, and we walk to the edge of the balcony and look upon our proud people. I turn to look at him and laugh. We did it. We made it here. That we did, Songbird, that we did. I love you. I love you too, Ivy. It's then that I feel a wave of emotion hit me, realizing that everything I've been through, everything I've endured was for this moment. To stand here alongside my mate, to rule our people together with strength and prosperity. When this all started, I was in the darkest place of my life, fighting each day to merely survive until the next one. I was drowning in sorrow, unable to see a way to live my life to the fullest like I wanted. Then a man came into my life and showed me what my life could and should be, full of love, adoration, desire, and respect. My life has meaning again, and I feel worthy of fortune and change. When I see Nathaniel get down on one knee and present a ring with a profession of his love, A thought makes itself known, and I smile as I accept, and a ring is placed upon my finger. This is where I'm meant to be, without a doubt. Here, with him, forever.